But unfortunately, you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost on time! Are you kidding me?
A big threat. This is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
Oh,
What?
What a finish! That was sick from Alireza.
He's missed it.
Oh
He's
my
missed
gosh.
93.
Lights out. This is absolutely insane.
Oh,
Wow, Jose.
what a move!
And just before he reacts, he gets the dub.
Is a massive threat.
Over.
There we go. Firouzja and Keymer wins Division 2.
Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again.
We see a checkmating pattern, Robert. And the youngsters have struck back.
Oh!
Mate.
Unbelievable Armageddon. Oh my god.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Magnus has blundered.
It's completely winning for Firouzja now.
Wow, don't try this at home.
It comes down to this.
Whoa, Robert,
Oh.
a sacrifice.
What a comeback from the champ.
It's day 2 of the Chess.com Classic, the second event in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour, alongside me, Grand Master David Howell from across the pond. Looking good, sir. Business casual as always. Are you feeling good today?
Danny, I'm pumped. I was watching day 1 yesterday, the play-ins with you and Danya. I was loving every moment. And, you know, this is my favorite tournament, the Champions Chess Tour. We're back. More chess today. We're treated.
We're back. It feels like it's already been too long. I can't wait to see what unfolds this week. Let's remind everybody of what the schedule will be, not just this week, but of course for the entire year. The event that we're throwing down with right now is the Chess.com Classic. It is the second event, as we said. If we pull up the schedule here and show everybody that after this, we'll head to July and then September for events 3 and 4. It's all about getting that direct qualification spot to the live finals, David. Of course, 8 people will be there. 4 of them will be selected via the standings, but really, you want to win these events. These players take this very, very seriously. A lot on the line here at the Chess.com Classic. So, all right, you mentioned the play-in yesterday. I would ask you what your favorite moment was with the show, or maybe with someone's chess, but instead, I'm going to let you check out the recap in case you want to choose one of the ones that our team put together in this awesome highlight reel breakdown of what happened in the play-in stage. Welcome back to the Champions Chess Tour here on Chess.com. It's going to be an awesome second leg of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour.
Do you sack the rook, king f6, rook g6, check, rook g6, check?
Oh my God! What
Rook
is
f6,
going
it's a
on?
perpetual.
Holy God.
Is black
Bobby
losing
just
here?
blundered away the win. Oh, he
Oh.
backed up and he lost.
He's burning all of his time trying to figure out f6.
He did it. He's going to blow it.
Kozak needs a few more accurate moves. He's got 3 seconds on his clock. We've seen crazier things happen today. Bishop f5 would be my choice. He's played bishop e3. He's blundered bishop takes e3. Bishop takes e3 and rook f8.
Oh, it was mate. It was mate with bishop d4. And he missed
No!
it.
This is another terrible move by black. I'm telling you, this is a 3-result game. No!
Oh,
Nothing here.
my God. It's going to
No.
end in a draw. I feel robbed. It's the only
Yep.
game still going that has implications on the standings. And I don't know
Oh,
what just...
he knows
Oh,
it!
my God.
No!
He just blundered his queen in one move. Oh, my gosh. Fabiano Caruana punches his ticket for a bye, and now we can see all the players who have officially qualified their way into D1 placement. And on that note, David, we can see all the players who've qualified their way into Division 1 placement. Of course, everybody, the 4 highlighted in gold got to sit the play-in stage out. They had play-in immunity, if you will. But Fabiano Caruana took first, which means he gets a first-round bye today. David, what was your favorite moment from yesterday? And or call out the player you've got your eyes on heading into our placement battles.
Ooh, that's tough, Danny. There were so many highlights. I mean, for me, of course, Fabiano was maybe the most impressive player, especially kind of in light of recent events, the candidate setback. He was just on fire. I loved some of Abdu Satarov's early games, just fire on the board in all of them. And of course, all the mouse slips, all the blunders, all the brilliant moves. There was a lot to choose from. How about yourself?
Well, that's true. There were some mouse slips, sad ones to end there for one Hans Niemann, but there were all kinds of blunders, but a lot of brilliancies too. I want to say that Abdusaturov was interesting as a player. We're going to get into the fact that he didn't even make his way not just to D1 or D2, he's in D3. That's how strong these events are. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the pairings, because one of the most interesting things I think about the format, David, is that when all the chaos is done at the end of the play-in stage, players get to pick their opponents, which means the pairings we have, other than Fabiano Caruana, who earned the first round bye, were chosen by the top seed. That means MVL said, I want Ivic. That means Wesley So said, give me Kolars, right? Dubov and Duda are throwing down, and Sam Sevian chose Laney or Dominguez Perez. Esipenko was stuck with Blue Bomb, which is odd to say, strong grandmaster there. Your thoughts on any of the selections that were made? Does anything stand out to you as surprising that one player chose another?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, Duda choosing Dubov. I don't think I would choose Dubov in any game if, even if my life depended on it. I mean, such a scary opponent. I think they have some history there, which we'll talk about. Sam Sevian choosing Dominguez, on paper, a big surprise, but I guess it's better the enemy you know, and they've played each other before. So yeah, we'll see whether it pays off. It's a big gamble. It's always kind of mixed emotions, right? When you pick an opponent, you kind of know that they're out to get you to prove a point.
It is interesting, and I think all these guys are pros, and they've played each other, so I would like to think no one really takes it personally when they get selected, because they kind of look at the field and probably do some practical math. At the same time, maybe I'm wrong, right? I mean, maybe Dubov is like, bro, you picked me. I mean, that I agree with you. Duda choosing him, despite maybe their record, definitely seems like a surprise. But okay, we'll see what the chess has in store for us when these guys start throwing down on the board. Let's remind everybody that there were a ton of great players competing yesterday. As we said, 170 of them, in fact, 69 moved on. You just saw the selected D1 potentially qualifying players. In D2, it should be noted that Von Foreest and Rachmanov both had enough points to qualify. They had 6.5, and they were on the outside looking in due to tie breaks. But I'm going to call out that we were right when we called out Gujarati and Martinez for taking an early draw. Ultimately, 6 points was not enough. D2, crazy to see so many top players in that division, David.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we're getting used to this by now, but these are literally household names. I mean, it's the who's who of chess. And I mean, look at this. Division 3, Anish Giri sitting there. Abdusaturov, we mentioned. I mean, former world rapid champion. There's Hans Niemann. There's David Navarra. Gadakamsky, FFL. You know, yeah. It's just, it's crazy, this list.
Gadakamsky just sitting there toward the bottom right there above someone, not having quite a wonderful time. We know that Liam Lee would have loved to have been in D2 or D3 or D1. But yeah, it's wild. But of course, remember, competing well in these divisions matters, which is why these players are showing up. It's not like it's Division 1 or go home for these guys, because placement at the end of this week in those divisions may be absolutely critical, not just for their overall tour standings, but their opportunity to get a better seeding in our event coming up in July. Of course, that will be the third tour event. But all right, time to dive in and preview these matchups. I'm excited because now we get to break down storylines and get into the drama of, you called out choosing the enemy you know. Let's talk about Sevian choosing Dominguez here. Actually, sorry, real quick. I got a little thrown off there. It's my fault. We're going to remind everybody this is the Chess.com Classic, and I want to give a shout out early on to the team, the 17 years that have gone into getting here. Why was this called the Chess.com Classic? Because we wanted to celebrate the community, and in doing that, we're giving 50% off any premium membership that someone would like to upgrade to throughout the entire week. That's kind of a big deal, David. We've never actually done that before. And so if anyone was thinking about going premium and getting their chess summer education on, you've heard of a summer of love, maybe a summer of chess is ahead for someone, and they can get a discount if they go premium. But all right, I wanted to jump right into the storyline, and I'm going to do it right now. Sam Sevian chose Lanier Dominguez Perez, David. Interesting, right? Your thoughts on choosing someone who's a fellow countryman who you've played before? Is there a stylistic thing that Sevian is looking forward to as we break down this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, here we see their rapid history, their head-to-head. This is online and over the board combined, and Sevian is up here, 2 wins to 1. So it's kind of understandable. That being said, Dominguez, he's so professional, he's so consistent, he's so well prepared. So Sevian, this is going to be a huge challenge for him. I don't think there's a favorite, Danny. I think this one is just going to be extremely close.
Yeah, it's interesting because I guess they don't really have that much history, right? Only a few games. We see Lanier is already sitting tight, sitting ready. Maybe a view we'll get to know soon, as Lanier has been interested in potentially launching a Twitch channel, a streaming channel. We'll see if he actually does that. But right now, he's just getting ready to launch some badass chess moves on the board against a young gun who chose him. I wonder what he thinks about when Sam Sevian chooses him. Right?
Yeah, you
Little bit,
mentioned
a
it.
little. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, pride. Chess players, we're proud people. I mean, you
Yeah.
mentioned ultimately we're professional. We focus on the chess, but in the back of your mind, you know that this guy picked you. You know you kind of want to prove a point. And I think Dominguez, despite the nice exterior, he's got the blood of a warrior. So he's going to try and
Blood
take
of a
down
warrior.
Sam.
He's a former World Blitz champion and a guy who has worked in some ways. He developed a reputation as a well-known second and helping some of the best players in the world deliver the goods when it mattered most. But of course, he's a super strong player in his own right. Let's talk about another super strong player, a guy that for a while seemed like he may have been on the best form of anyone yesterday. That was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and ultimately he didn't get first. Fabiano Caruana did. Looks like we're actually taking a look at Wesley So here. So Wesley So is the guy who finished second last year at the live finals, David. People say he might be the best rapid player in the world, maybe behind Magnus Carlsen. Your thoughts about So and how badly he wants to get a direct qualification spot to the finals?
Yeah, I mean, Danny, I know yourself, and I think we're all aligned here. We think that Wesley, when he's unleashed, when he kind of lets himself off the hook, he's just unstoppable. He can fight with Magnus, he can fight with everyone. But yeah, it depends on kind of the tournament situation. Often he's kind of capable, but he wants to do just enough, the minimum to qualify. He has that specific goal in mind. He doesn't want to look too far into the future. All he wants is D1 this time, Division 1. And he'll do what it takes to get there, whether that's solid play, whether that's going on the offensive when he can. Yeah, he has so many fans, and it's for a reason. Wesley So at his best is a joy to behold.
And I obviously adding a little bit to the drama, and Magnus called me out right next to me. We were standing at the desk in Toronto when I said I thought Wesley So could beat him in the finals. Of course, I was kind of on an island there choosing Wesley. I mean, you were safely across the pond choosing Magnus. I mean, come on, where was your flair for the drama? But look, I meant what I said. I think Wesley So at his best is so accurate and has a style that is so mistake free that in fast time controls, I think some of the less the risk-averse players tend to be even tougher to beat than they might be in a longer time control where someone can really grind them out. So that's why Wesley, in my opinion, tends to thrive in this perfect little time control, somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. But all right, we'll see how he does today and whether he makes his way to Division 1. But I want to go back to a matchup that we called out as perhaps our most surprising in terms of why Duda chose Dubov. Now maybe with the numbers on paper, we have a little more of an understanding as to why.
Here we do see that Duda leads their head-to-head in rapid chess 5-1. To me, this is surprising. It looks quite one-sided, but then you look slightly further down, you see their last meeting was already nearly 3 years ago in 2021. So a lot can change. Of course, Dubov, I don't think this tells half the story. He's a former world rapping champion in his own right. And this one, I've got to admit, Danny, is the one I'm looking forward to the most. They've both got fiery styles. They both love kind of imbalanced play. And I think there's a guarantee there's going to be no boring games here.
I agree. I think, I don't know which of the games will start first. There are 4 of them getting set to happen here. And just to remind everybody, there'll be a small stagger, usually about 30 seconds between the games, gives David and I a chance to catch our breath and hopefully catch the beginning moments of each one. But I'm with you that this battle here, Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Daniil Dubov, this is one that we're going to find out. I mean, Duda has a 5-1 record there in terms of decisive games. So I guess you understand that of all the options available, maybe that's why Duda chose Dubov. But I'm with you. That's an interesting opponent to choose. So, all right. Let's pay off the as production likes to say, let's do the laundry, pay the bills, if you will. Just remind everybody of the basics. What are we about to do here? We're about to throw down in the placement round. That means that after yesterday's insanely exciting Swiss, we now have battles one-on-one matchups. These are 2-game matches with the same time control, 10+2. Of course, 1.5 points wins a match. Winners advance directly. Let's remind everybody the losers are not out. They move to Division 2 and will continue to compete throughout the week. And of course, if we have tie breaks, David, we get Armageddon. Everyone roots for him, mainly because we love that Armageddon bid. Let's be honest. I love the drama of the Armageddon bid.
Yeah, me too. It's really revolutionized this format. The knockout is juicy at the best of times, but yeah, the Armageddon adds that extra flavor. And here we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, really impressive yesterday as well, I've got to say, Danny, against Velimir Ivic, who's a dangerous player. Underdog on paper. We all love to root for underdogs, but he's going to have to be at his best today to stand any chance.
Completely agree. And again, I said that at the top of the show that for a while throughout yesterday, it was MVL who was leading the pack and seemed like he might be destined to take that top spot. But Fabiano's form caught up with everybody, but it shouldn't take anything away from how well the Frenchman with 3 names played. And I think he's going to be a tough one to beat here for sure. So, all right, the players are all getting set. I'm wondering who the first players will be to kick off here. Which moves will be played first? I think we're going to start with Duda Dubov. I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. We're starting with MVL Ivic. There we go. That's where we're going. MVL will be first, David. By the way, I realize I feel a little underdressed next to you with the Chess.com swag. You're, as I said at the top of the show, wearing the sexy business casual. We're going to get you a merch package, though. Don't you worry.
Okay, deal, Danny. I'll dress down next time. I promise.
Well,
just used to this. This is just what I wear around the house.
I'm not, I'm not calling it out. You look great. I mean, you wake up every day with business casual on the brain. I love it. All right. I'm bringing up the game here. Attempting to anyway. We'll get it going here in just a second.
What are your predictions, Danny? Assuming we do start with what was it, MVL Ivic? Who are you predicting in that one?
Yeah. I think, as you said, we got to go with MVL, right? The guy is not only no disrespect meant to Ivic. I think on a different level, for most of his career, different class. And if yesterday is any indicator, he also is just playing great chess this week. So he had a moment yesterday where I called it vintage MVL. David, he had an amazing victory early on in the event where it wasn't just that he won in dominant fashion. He won with like 6 minutes extra on the clock, right? This was the guy that everyone has known, one of the fastest players in the world, a player that the right balance of just trusting his intuition and out-calculating everybody. So Maxime yesterday gave us early signs that he might be about to have a great week. And I think Ivic has an uphill battle here.
Mm-hmm. And we're off. MVL, he starts with the Reti opening. Okay, interesting. He's normally a loyal kind of user of 1e4. It's like his bread and butter, but really symmetrical here, Danny. A quieter start to this game.
Yeah, and look, A4 is the first moment that gives pause. Danya and I talked about it. These days, when in doubt, just shove the A or the H pawn up. It's more than likely Stockfish or AlphaZero approved, and then you go from there. Here we go.
Yeah, copycat from Ivic. How long do you think he's going to continue? Is he going to play B6 and just kind of put the onus back on MVL
so.
here?
Why not? Play B6 and make Maxime come with the first idea. But all right, jokes aside, I don't think the copycat will continue forever. B3 not only prepares to develop the bishop, but once C4 is played, I think more than likely you see Black kind of commit to reinforcing protection versus actually meeting C4 with C5. But maybe, I don't know what's going on here. Something in the water for Ivic. He's going to make Maxime do something spicy.
I love it though. He's like playing a game of chicken. It's like, no, you change up first. You switch things up. I would love to see him play E6 here. Just continue the strategy. Why not? Get in his head. Mind games.
Why not? Okay, nope, not anymore. He plays C5. An interesting decision to change up there. I mean, this is not a position with a ton of theory, right? So let's back up and talk storyline here for a second. Maxime not going down roads that he's well known for, right? This is a ready gone double fianchetto pseudo Catalan wild, right? So by design, you're trying to get your opponent a little bit uncomfortable and certainly out of prep. Maybe it's paying off with a small time lead.
Yeah, and I will mention that MVL, he's actually more used to being on the black side of these positions. He plays this exact setup because he's a Grunfeld player. He fianchettos a
Yep.
lot, and I've seen him face off against the likes of Magnus Carlsen multiple times in this type of slower, like you said, this kind of hybrid of openings. So it's interesting that he's adopting the white side, and that strategy already nearly up a minute on the clock.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's going to be a huge, huge trump card throughout this match.
Yeah, you got to have a time edge, especially because, when the position is most critical, you want to have more time than your opponent. And at this point, maybe that's all Maxime is really playing for. A tiny edge, of course, according to the computer as well, exists. Now, knight to d2. I was just about to ask, are you trying to undermine the protection of the knight with c4 at some point and play chicken on the diagonal to sort of match what black is doing with the c5 and d4 pawn? Or are you looking to simplify? And I like this move, knight to d2. Black really has to make a big decision. Do you reinforce or do you trade? I guess he answers it before I can ask any further what you would have done, David.
Yeah, I think trading makes sense here, and like you said, it's all about the bishops right now. MVL might
Yep.
feel that he's got kind of enough here. He's done the hard work. He's got a really beautiful outpost for the white knight, so the rest of the position he just
Yep.
wants to keep solid. I think it might be black who's kind of feeling the pressure to alleviate the tension. And knight a7, I wouldn't be surprised to pop up at some point just to try and trade off that beastie. But
Okay.
yeah, very quiet for now.
Very quiet, right? A little bit of a we're gonna have to wait and see kind of game. And does it remain equal all the way till time pressure ensuing, or does someone mess up? But we've got other games starting. Couple of options here. We can jump over to Duda's game versus Dubov, or we can back up to the bird's eye view and take a peek around all 5 battles that are currently underway. Your choice, David.
I vote bird's eye view. I want to see
Let's
what's happening around the
let's
horn.
do it. That is like
Okay.
an edible candy store right there. Just look at the beautiful colors. Like, I don't know why, but that purple board just looks like it tastes good. Can I just say that? I mean, the red board too. All looks good.
That's the one thing I love about Chess.com, Danny. You can customize things. What color do you have on your board?
I'm just bored. Just green Neo, the straight up classic board. I'm not looking for anything fancy. But it is fun to take a look at the view. Remind everybody, just head over to chess.com/events, follow the games. We will do our best to catch every moment when it's big and when it matters. But all right, speaking of games that are big and matter, they all do. We're going to head over to Jan Shistov Duda's game versus Danil Dubov. Again, that game was one that had our eyes on it, David, because Duda chose Dubov, even though there were objectively lower rated players available, right? So this is a stylistic matchup, apparently, that Duda prefers. He does have an overall head-to-head lead of 5-1 in decisive games, which includes both online and OTB, for those wondering how we gathered those stats. And right now, Duda looks like he's out to a good start. Your thoughts on the position here?
Yeah, I'm slightly biased towards the white position, like you said. I think great start for Duda because he has more space. He's got the pawn center. That being said, this type of position tends to be quite straightforward for black. You just want to break out. You just want to play for tricks. And I'm assuming after queen takes d7, as you're highlighting, b4, for example, I'm going to try and do my best Dania impression. b4, ab4 takes on a1 and takes on e4. And there's some stuff on the diagonal. But
Ooh.
yeah, already there's tricks in the air.
Are we ready to analyze this early? Are you? I mean, it's early in the morning for me. I guess you're rocking, an afternoon. I don't know what. I was gonna say an afternoon buzz at this point, but I don't know what it is over there. So let's
siesta.
Did you have a siesta today? Did you have a nap? Oh man, I'm jelly.
I mean, I'm in Europe, Danny. That's what we do. That's just what we do.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna show the line because David just busted out some analysis. Being shy, pretending that he can't calculate just as fast as Danya. But after takes, shake and bake, you can take on e4. And the whole point is at the end of the line, choose your adventure if you're white. At some point, the bishop pins the knight to the rook, and that is a pinning problem. So those types of tactics, I think, highlight well what you said, David, about the position. Despite white's space advantage, okay, now we see a very forcing trade. That's kind of what black is going for. They're like, yeah, white has a space advantage, structurally better, but there are all kinds of tactics that favor the placement of black's pieces. The tension makes it a little hard for white to keep expanding.
Yeah, and I have firsthand experience of how dangerous Dubov can be when he's counterattacking. So if you let that black bishop out and into an outpost like d4 later, watch out. The white king might come under fire. So I love this last move though from Duda. He's carved out a nice outpost for a knight on c4. You can imagine a knight posting up and bring the rooks to the center, try to simply kind of power through. Battering ram, use the F and E pawns as you're highlighting. At least now White's plan is quite straightforward. So bishop takes c5, it's maybe not what I would have done, but I like it. I think it's got a clear plan behind it. That's important at rapid chess. And here we come. The bishop is unleashed. Danny, who are you picking here?
I like that you highlighted bishop takes c5. We were kind of talking generally about the position, so I quickly went by it. But yeah, that was a big decision, right? You part ways with the dark squared bishop, really letting black potentially be in control of that future. And so I'll be honest, like despite what the eval bar says, I like black in these types of positions because I often feel like White has one plan, I understand, and of course the space advantage is undeniable. If you can get that expansion like a Benoni structure, that would be a problem, right? If White can really expand f4 and e5. But I feel like there are just some holes and some fun things coming here. And in a practical game that's rapid, I don't know. I'm getting a feeling here. Now I'm looking at the clock. There's also a minute plus advantage. I'm getting a feeling that Dubov likes this type of position. So I'm gonna go with black here.
That's the thing. I mean, if I didn't see it was Dubov sitting across me, I would say White's got a beautiful position. Somehow you consolidate, somehow you advance your pawns, but it's Dubov and you can just see him on the camera. He's cooking something up. He's an evil mastermind. He's got a plan.
And maybe I'm, I'll say this. If I didn't not only see that it was Dubov, but if I didn't even see an eval bar and I was just looking at the imbalances, I think I tend to like these types of positions where there's all kinds of weird tricks and ways for my opponent to go wrong. Of course, objectively, Duda's a much stronger player than I am. And so figuring that out is why he makes the big bucks, so to speak. And so if he can deal with the threats, maybe it's just superficial. But when I see this stuff, my heart starts to flutter a little bit. I'm getting a little, I got made on the brain over here. I'm getting a little scared.
Yeah, knight f4, given a question mark, I wonder whether this is because White has to just pluck up his courage and play g3 and just, for better or worse, kind of weaken some squares. Okay, there we go. He does try to kick the knight out. Dubov now does have to justify his last move. It feels like he might have jumped a bit early. It feels like there's no knockout for black, and if you have to start retreating, then you understand why White might be better. But critical moment now.
I agree. Okay, so maybe this is a little bit too frisky. As we joked yesterday, it's usually not a good sign if I like all the moves that they're playing. So maybe Duda, as you said, a little bit premature in terms of bringing the knight here. Is he going to have to give a check and back up? That could be awkward. Does the knight even just get trapped in some weird spots? It actually might even be a thing, because if you check and the king moves and you go here, maybe White just traps the knight. Even if you give a queen check, it may not matter. So, all right, looks like Dubov has some things to kind of justify here. I'm spying the other games if we want to back up to the bird's eye view. Most of them are still in a 50-50, pretty close to equal situation. But MVL is flexing early on Ivic. So I know we started there, but if I had my way, we would just go right back and figure out what exactly is going on here, because the pressure on the C file there, if everyone looks at that board, the doubled rooks on C4 and C1, here we go. This looking pretty fun for the Frenchman.
Yeah, Danny, that clock, we mentioned it at the beginning as well. It's such a weapon, and MVL, when he's in the flow, just that level of confidence is really unsettling for his opponents. I mean, all of White's pieces are beautiful, as you mentioned. There's threats already in the air, knight d6 coming in, even just queen d6. I mean, overload already. I think black is almost busted, and see the eval bar.
Again, this reminds me very much of the early game. And what was it? Now I feel bad, but it was a game where the call out Danya and I made, I want to say was critical, because it wasn't just that MVL was in a better spot. It was how quickly he was playing, and his immediate and quick responses to his opponent's moves were just like psychologically crushing. And that's got to be how it feels here when you're in a worse position, but also significantly down on the clock. This is the kind of MVL that, as I said, in 2017, 2018, 2019, along with a pretty good record against Magnus, had a lot of people talking about what it would look like for him to throw down in a match. Ultimately, he wasn't able to maintain his momentum in that broken up by COVID 2020 candidates. But this is, like I said, this is vintage MVL. Good time. It's a Chess.com classic. It's classic MVL right here if he continues to play this level of chess all week.
Yeah, he's not playing at classic time control though. He's basically playing bullet at
No.
this rate. But I
Yeah.
got your back, Danny. I was watching yesterday. It was the game against Alexenko when he came out with this
Okay.
crazy attack.
Yes, and Alexienko had played this long thought through queen to d1 retreat, and he just took h4, right? Without so you did see the game. That was, and there was something about that really spoke to Maxim's form. And again, I'm not just giving praise because he's a friend, but it's exciting when you see a guy playing their best chess. But there's a reason Maxime is one of the very few people to beat Magnus in big moments, right? He had that comeback against Magnus last year where he not only won once, but twice in the tour event. He's beaten Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship. Only Hikaru Nakamura can say that, right? And there's a reason Maxime, when he's at his best, everybody, is just so bleeping scary and dangerous. And I don't know what he's going to play here. I look at rook c7 and think, what do you do next? So what is going on?
I mean, surely rook c7. How can you resist a move like that? You enter the 7th rank, all the targets in the world. Black's queen is almost trapped. I mean, Ivic needs a miracle. I don't see it.
We won't be here very long. By the way, we don't have an engine in front of us. We just have the eval bar like all of you chat. And so, okay, this was Ivic's idea. I was going to say there must be something here because e5, I guess, throws a little bit of a grenade, if you will, into the battlefield. But you would assume Maxime can kind of see his way through the chaos. Taking here is probably go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Danny, exactly. Take on d7. If you don't even want to calculate, rook takes queen, rook takes d8, bishop takes b7. You get 2 pieces for a rook and just a totally winning position. But that's minimalist. Maybe there's even better right now.
Yeah, I wonder if you could even call bluff. Queen d1 check, bishop f1. I didn't see it. Okay, but he just goes for the straightforward. He's going to take on d8, as David said, head to an endgame with 2 pieces for the rook. And this is just clinical right now. And again, up more than 7 minutes on the clock. You just tip your hat at this point if you're Ivic and hope that you can come up with something with the white pieces in game 2. So, all right, man. Let's go to another battle. We haven't checked in on Wesley So versus Dmitry Kolarz. You into that?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Speaking of things you're into, I know it's early on the show. How into me doing English accents are you? Like, if you had to give me like a percentage, if I start speaking in an English accent, like you, like 5%, 90%, how into that are you?
I'm into it, Danny. I say go for it.
Into
As
it.
long as you don't expect me to try and reciprocate. I can't do an American accent to save my life. But
Okay, you just
Yep.
I'm a sucker for sexy accents, and I feel like I could listen to you talk about chess all night long. I'm just gonna say that. I know it's awkward, but hey, there you go. Let's get it out there.
I'm
all
melting
right.
inside.
Give us your breakdowns. Give us your breakdowns of this one.
Mhm. Yeah, this is difficult because I'm a big fan of nice pawn structures. White clearly has the better pawn structure here. Black's queenside is fractured. Long term, I think any knight versus bishop endgame is just going to be a win for White. But short term, talking about rapid chess, we were earlier mentioning, it's just ease of play, ease of plan. And here, Black on the king side, you can imagine g4 entering, and it's just going to be a bit of a 50-50. Either g4 will crash through and win for Black, or White will long term be able to grind this one out. Who are you favoring, Wesley?
Do you think,
he's got control?
I was going to say I kind of like White as well, in that it feels like these long-term problems should, the Reaper will come for these neglected queenside pawns. But do I have to play a move like f3? Am I that worried about g4? As I'm looking at it, I wonder if Kolarz is just going to say, I don't care if you play f3. What am I going to do? Stop my attack? Here comes f5 and g4, right? So often I feel like the debate in these positions is if you know you can't really stop your opponent's breakthrough, sometimes it's smart to play less weakening moves, kind of like this. So instead of playing f3 and inviting more firepower, you say, all right, I can't stop g4, so let me be ready for it. I'm going to put my knight on f4. This is very, very Wesley So accurate. Wesley So accurate. Wesley is so Wesley So accurate. So I think that is an accurate move.
Yeah, he's playing so right now. Yeah, knight e2, not a bad move.
Yeah.
Knight f4 is a beautiful square, so I don't really think Kolarz should be allowing that hastily. Like, maybe he pushes the f pawn instead this time. Now that the white knight can't get to f3 and e5, maybe f5, f4. I don't know. It's tough
F5,
position.
F4. That's an interesting one. I wonder at some point, this might just be a little premature of me, but at some point, okay, g4 is played. I expect knight f4 to be the response and let the knight just do defensive stuff there. It's hard to see where black can make anything crazier. But do you take first before knight f4? What's your thought on that?
Ooh, I would be tempted to take, but then I saw the blue arrow appear. So white's best move maybe
Well,
was knight f4.
twist ending. That was me. I was
Oh,
pretending to be the computer. LOL. I should be careful. I forget that I have so much magical. I have so much magical things available here. I can do all kinds of cool things.
wow. You got to
Um,
teach me, Danny. I didn't even know it's
yeah,
possible.
it's like an accordion. You just you got to play it. So apologies, that was an accident. I was meaning to highlight the square blue, but not actually the arrow. For those wondering, if you wouldn't watch our shows, we've got cool features being added all the time. We call it chess with no sound because we know that a lot of you like to do second monitor watching. And one of the things we're always trying to do is tell the story of the game silently. So some of the question marks, some of the blue arrows are meant to bring that to life. And the blue arrow means that is a recommended engine move. It only shows up when the engine has a clear number one. So that was what happened there to translate the conversation. I was going to say I feel nervous about what Wesley's doing here, David, but the computer tends to think that white's just fine. But I'm looking at this like, this is scary.
Fully agreed. I mean, sometimes we talk about the eval bar here. It doesn't tell the full story because with 3 minutes on the clock, it's so easy to go wrong with white. One slip, and like you said, pawn to h3, bishop h3, rook takes g2 might happen. There's so many tricks in the air. Wesley, okay, he slides across. Queen h5 is a nice counter shot if he can land it. But there we go. I mean, no perfection in this type of position. The players will be kind of making mistakes.
It's super hard. Yeah, I mean, when you see things like that, you're like, all right, human beings playing the absolutely most accurate move in these spots, especially as we see both players now under 3 minutes, not going to be something we expect. And I think from a practical perspective, we've set the tone well. If white can defend all the threats, white's winning easily. Probably was winning even before being up the exchange because of the bad queenside structure. So we're all agreed on that. And will Wesley parry the threats? I want to remind everybody, all four of the other games are still going. Jan Shistov seems to have an edge against Daniil Dubov. Esipenko pushing against Matthias Blubom. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has just watch out for the Frenchman with 3 names. This dude is balling. He has already won against Ivic, and Sam Sevian and Dominguez Perez already drew. So we're going to stay right here, David, unless you disagree, but remind everybody you can follow all the games in real time at Chess.com.
Yeah, sounds good. I approve of staying here. It feels like there are still some swings and roundabouts ahead, still some twists and turns. That being said, Wesley, it feels like he's consolidated, Danny. I love the white rook on g1. It looks like the most passive piece ever, but no checkmate and extra material. So he should be the favorite now. Just move the queen. I'm not sure where, but queen d3 and
queen d3, and I guess even a move like rook e2 doesn't, you start to wonder when is white flipping the script and just like taking pawns and saying, hey, I'm not the only one with an open king, right? So suddenly Kolarz has to be very careful on that. I like this move as from the potential of relocating, but as you said, as long as the queen maintains control, if you will, over the third rank, all should be defended. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we actually do back up and swing around the horn over to Jan Shistov and Duda, because as I look at that, this one has been fun, but I'm just going to jump over there because Jan Shistov and Duda are in an absolute crazy position.
Whoa. I mean, white's a rook down. That's all I can see. And there's a bishop on g1. Do you take that rook? Do you take either black rook? Do you take the bishop first? I mean, 30 seconds for Dubov. This is crazy, Danny.
This is like vintage Dubov, right? Classic Dubov here. He's probably losing, but is Jan Shistov going to find every move to defend when black's attack is absolutely crazy?
That's the thing. It's vintage Dubov, but it's also classic Duda. I mean, Duda, he handles these type of material imbalances so well, and maybe that's why he's got the better head-to-head in their individual clash, just because he's one of the few who can hang with Dubov in this type of position without getting scared or flustered. I would just take that bishop, rook takes g1, and game goes on. But these guys know better than me.
No, I think you're right. I think at this point, one of the things to do quick math on is that it's not just that this exchange isn't going anywhere, but I think white also has a bunch of pawns. So I agree with your instincts to just take the bishop, defend whatever tactics might be coming, and either I win the exchange or maybe I just march my pawns up the board supported by a couple of dancing unicorns, if you will. I don't know if you've ever seen unicorns dance, David. It is wild. Let me tell you about a long night I once had that is not PG. Anyway, but the point is, these nights are dangerous, and I agree with you. You know, you talked about how Duda has a style that might be hard for Dubov. It reminds me of a matchup that for any chess player, you think historically of like a Tal Korchnoi matchup, right? Where Mikhail Tal was just this insanely creative player, like Daniil Dubov. Everybody feared him. He was dangerous, and he came up with creative ideas. But Korchnoi, for whatever reason, just bleeping owned him, just never took any of the sacrifices seriously, was always able to parry threats. Of course, these two guys are early in their careers, only a few games, I think 8 total. But it is an interesting thing to point out that Duda just doesn't seem to care about all the pieces or the fireworks that Dubov throws at him.
Yeah, and Duda's last move, getting the queen over to g2, just even at the cost of time, even at the cost of a pawn or two, getting the queens off. I mean, that's really classy. That's what impresses me the most about Duda, just his ability to kind of switch the pace is always a bit chaotic, and then he slows things down. And look at the shake of the head there from Dubov on the camera. He knows he's in trouble, despite being up a bunch of material, because the black rooks aren't going anywhere. I assume just king takes pawn right now, but maybe he'll move his rook, and it's those unicorns, like you said, the e-pawn, d-pawn, they're running.
I think he's smart to kind of pause because, okay, he chose a different rook move. The computer isn't thrilled, but I think that, as you said, these pawns are just as much of the problem for Duda, not just moving and now losing the other rook. I assume that Duda will take it. No, here he goes. He wants more. He wants the whole thing, as they say. Give me everything.
Yeah, I guess those pieces aren't running away. Which one do you take now, though? The knight, the rook? They both look good to me.
And I'm sure the computer is spoiled for choice when an eval bar is that high. It's just like, let me take it. Okay, I thought this would happen. This is sort of your last practical chance to say, let me hold this. But even a move like rook g2, if you're, okay, Duda's going to be more accurate than that, but this position should be over. The 2 knights, unicorns, as we said, a pass d-pawn. There really shouldn't be anything too hard. You back up. I think the knight comes here. You've got checks. Yeah.
So many forks in the air, Danny. Like you said, there's knight e6 check coming in. There's rook c7. There's going to be a whole onslaught. And yeah, to add to the mix, the deep one. Rook c7 now. Knight e6 check would have won on the spot. That would have been a nasty fork.
I was going to say, he missed that. Okay, the one thing we should say here, okay, suddenly time. All right, we were sitting here focused on the chess, forgetting that it is a game for a reason. 2 seconds. You never know, especially with internet, right? There are strange things that happen when it comes to lag and things. So this is okay. You know, a little scared.
Getting a heart attack every time I see the clock. It keeps ticking down to 0.
Okay,
he's still winning.
It was a foregone
until he isn't
on the board, but not so much on the clock.
Ooh. Okay. The pawn disappears. The unicorn is off the board. Extra knight. Rook will go to h8. This one is over pretty much. Should be.
Yeah, it should be. And that simplifies it enough, you would think, that I'm no longer worried about crazy tactics if I'm Duda. What a move there. Ooh. Pointing out that the knight is actually poisoned because of the skewer. That's high-level chess right there. Now watch out for rook h5. Rook h5.
Ooh.
Oh, it doesn't work. The king is close enough, but okay. Wait, what am I freaking out for? Rook h5. It doesn't work.
Rook g1, maybe.
Oh my gosh!
Just got to give up the white rook for the black pawn at any cost right now, and white's pawn should do the business. So
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Still in control.
Still in control.
Now at least it's a race.
Pawns.
Now it's a race.
Yeah, and if rook a2, there's knight a5, cutting off the rook's protection. So this one is finally over. I think Dubov will throw in the towel. Oh, no, not yet. He makes one more move. What has he got? A trick? What's the trick?
No tricks.
Yeah,
Even without the white knight now, it's winning. Yeah. There we go.
Okay. You know, got a little stressed there. I need to check my meds, apparently. All right, let's go to the only game still going. It's Esipenko versus Bluebomb. Esipenko is on his way to converting. Yeah, we saw Duda in those final moments there. He took that lead. Nice dub. We're looking at Esipenko's. Looks like a pretty clean victory here.
Yeah, and you see the devastation on Bluebomb's camera. He looks really frustrated with himself. He was actually doing quite well. He had a good knight versus a bad bishop, but he got his king caught on the wrong side of the board, and white's king just won all the black pawns. So, yeah, this one is over. Just going through the motions. Esipenko still has 2.5 minutes on his clock. I've got to say that's impressive, Danny. But
Yeah,
either way, this one is
that's
done.
it's not quite MVL status, 8 minutes, but Yesipenko getting it done his way with that light that makes me feel like I'm under some form of interrogation. I can't tell you what I did last night. Like, just turn the light down. I don't know where I was. All right, let's bring up the post, I guess, game one in our placement round here. We can take a look at the results here and just talk about maybe what was the most impressive game. I mean, you can't pick MVL because it was over so fast. Your thoughts on what you saw there, David?
Oof, that's tough, Danny. Obviously, MVL man of the moment seems just on fire right now. I'm going to say Duda just because of how he negotiated, kind of navigated his way through that storm that Dubov was trying to unleash. But yeah, ultimately, still another game, and especially with those two, Duda, he took the win with white, but Dubov, he's maybe the most scary player when he has the white pieces. So the next game, all important.
Should be fun. I like it too because other than the matchup between Sevian and Dominguez, we got a whole bunch of must-win games next round, which is always exciting, right? It's win or go home, not literally. In this case, it's win or go to Division 2 for most of the players. But other than Sevian and Dominguez, who could peacefully dance their way to an Armageddon battle, everyone else has their back against the wall, and that makes it exciting as we head into the next set of games here. So,
yeah, and it's noticeable, I've got to say, that 4 wins for white, not just that, but it was 4 wins for the players who picked their opponents.
yes,
So
I like that. Great point.
I think right now it's definitely onus on those who lost to strike back, but psychologically it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy at all, especially with such a kind of short break in between games.
Apparently they all knew something we didn't, right? We talked about the matchups that were chosen, or the opponents who were chosen by the top seeds, but looks like they all kind of knew what they were doing, as we said. Other than Sam Sevian, who chose Dominguez, everyone got the job done. And that guy right there, yawning, maybe he took a siesta. I don't know what's going on with the hair. I'm going to call him out on that. That's peacocking over there a little bit. Little, I don't know what that's, what's going on there, but
I like it, Danny.
the hair off the board doesn't matter when you're playing like Maxime is on the board. Now he has the black pieces against Ivic, and it's good to be in a position where all you need is a draw to move on.
Yeah. That being said, Ivic is a very ambitious player, kind of just that's his usual style, so it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be kind of straightforward for Vachier-Lagrave to shut this one down. Oh, no Najdorf either, not his favorite opening. He goes for e5 with black and mainline Spanish.
I like
Fiesta
it.
style.
Well, we know Maxime also knows his way around the Berlin for both colors. So while the Najdorf, as you said, he's most known for his Najdorf expertise. Not super surprised, I think, to see this, knowing that he doesn't need the 3-result kind of game. He'd rather be in a more solid position than a crazy Najdorf Sicilian. Although, as you said, mainline Spanish, it's got plenty of theory for a reason. This is not going to be a walk in the park for Maxime.
No, and I'm more used to seeing Maxime on the white side of these positions. We've known each other since we were 8 years old. He was playing the Spanish then with white, and he still plays it to this very day. So if anyone knows the ideas, the plans, the setups, then he does. So even with the black pieces, just the speed again, still more time than he started with, Danny. This is so impressive. How does he find the self-confidence just to get in the zone and to trust himself like this?
Yeah, I mean, we already called out the game against Alexienko yesterday, and it was an early sign. But yeah, I think what can you speak to that? You know all the top players, as you've said. You've been playing against a lot of them since you were young. And how often do you see a player go into a long think and then not play the best move? Like, I think more often than not, right? And there's something to the work they put in. And when they're playing quickly, that intuition and that confidence is a sign of them more often than not playing the best move. So what is that in terms of players just trusting their intuition, and Maxime, when he's playing his best, always doing that?
Yeah, first of all, Danny, story of my career, long think, wrong think. That's kind of, especially against the top guys, that's just what I do. But yeah, these guys, I mean, I guess it starts when you're young. You train, you kind of get told, okay, look for forcing moves in the critical positions. If there are checks, captures, threats, you stop there, you take a bit longer. And the players, they've practiced that type of thing subconsciously so many times that they know when they can just improve a piece or kind of continue down the lines of their plan. And they only pause at those critical moments. Their kind of intuition for sensing those key moments, it's just so refined. And That's why
Yep.
Vachier-Lagrave, you see him play so quickly now because, okay, the tension's still ahead, the critical moment's ahead, and I'm sure he'll slow down if need be. That being said, this last decision, taking a4, it's a bit unorthodox. Black structure, we mentioned pawn structures earlier, not ideal anymore.
Starts to break up, and of course, if white can take back the a4 pawn with nothing crazier happening in the center, what you have then is a very healthy structure for white, and black's position has been fractured just a wee bit, right? And the a6 pawn will become a target on the open file. So it's interesting. The knight comes back to reinforce protection of the knight. You didn't want to have to capture back with the pawn. But what does bishop takes a4 now? You give up the bishop pair in order to make sure you get this better pawn structure. This is a fun position, I think, for both sides. I mean, you got this bishop pair dynamic, despite the weakness on the queen side. White has what seems to be a pawn majority here, although it's an unorthodox one. Your thoughts on I guess the selection, I guess from Ivic's perspective, at least it's a bit of a anyone's game at this point.
Exactly. I think in a must-win situation, this is the most he could have hoped for. Just it's kind of imbalanced enough. Still, most of the pieces on the board. That being said, I mean, Fischer and others would be, I mean, giving away your light squared bishop, trading it off in a Spanish, they would not approve at all. So
a bit of a sin, right? But again, we've evolved. We've evolved. We've got top computers now who say like, hey, bishop pair, bishop schmear. Doesn't matter. Every rule is open for debate, right? And ironically, the exception somehow proves the rule more often than not. But yeah,
modern chess. That's it.
It is, and white has a clear plan if you want to play on the queen side, but black at some point would love to change the structure. I don't know whether is even f5 on the agenda at some point. You want to use that bishop that white lacks and get this position open.
Yeah, I love it, Danny. And I think queen d7, it might look like a kind of automatic move, Vachier-Lagrave playing by hand there, but I think he's got sneaky plans. f5 does look scary. Yeah. Now d5's off the cards because knight c5 would land. So there we go. f5 doesn't even think.
f5.
F for forward by the Frenchman.
I was suggesting that move, but it's usually a slippery slope when they start playing moves I'm suggesting. So Maxime, wake up, buddy. You don't want to do what I'm suggesting. I was going to call out knight a5. You pointed out that d5 wasn't a possibility because of the fork. But knight a5 similarly forces the bishop off the diagonal. And, okay. Well,
the question,
go ahead.
I mean, f4's a threat, Danny. So what do we do? How do we react? Fork incoming. Do we take on f5 and kind of block with f4? Do we go for the symmetry, take on f5, trade off and go knight h5? So you have one knight on either flank, on either side of the board.
Oh, man, now you're talking dirty to me. Just like, turn this into a game within the game where you're playing a meta game that your opponent doesn't even know. You win. I do love that idea for future variants, by the way, some sort of like prop bet version of chess where you're both given an awkward task to start. And it doesn't necessarily mean the game's over because that would be silly. But if there was like hey, if you get your knights on h5 and a5, you get 30 seconds added to your clock. Right. And then your opponent also has a task like that. The possibilities, forget Fischer random, would be just infinite, right? In terms of insanity. Sorry.
Exactly.
Focus, Dan. All
right,
but
Danny.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, I love that game. I'm not sure I love White's position, but I love that game.
Yeah.
Kind of, you got to checkmate with a pawn. You got to sacrifice the exchange at some point. Knight f1 feels wrong actually from Ivic. As soon as you start retreating,
and Maxime again, he's not blitzing, but he's playing so confident and so fast. And again, this is 100% carried over from his performance in the Swiss yesterday. If you missed it, Danya and I, again, we're just singing his praises, everyone, that this is when he's at his best. We talk about what David said, long think, wrong think. So many chess players have that experience. And I don't know. The position has gone from questioning Maxime's decision to break the structure to just trusting what he's doing intuitively, maintaining and gaining a lead on the clock. I love it. I love it for black, and I love the way MVL's playing.
Yeah, same. And I'm a big sucker for the bishop pair, and it might not be the most open of positions, but I mean, watch out for that to become a factor later. White's knights don't have great outposts either. I'm expecting the black A pawn to start pushing forward at some point, maybe even now. And it feels like he's got all the aces up his sleeve. Looks good.
We've spent enough time on this board and singing Maxime's praises. Let's back this thing up and remind everybody there are 4 other games going on, of course, in the second set here of the placement stage. Our bird's eye view We'll give us a quick look at all of them. And as I said, it's an edible view. I love the different color boards. Makes it easy for these old eyes, this old dog, to take a look at where we want to go. I like Dubov's position just immediately to say we know he's in a must-win spot. David, you called out that getting the white pieces would be a tough challenge for Duda. So unless you see another game that suits your fancy, I'd like to head over to Jan Shistov versus Daniil.
Let's do that. I've got to say, looking across the boards there, you can tell players are in must-win situations, some really imbalanced positions, players going for the attack, but Dubov is one of them. So, yeah, clock times don't really tell us too much. But Danny, I mean, you're an E4 player. You love getting the extra space. So many easy plans, and that black king is not going to be safe ever, really, as long as the queens remain on the board. So, again, do you think Dubov he's happy with what he's managed to achieve?
He's got to be, right? I mean, he's in a must-win situation. Again, everyone, you see the score right there next to the players' cameras, 1-0 in favor of Jan Shistov. So, all you can ask for is an opportunity, and at some point, white has the makings of being able to go all in. It will come with risk, right? Let's be clear. Like if you play anything like G4, if you start to try to maneuver around different squares, you're either maybe neglecting counterplay for black on the queen side, maybe you let black simplify, but there's a reason the computer likes white a little bit. White's in control with a space advantage, some potential to make moves over here against the king. As David said, it'll never fully be safe. Look at that little hop on the lift, right? That's what they call it over there, right? The lift.
It is.
Sorry, there it is. Hey, come on, now make fun of some ridiculous American phrase. This is fun.
The sidewalk, the trash can.
Right? What exactly is that? Literal. By the way, you said you didn't have an American accent, but when you said trash can, it sounded like you were from the South.
Oh, wow.
I love it. All right. What is the sidewalk called over there again?
It's the pavement, maybe.
Pavement. I was gonna call it. I wanted to say pavement. I swear I was. But then I didn't.
I mean, yeah, black's position here. I mean, I wouldn't throw it in the trash can, but it's just not pleasant at all. It looks really passive.
Looks really passive. I want to move the knight and put the rook here for sure.
Exactly. That's the thing. The next plan. That's why these top players. We talked about kind of the rhythm of the game. The top players, they pause when it's planning time. They calculate so quickly that they can trust their judgment there. But when it's formulating a 5-6 kind of step plan, I think he's going to move that knight, like you say, Danny. Just he's choosing a route for it, or a route for it, I should say. And
it's all good.
Knight d2, maybe rook f3, bring it around.
Knight d2, rook f3. Does that knight have a future home on a square like? Okay, I was going to say there's different ways to get to e3, whether it's d2 f1 or h2 f1. And one of the ideas of getting to e3 is that if you have the rook and the queen barreling down, there is potential that this idea becomes open, right? A knight sacrifice for a couple of pawns and a whole bunch of counterplay. You could also argue the knight on e3 is a little better suited to support an eventual break open. Again, it will come with risk, and you got to give Duda credit that he knows this is a breakthrough white may try at some point. But like you said, Dubov has the makings of getting pressure when it matters.
Yeah. And I love your knight f1, knight e3, just to drive away that black rook. It looks a bit annoying right now, so kick it out.
Just do it. There's nothing crazy going on here, right? There's nothing like what are you doing with the rook next, I guess?
I guess it'll have to get it'll have to drop back at some point, but Duda's just trying to annoy his opponent. He's keeping a clock edge, and rook c4 is like the type of annoying move just to get under the opponent's skin. Still
all right, well,
in charge.
Wait, is there a trick? Oh, the computer points out f6 is strong. This is such an anti-human move, though. f6, weakening your entire kingside structure. The idea has to be that if white takes, you take with the bishop, and suddenly d4 is actually hard to defend.
That's so difficult. I mean, I first thought that was your blue arrow, Danny. I was going to applaud you, but
no, exactly. You were going to chastise me again and say, "Danny, stop pretending you know better." That's one of those funny positions where, again, this is why we all lose to computers, because if you were playing Stockfish Neural Net and it played f6, you would be like, "What in the actual f?" And then it goes on to beat you, and then you'd be like, "What?" Wow. Okay.
Exactly. But we should just point out knight. Yeah, sorry, go on, Danny.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say knight e3 was the dream square, but there would have been a tactic there. Rook takes c3 was a big threat. So knight d2 was really important to defend the b1 rook. So this would have lost on the spot. There's always dirty tricks in the air, and Duda setting these traps. So knight d2 is not the perfect square, the perfect circuit for the white knight. So I actually think Duda, despite missing, or I say missing, but despite not playing f6, he's done well. He's kind of coordinated his pieces, and black's solid enough for now.
Yeah. And it's nice that you pointed out that tactic, because it's irritating for white. Yes, it doesn't work because the rook is defended, but the rook can't really move because then the b2 pawn falls. You can't push the pawn to safety because then the knight is undermined. If you try to move the knight to get out of the way, you're opening up counterplay for the rooks. And so I'm just highlighting that the computer says white is better, and again, we're not taking back the idea that at some point you'd think there's going to be counterplay. But as you said, shout out to Duda, because this pressure is potentially a little bit more tricky for white to deal with than first meets the eye.
Wow, and getting breaking news, Danny, that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, despite our praise for him, he actually lost. So we're guaranteed more chess, getting an Armageddon game.
Let's go and see really quickly what happened there. I am shocked. What in the world was that final position? We see Maxime has already gone from his chair. We just have to see. Was it just like a one move blunder?
Mouse slip? He played rook b3, or
he just mouse slipped?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the blue arrow appears. Rook takes f3 is actually a cool positional kind of exchange sacrifice. Queen takes h3 comes in, and black's probably got enough counterplay. But
this had to be what he was planning.
Exactly. Just picked up the rook and dropped it before he was able to drag it across the other side. Maybe he was planning rook c4 as well. Rook c4 looks like it stays in the game, or rook takes c6, another exchange sack. But that is, I mean, that happens. We saw it yesterday, right, Danny?
We saw it yesterday in a game that literally changed the fate and standings. Dmitry Kolarz was in a lost position against Hans Niemann, and Hans Niemann blundered his queen, similarly with a mouse slip. And so it's why Kolarz is here playing Wesley So, and Hans Niemann is not. Wow, that's a heartbreaker. We'll back up to the bird's eye view, of course, and continue to cover the games that are in progress. But Ivic has got to be thanking his lucky stars. Maybe it takes a mouse slip to slow down someone like MVL when he's playing as well as he is right now, David, because that has nothing to do with the chess. He just lost his focus, didn't control his hand, and there you go.
Yeah,
all right.
It's a double-edged sword. But meanwhile, we do still have 4 games ongoing. Which one catches your eye? It looks like Kolarz. You mentioned him against Wesley So, very symmetrical. It's going to be really tough for Dmitry to take down Wesley there on demand. Savian against Dominguez, relatively symmetrical as well.
I agree, although Dominguez is maybe pushing a little bit. I think if I was to choose, I would go to Sam Sevian and Dominguez, if that's okay with you. We'll head over there. I think you're right. I think Wesley is already feeling very comfortable as black, and all he needs is a draw to move on. This is one that's funny because it's the only non-must-win affair. Every other first round set of games ended decisively for one player. So this is interesting. Your thoughts? Go ahead.
I mean, we'll jump into the chess, but a moment ago, Dominguez, I mean, there we go again. Is he talking to himself or singing, or either way, he's quite expressive right now. So
is he streaming?
Motivate himself, maybe.
I mean, I'm only saying because we've been talking to him about getting a channel going, and it is allowed if the players want to, as long as they meet all other fair play regulations. Obviously, anyone who follows online chess knows that Hikaru Nakamura does it for a living. Literally, he's not playing in this second tour event. But I don't know if we can get a fact check on that. Why is Dominguez talking to himself? No judgments, but
exactly. We all do it from time to time.
We all do it from time to time,
Talk ourselves through.
You got to work on the negative self-talk. Don't talk negatively to yourself. Anyone out there, right? But if you want to sing to yourself, that's great, right? Or give yourself a pep talk. But negative self-talk, no good. All right, Bishop h5.
Yeah, I'm expecting just rook d2 or rook any safe square. I think white is slightly better here, purely because you're going to jump in with the knight to d6. You have fewer weaknesses. The black a pawn, the black queen side in general is a bit loose. Bishop c5 is always an idea, as long as you don't walk into anything on the e file. So it just feels like white's slightly better coordinated. that being said, if I didn't see the bar, I would say that it's tenable for black. It's kind of, you should be able to hold, kind of knuckle down, curl up into a ball and defend. But yeah, it feels at least kind of no risk for Dominguez. So I think he should be very, very happy right now. It feels like
By the
he can
way,
always bail out.
Linear is streaming.
Wow, nice.
If anyone wants to head over and give his channel a follow or a sub, if the mods are amazing staff, don't mind. Let's throw a link and get Lanier some love. He deserves it. Let's support top players who are entering the content creation space. Throw a link in chat. Everyone head over, give him a follow, give him a sub, support his channel, give him that motivation to keep going. This is awesome. Looks like he's streaming in Espanol, Spanish. A little bit harder for this guy to follow, but still pretty awesome. There we go. Let's throw a link in chat. Let everybody go over there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go on, Danny. It's working for him. The streaming, it's clearly got him in the zone. And of course, he plays my move. The bar drops, and now it's probably just equal. But it's definitely him who's having the more fun right now. Really accurate move from Sam Sevian, just trying to trade off, trying to conquer the D file. And unfortunately, White can't quite get in. The dark squared bishop wants to get to b6 or c5, but a black rook will always land on d2. So maybe just about holding the balance for black Sam Sevian right now.
You got to play accurate moves to hold the balance if you have these potential weaknesses. And I love him defending by attacking, right? Taking the initiative on the d file prevents White from getting surgical over here against the weak pawns. And you'd expect accurate play to continue. Both players still over 98% for those who like to track that thing at Chess.com. So pretty high quality chess being played as of right now. And there you go. Sevian immediately plays rook d8, the best move according to the computer, rather than moving the knight to a safe square. I like it. This attitude of defend with offense, right? Best defense is a good offense right now for Sevian.
Yeah, really beautiful move. And next move, he's actually getting ready to play knight d3. And this is all possible because the bishop on h5 actually covers the e8 square, so White can't get tricky on the e file with the white rook. I think he's just held everything perfectly.
Well, I was about to highlight the bishop also covers another square, which is d1, which prevents things like rook d1. So it actually does both, right? It guards against potential threats, and even if bishop e3, knight d3, there is no rook d1, which would be a big no-no, right? Walking into a pin. So this bishop, you're right, David, is the unsung hero of kind of all of black's pressure. The best defense is a good offense plan. I'm liking it. And these threats are preventing White from, that's not how bishops move, preventing White from doing the thing that they want to do over here. So, all right, good stuff. Also the time. The time is creeping up.
Yeah. That bishop is definitely the MVL, or should I say the MVP of the position. But actually, I'm liking the way this is turning for Sam Sevian, both on the clock, and on the board.
Totally agreed. By the way, Daniil Dubov is still pressing against Jan Shistov. As we already said, Maxime already lost. Wesley So seems to be in a good spot to hold and at least get the draw that he needs. So really, will Daniil Dubov and will Sam Sevian get wins? And it's going to be hard to follow both. I think we could stay here because of the time pressure facing Linear, but I'm also happy to hop to another game if you'd like.
Yeah, I vote Dubov against Duda just because
let's do it.
Two such exciting players. We should also mention Esipenko is through. Esipenko did get the draw needed to push Bluebound back down into Division 2. And in the meantime, I don't think this is the live position. Maybe we catch up with the live position on this game.
Oh, you're right. This is where I was last analyzing it. Oh my Jeezers. This is a very different position. And look at that is a computer arrow, by the way. Hands up. Hands free. Hands up, Dan. Put your hands up. That's a computer.
And it's a logical move. It's a fork hitting both white rooks. I mean, this is just chaos on the board. 1 minute each. I mean, all bets are off here. I just think it's 50-50. It's just who calculates better in this oncoming mess. He finds it, knight g5. Credit to Duda there. And another blue arrow, Danny. I was going to say, there's not much choice. You have to take this pawn, but what next?
Yep. The best moves being found by both players, but doesn't make the position any easier, right? This is crazy. I think black just kind of has to take back, right? I mean, that's my prediction. Only because I'm thinking if you take f3, for sure, rook h7 is too much. And if you take h3, now we take with check, and the pawn is defended, so that's also too much. So really, Duda thinking. Wait. Whose move is it here?
Black's? What's he even thinking about? Surely you just take that pawn back. Unless he's worried about some...
But something's wrong with the relay, though. That's what I'm saying. Is look, H takes G6 is on the board, but it says it's still Dubov's move. Okay, so we missed something there. Anyway, something was going on. Okay, go ahead.
Rook F6. I mean, that's what was going on. I mean, Dubov was clearly the one thinking. I think that was just a bit of lag. But Rook F6,
Yeah.
despite what the bar says, that is a real shock. And
whoa, this is it. Double knight
God.
sack. Oh my gosh, this is Dubov, but this, as you said, is maybe why Duda is a good matchup for Dubov, because he just doesn't get scared needing to calculate accurately under pressure, especially in defensive spots. Duda is very calm in these spots.
Yeah, and he's a rook and bishop up right now, so as long as he stays calm and finds the best square for the king, which I'm trying to work it out. Is it G8 simply? Black's defending everything. Black's got everything covered. There we go. He does drop back to G8. I think White's just run out of ammo here.
The key reason that works, everyone, is the X-ray defense. The rook on C6 defends the pawn on G6 through the white rook on F6. So yeah, like everything is being held despite the optics. Just put the king on H7. Although then you take the knight and you've got discovered checks. Okay, well, we're gonna find out.
Knight's defended, Danny. There's a black rook on A3.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even see that. Full board awareness. Rook on A3 doing its thing. It's over. Dubov's headed to D2, I think.
Looks that way. Rook F7. After king takes H6, though, there's no checks.
There's
checks.
No checks. The knight's defended. The bishop's defending. Oh, wow. Just takes, gets rid of it. I was going to say he's going to play Rook F6, which not only deals with the pawn, but threatens Rook F2. And this is looking like a forced mate. Indeed, it is. Dubov plays it all the way out because he's here for the fans. Shout out to Daniil. Super creative player who brings the heat, but ultimately Duda is like, that's why I chose him. Just brushes off his shoulder. Like, that's why I chose Dubov.
Wow. Super impressive. I really questioned that choice, even with their past head-to-head, but he made it look...
Yeah.
I'm not going to say straightforward, but yeah, Duda, man in form. Meanwhile, two games still going, Danny, and it looks like Wesley's almost got it in the bag.
I just headed over to Wesley, who looks like he's about to take down Dimitri Kolars. Everyone can see that beautiful purple board and a winning queen and pawn ending. All Wesley needs is a draw, but he's going to get more than that, which means that the game we should probably head over to is Sevian versus Dominguez. I'm kind of letting Wesley finish it because we like catching those final moments if possible. Sevian and Lanier are still playing it out. Oh, what?
I think there was a perpetual check right there. Queen E1, Queen E4 was an immediate draw for Kolars, but a draw isn't enough for him, so he keeps the game going. But yeah, Wesley's now going to get the dub. He's going to promote very shortly.
Well, I think he might even just go. Yeah, we're gonna head over to Sevian's game because all Wesley needs is a draw. He should get it, but we just had a huge blunder by Lanier. Oh my gosh, what happened? God. We gotta go. We gotta back up just a few moves. It was right here, David. Everything was equal, and under time pressure with 5 seconds, Lanier blundered the knight. Captures and bishop F3 check, just straight up blunders a piece.
It's not just that. After king E3, Rook D5 just picks up all the pawns and king takes bishop. Yeah, king takes bishop would have lost both pawns on the spot after Rook takes F5 and back to B5. Wow.
Yeah, so I guess I'm a little bit exaggerating saying he lost a piece because he did win it back by force coming to E3, providing the rare king fork. But as you said, the rook ending is just as lost, and so ultimately Lanier just resigns. Wow, what a wild finish. And what a great victory there for Sam Sevian. And if I'm not wrong, other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, there we see the celebration from Sam Sevian. Final moments of the game. He's happy, taking a sip of water. As we say, they only sip water when they're confident, David. But other than the fact that we're headed to Armageddon because of a mouse slip, every person who chose their opponent got the job done.
That's right. You can say the more form players from yesterday, the players who got white in the first game, who got off to a good start. There we see the results and some real surprises, I've got to say, especially that last one. Dominguez, it felt like he was in full control, but Sam just about turning things when we were last there and cashing in on that kind of blunder, that mistake eventually. Just incredible stuff, Danny. Just so much drama so far.
Yeah, crazy stuff, crazy drama. Again, if you just tuned in, Maxime has been dominant really since yesterday and is only headed to Armageddon because of a wild mouse slip. But everyone else, as we said, you see them highlighted in gold. Gold is the color of victory here. They are moving on to Division 1, and everyone who lost is not going home, although they are playing from home. They will be competing in Division 2 for the rest of the week. So, all right, David. Well, that was wild. And as we get set for what will be hopefully a wild Armageddon affair, can't wait to see what the bids are between Vachier-Lagrave and Ivic. You're going to take the wheel here. Give us a breakdown of your favorite game from the last set, or really your choice, right? It can be any game from what we just saw. Take it away, sir.
Yeah, and I'm really spoiled for choice here. I'm actually going to show that big shock, and just in lieu of the fact that we will see an Armageddon, another clash between these two players. And we left this one earlier, quite early in the game. Maxime, of course, got off to a good start in this match. He won round 1. We saw the Spanish, this kind of slow Roy Lopez, and yeah, it felt like when we left it, Vachier-Lagrave had done everything right. We talked about the opening first few moves. He knew this type of position, this type of structure inside out. He really showed that early on. The first critical moment came, though, when Vachier-Lagrave, with the black pieces only needing a draw, took a bit of a risk. He changed the pawn structure here. He played pawn takes here on a4. There's plenty of safer options. You can just kind of improve, keep things going with pawn to h6, for example. He was the first one to take the risk, and Ivic took the first opportunity to imbalance the position by recapturing now with the bishop. Normally, you don't want to part with the light square bishop in the Spanish, but the game went on, and here we saw the pawn structure change, especially after Vachier-Lagrave was the first to lash out with pawn to f5, and I'm going to remove that. Knight c5 is an idea if black plays d5, but the knight actually went the other way. So kind of kingside attack versus queenside play. This led to a bit of a surprising retreat here by Ivic, just taking the knight back, but keeping pieces on the board is the most important thing in a must-win situation. So I think just fair play to him, and bishop takes b6 here. Yeah, if we continue a bit further down the line, we saw both players playing very logical moves. Rook c8 attacks a pawn, rook a3 defends it on c3, and here I still preferred the black position. That being said, there is a weakness now on a6. The knights actually fight quite well against the bishops because it's a very blocked position here, and I think this really set up the blunder that we soon saw and the mouse slip, because white was turning things in his favor. Knight a5, pawn stepping forward, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave continued to blitz. Maybe slowing down around this point would have turned things in his favor. d4 here, and I was really surprised to see this next move, rook a to c8, allowing white to close the position even further. This is a good tip for everyone at home. You've got bishops, keep the position open if you can. Pawn takes d4, I think, was the way forward, but once the position locked up, Vachier-Lagrave was in a bit of trouble, and here after knight to c6, closing the door, the rook was trapped, queen to b2, and this black rook, of course, should sacrifice itself for the highest price. Rook takes f3, but this is where the mouse slip happened. The drama, Vachier-Lagrave blundered his rook, and we see Armageddon. He resigned at this point.
Wild. Did he even wait for his opponent to respond? No, he didn't. He just resigned after the mouse slip. Like, I'm not even going to let you take the rook. I'm out of here. It's interesting how you set it up, though. I think it's fair to say at times that when we make big blunders, it might also be true to acknowledge the little mistakes that we did along the way. And so perhaps the game was slipping away from Maxime just a tad. Either way, he'll have plenty to prove here in the Armageddon. And you as the community have plenty to do. We want to remind you that if you're looking for an opportunity to play chess, we have partnered with Meetup. And that's what they do. They organize meetups, help connect chess enthusiasts all around the world with in-person events. Almost 40,000 members of ours in their clubs from all over the world, 69 countries. It's awesome. It's nice. You can use the command meetup to learn more. You can also go to meetup.com/chess, of course, to check it out. So, all right. Well, we have a lot more to check out. 4 matches are in the books. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ivic are headed toward Armageddon. You see that guy, he is headed toward Division 2. Daniil Dubov goes down to Jan Krzysztof Duda. There he is. He gets the job done. Remember, at the break, you're going to have other videos to check out. We got some information coming at you in terms of some events that you can get involved in with our community. Not just in-person events with Meetup, but other things you can play online. Don't go anywhere. Armageddon bids and our matches start. It's day 2 from the Chess.com Classic when we return.
Ready to take your chess to the next level? Now through May 15th, get 50% off any Diamond, Platinum, or Gold Chess.com premium membership. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads, all at 50% off. Go to chess.com/special and enter code CCT24. Discount applied to first payment period only. Existing premium members are not eligible for this offer. This May, explore the galaxy. Meet new and interesting species. And bring them liberty, freedom, and our way of life. One chess game at a time. Enlist now at Chess.com. Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com. Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
As we said, the lower bid gets to pick their color thanks to that awesome explainer video, and that means Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he takes the black pieces, bidding 8 minutes and 12 seconds, a little lower, I think, than we often see. Maybe tells you how badly he wants those drawing chances. Your thoughts on the breakdown and the bids there, David?
Yeah, it's always tough to know, right, Danny? The sweet spot, what's enough time to kind of get the job done. It feels like just the way he's been playing, the speed with which he's been playing. Vachier-Lagrave still starts this as the favorite. 8 minutes is still plenty of time, but yeah, it's just about how much that mouse slip knocked his confidence. Maybe he'll be a bit slower. He'll be double checking things. His hand might be less kind of free flowing as it has been. But yeah, this is going to be close. That last game was a real shock.
It's an interesting point you made, though, in terms of his confidence about speed, and certainly he's been on form. Take back the mouse slip, and I guess a slightly misplayed middle game there. He's pretty confident overall right now with his calculation, with his intuition. So, as you explained it inadvertently, whether you were trying to convince me or not, I feel like you convinced me that Maxime's bid maybe was the better one. At the very least, getting the black pieces I think was important, and he's willing to take less time. Remind everybody, no increment in Armageddon. So what you see is what you get. This isn't like those time scrambles where the world's elite can keep playing great moves because all they need is a couple seconds on the clock. This is like you could get flagged in a winning position. So buckle up, right? This is some crazy stuff, and here we go.
Yeah, flagging is encouraged if and when you get the opportunity. That being said, not the same line of the Spanish. This one is a deferred Spanish exchange where white eventually takes a piece on c6. So black has the bishop pair. We've talked about that a bit today, but white has the slightly more compact structure. White's piece is now gravitating towards the king side. I quite like this approach from Ivic. That being said, I've actually got a bit of experience against Ivic myself in this structure, and I'm not sure it suits his style. He tends to be quite impulsive. He likes to kind of go out, kind of lash out and go for the king. Here, it's all about maneuvering, Danny, and a slow game. Do you think he's playing for the clock? Maybe this setup he's gone for with white.
Still playing very quickly, right? And even though I've come around to kind of applauding Maxime for trusting his speed and being willing to take the black pieces, the one thing you can call out is 8 minutes and 12 seconds versus 9 minutes and 9 seconds. That was a pretty big gap. Maxime probably could have gotten black with a higher bid. But okay, we're going to move on now from the Armageddon meta to say that I think Ivic is playing smart, that he's playing fast. And I often say the best way to play white in these Armageddons is just to go all at it, right? You have to win, but don't try to play calm or slow. And so if you like the idea that Ivic has a kingside attack, maybe the fact that he's impulsive will pay off, because I think you'd much rather just be aggressive and go at your opponent than try to get an edge on the clock. But maybe you have a different strategy if you were playing white in these spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always difficult to know. You've got to play to kind of how you're feeling on the day. You've got to play to how kind of uncomfortable you think you'll be able to make your opponent. Knight f4, this last move, not what I was expecting. Normally, players on the black side are happy to just maneuver around, but I'm starting to like Ivic's position. It feels like Vachier-Lagrave, maybe due to the fact he's been a Najdorf player most of his life, liking those open, kind of tactical, kind of dynamic positions. He's got something that's quite strategic, and he's having to make decisions. He's not been as fast as we're used to, Danny. And Queen f3, he might have to go back at some point with the knight, unless he's going all in with Queen h4, but some risk. So many captures, come to life now.
I feel like despite what I said about white needing to go all in and win, maybe Maxime is playing a little too aggressively here, because he goes Queen h4. Maxime is all in, trying to justify this knight's aggressive position and the potential threats on the king side. He plays knight e2. Maxime responds super quickly. I'm gonna check out real quick. I don't know what the move was there, but now it's turning around. We might have to back up and do some quick analysis, because I'm actually really curious. Did Maxime just play a little too fast there? That's what happens when you get nervous on the clock. Instead of knight takes e2, computer thinks that g5 offers black a good position because of the threat of g4 there. That's actually pretty dangerous.
Yeah. That's instructive. I mean, it's consistent, right? G5. He said A, he's brought
Yeah.
his queen out, he's put a knight in F4. You might as well say B, you've maneuvered your knight around like 5-6
Okay.
times just to get to the square. You might as well keep it there.
But it
You
may
don't.
not matter because as we see now, the moves are being played in rapid fire, both sides kind of making mistakes. F4 was not the computer's favorite.
Ooh.
Yeah, and here we have a position with an absolute mess, opposite bishop position.
Bishop takes H3, Danny, in the game position. There might be some checks. White cannot recapture because there's a forced draw immediately with Queen G3. Wow.
That's actually
Even a pawn.
That's even better than what it would normally be, right? Bishop takes H3 is the best move in the position anyway, but in this case, because all Maxime needs is a draw, it's even better, but he misses it. Wow, Maxime is I don't know. This is hasn't been his best game, and you can see it just based on the color of the moves. Like lots of mistakes back and forth here for both sides.
Yeah, it feels like they got off to a fast start, which you need in Armageddon, but they haven't slowed down. They're not sensing the pace quite yet. I mean, it's difficult when you're coming into a new tournament. This is still early days, and Armageddon doesn't come up too often. But yeah, it feels like they've breezed past 2 or 3 critical moments, and of course, this game yet to be decided. Opposite color bishops, but yeah, I mean, Ivic should be happy. He's kind of got the maximum here. He's still got all the heavy pieces on the board, the queens, the rooks, and the white king slightly safer, I'm going to say, long term than its counterpart, and the black e-pawn and a-pawn, big weaknesses. So, I mean, I'm picking white, Danny, but is it enough? That's the big question.
Yeah, I guess the only counter to that is that Maxime has one important kind of trump card, right? Opposite card bishops tend to favor the defender. So unless Ivic gets enough of an advantage, you could be down a pawn, sometimes even 2, right? And we know that some of these endgames are holdable. So sometimes that sort of practical thought, though, can actually be dangerous for the defender because you're sort of relying on this idea that you have a drawn endgame ahead, and then you might neglect things like the dark squares, like a middle game. I love this move from Ivic saying, forget about the A pawn, David. I'm going to switch back. Okay, you can't play Queen G3, but if I can somehow get surgical up in this area here, this is the area where you get in trouble. Luckily for Maxime, a draw is good for him, so Ivic can't just repeat.
Maybe just double the rooks on the e-file. He's putting his bishop on G3 first. Massive target on E5, so it's just difficult to know what black's doing. It feels like it's hanging by a thread here, Danny. Like the black king is really airy. The F-file's almost open. It's hard to find a move.
With you. The more I'm looking at this, the more I feel really nervous about Maxime's position. Not just the straightforward idea of doubling rooks, as you said, but also queen f2 is a funny move to consider because then the bishop can come to h4. And if the queen is kicked out of holding, at some point, white starts to coordinate the pieces on these squares. And this king seems safe now, but opposite code bishop attacking positions are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I love your queen f2. I've got to say, really classy maneuver there. But first, he's kind of stacking up on the e-file, and Maxime's going to play for tricks. That's what he's so good at doing. But Ivic still has so much time on the clock. Just drop back, queen e2, avoid any tricks. But
yeah,
okay.
I like your move, queen e2. Just avoid any tricks and say, hey, I'm going to go for the pawn. I think the one thing Maxime will try to say is, okay, if you do take this pawn, I'm going to try to get all the major pieces off the board if possible. Even that is dangerous, though, because the A pawn probably falls at the end at some point, too. So 2 pawns might be enough to win, even if it is obscure bishops. Maxime has a lot of things to be worried about here. I guess the one thing is the clock is getting better. Go ahead.
Oh, that's true. I say queen e2, avoid any tricks, and then I realize maybe bishop takes d. Oh no, bishop takes d3, not quite working. Maybe bishop g4 in the air there. There are tricks in the position.
Yeah, actually, that's a really cool line to show. Okay, he plays rook e1, which was probably even better. Note that the bishop couldn't really move as long as the rook was undefended there to the queen. But now Maxime is trying to set up something. What is it?
Yeah. I don't see it. The black rook is undefended, so there's no discovered attacks. The black bishop can't really move. Pawn down now. Ooh, it's creaking.
I agree. We're looking for tricks for Maxime, but the eval bar says white's winning, and also the position that we're analyzing just seems to be getting better and better for Ivic. So I'm with you. Like, this is just getting harder to imagine. Now, is there some sort of discovery where I can even get... If I can get rid of the obstacle bishop dynamic too, that makes me happy, but there's likely something even better. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Dropping back. Rook e8, rook h8. Get behind enemy lines. He's coming in.
Dude, this is... Wow.
Wow.
What an absolutely surprising direction this day has gone for Maxime, who we have been singing his praises since his... Okay, the computer just announced mate in 12, by the way. That doesn't happen that often, but I had this mate in 12.
Wow.
Oh my
Queen
god.
E5 looks like a killer. Just looks game over immediately. Checkmate incoming.
And he finds it. Wow. Maxime shaking his head. Just, again, hard to judge a player of his class, but what an absolutely awful way to unfortunately end his bout to get into D1. And we saw he just turned off his camera there aggressively, and Ivic is like, hey, I'll take it.
That's the thing. And as a chess player, you have to take what you're given. I mean, he made his own chances. Yes, it was a mouse slip ultimately in game 2 that swung things, but I mean, he was already turning things in his favor. I think he's well he deserves that smile that he had there. More chess ahead for him, though, we should mention, Danny.
Yeah,
Ivic progresses.
I'm just sitting here kind of shocked. I mean, like, we see the results. Now you know who all 5 of your players are moving on, everybody, but it's that Ivic victory in Armageddon that just has kind of taken the wind out of my sails. And that's not just because, you know, I'm always rooting for Maxime a little bit hard, but I'm just, David, that was just, he went from being arguably the most dominant player from yesterday and today, who's not Fabiano Caruana, to just completely falling apart. A mouse slip followed by a really poor Armageddon performance here. Like, what do you do to shake that off if you're Maxime?
Oof, it's tough. I mean, he'll be in Division 2 now. He's got plenty of big games ahead, but kind of refinding that focus, that confidence we talked about. That's the kind of the beauty, but also the tragedy of the Champions Chess Tour. Every game is so important. Yep. Every game, so much on the line, and you're playing a world-class grandmaster. Ivic, we've got to give credit to him. He's gone far in World Cups before. He's a top player. So, yeah, I mean, for Maxime, he has that high-risk, high-reward approach we mentioned of playing at lightning speed. Yep. And unfortunately for today, we saw it backfire.
Today, we did see it backfire indeed, but as you said, Ivic gets the credit. He joins 4 other players, and on that note, let's get set. The games go on. Maxime goes home and or to Division 2, but 5 players, as we've said, are moving on, continue to fight in Division 1. We're going to see Fabiano Caruana coming back here. We want to actually take a break and remind you that Fabiano Caruana has a Chessable course. Fun little video we made last time he was visiting me here at the Chess.com headquarters. We've also got another trip down memory lane, a throwback video with our CEO, Eric, all kinds of content to enjoy at the break as we celebrate the Chess.com Classic. Don't go anywhere. It's round 2 of the divisional placement. Just ahead, you are watching the Chess.com Classic and the 2024 Champions Chess Tour.
Bobby, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing, man?
Danny, I'm selling the course.
You're what?
I'm selling the Chessable course.
With a sign?
I know the cops around here, it's okay. And someone even came up to me and they were interested.
Get in the car. Get in the car. We're gonna figure something else out. All right, yeah, just put the sign in the back. Can't just be flipping signs on corners, man. Dude, last time I spun a sign here, I got arrested.
Yeah, but Danny, that's because you have a history. They did a background check on you.
I thought we weren't gonna talk about that.
It's out in the open now.
I gotta get out of here. Get back to your sign. Bob, what are you doing, man?
Danny, the cops are after me. Tell them I went that way.
You went that way, officer. That way. Nothing, yep.
e5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan van Foreest with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest. We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically, it comes down to a lot of luck, so I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end, and full credit to him. He played a really good tournament, and he really deserved to win it. I mean, he could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, you know, still in a bit come hit me, you know. And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
Hi, I'm Eric, CEO of Chess.com, and this week I was inspired by the revelation of the new World Chess Championship logo. Jay and I were roommates in college, so this is, you know, not completely uncomfortable for us.
Right. We would play on our dorm room floor all the time, and it wasn't unusual for us to engage like this. So, sorry.
Look at each other. Okay, I think look down again. Anyway, let's try and play a quick game real quick
that would
like
be
this.
great.
If you go to like a normal chess tournament, I don't know that you're going to feel totally comfortable.
I agree, and I think that hygiene may become more important with the game because, I mean, you
Fair
were
enough.
close.
I don't know how you're going to play a full 6-hour game like this.
Well, you got to play faster. I think you got time management is super important. This is
variant? I don't know what you call it.
It's like Kama Sutra chess. Like that.
All right, I resigned. I resigned.
Hey, great game.
Okay.
No, shake hands, please. Yeah, good game.
Okay.
Oh, man. Grip. Okay.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
Good game.
That was great.
I hope chat enjoyed that. That just shows you the humor and I guess what exactly does that show you about the Chess.com co-founders, David?
No comment, Danny. I mean, I'm impressed. I never knew Eric was so flexible, so good at chess. You know, just
the funny story behind that. If anyone here who's watching the show who's an OG chess fan, I mean, so many of you may only be here because of the chess booms that have happened over the last just few years. But the logo that came from World Chess long ago Well, the logo that you saw was very real. It was some version of Kamo Sutra combined with a chessboard in the middle, and it looked like an interesting thing to try to reenact. And so there you go. That was back when the videos maybe sometimes Eric didn't always appreciate that what goes on the internet you can never take down. I think that that's something that can be said.
We all have to learn the hard way, Danny, and nice of you guys to bring that back up and remind the chess world. I mean, that was the 2018 World Championship with Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, and I must admit, I did actually buy a T-shirt with that logo on. It was that memorable.
It was that memorable. What an interesting time for chess. What an interesting thing to look back on. It's so much fun. And if anyone wants to see the full YouTube video of Eric and Jay doing that flexible thing, you can go to our YouTube channel and check it out. But all right, it's time for us to check out the pairings. As we dive in, remember that Fabiano Caruana got the first pick, followed by Denis Lazovic. I'm not exactly sure of the order after that, but we'll stick with that. What jumps out to you here as we see Caruana choosing Ivic and Lazovic taking his chances with Yesipenko?
Yeah, it's difficult at this point. I mean, we mentioned the psychology of picking your opponent, but it did work out ultimately for most who chose their opponent, apart from Vachier-Lagrave in the last round. Here, I mean, still some huge names, Danny. I mean, at this point, everyone is strong, and I can't wait to see, especially Aronian against Duda and Serrano against So. For me, those are the juicy ones.
Well, it's interesting because Jan Nepomniachtchi picked Sevian after Lazovic, which left Aronian with his choice. Ultimately, he chose Jan Krzysztof Duda over Wesley So. I guess I would probably do that too, but at that point, you're literally picking, some of the best players in the world. So, crazy stuff ahead here. I can't wait to see these matchups. Hard to unpack maybe who got the better pairing, other than no disrespect to Ivic, and maybe he'll continue to prove us wrong. Caruana choosing Ivic, I think, makes a lot of sense, right? And again, if you're just tuning in, where have you been? We had incredible drama with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave kind of imploding a little bit, beating himself with a mouse slip, and then a poor Armageddon game. But Ivic shocking the world and pulling the upset. He will now have Caruana. So let's remind everybody too of the other four players that now rejoin the field. We had Fabiano Caruana with this sort of first round placement bye. That's because he won the play-in Swiss yesterday. These four guys also carried over and had placement first round and play-in immunity: Lazovic, Nepomniachtchi, Aronian, and Serrana. Danya and I talked a lot yesterday, David, about the guys coming off the candidates in Caruana and Nepomniachtchi, probably really going to be feeling some good form. I look at Jan as a very dangerous player in this field.
Definitely. I mean, he's so quick, so strong. I mean, packed full of that candidates preparation that you mentioned yesterday with Caruana as well. But Jan, he showed there that, unbeaten ultimately, he's just a tough customer and potentially one of the favorites if he can make it through to Division 1. Of course, this is kind of high variability chess, but Jan, he's one of the best for a reason, and he's been there for a few years now. So
totally
he's one to watch.
For the first time in 3 candidates, he didn't win the candidates, right? That's how good he's been. The guy has competed for 2 world championship matches in the last few years. There we go, right at the top of the list. He was second place in the Chessable Masters we just had. Of course, in the overall tour standings, he's top 10. He's a 2-time FIDE candidates champion, and a lot of other things go with it. Jan Nepomniachtchi sitting in his chair, looking ready, looking stoic, looking focused. And again, Fabiano Caruana, the best chess player yesterday in the Swiss. Objectively, we can say that. He got first. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi coming off the candidates as well is you just predict him to have his best chess. Sometimes going from the slower time control to the faster time control can feel jarring for players because they had all that time. But other times, the form that you had to play at a high level in long time controls can make you even more dangerous against players who haven't been thinking that deeply, David.
Yeah, 100% agree. And for Jan, I think it's quite a natural switch as well. He's always loved these faster time controls. And I mean, you mentioned with Daniel yesterday, the heartbreak for Fabi, bouncing back from that, being so close to a tiebreak, kind of a playoff with Gukesh. Jan, he played so well there, but he wasn't actually that close in the final round. He was just trying to kind of hang on. So I think he's just going to be itching to get back into the fray.
Speaking of itching to jump back in, he had a first round bye, and here he is jumping in. He gets Ivic, who just completed an Armageddon upset over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Fabiano Caruana got his first, he got first choice of all the players waiting. Unsurprisingly chose Ivic. I think maybe surprised many people with how great he was in Toronto, by the way. We see some of the footage from last year's Champions Tour finals. Obviously, everyone remembers Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen most because they made it to the finals, but you could argue that match that Caruana had against Magnus was also just as great. So here you see Caruana's Swiss performance from yesterday, David. Watching it in real time, it was phenomenal.
It was fantastic. I was especially impressed by the fact he went for it and won that last round when a draw would have kind of clinched his place in the play-in for Division 1, the playoffs there. But Fabi, yeah, he's confident. He looks calm. Just looking at him on the camera, he's
got a super large mug there. A super large mug. He just took a sip of something. I don't even know. That much liquid during a game, doesn't matter what it is. Coffee, tea, anything. You're playing a bit of the bathroom gamble, David. You ever played that gambit?
Daily, many times. What's your go-to beverage before a game or during a game, Danny?
It's funny. I try to stick with water because as much as it always sounds fun to get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and you sort of crave that feeling, I feel like the smartest decision. I already finished one glass. And now I bump it over and I've got a full glass ready. I'm going to put this thing over here. We got a second glass of water ready. And I think that water's the best choice.
Mm-hmm. Very healthy. I fully approve. In the meantime, I also approve of this opening, the English opening from Fabiano Caruana. We see a reverse dragon, as they call it, where white actually plays what's pretty much a Sicilian defense, just with reverse colors, being Kettering white's light square bishop. And any experience here, Danny, on your end, or whose side do you think this is going to favor?
Most of the time, for black, actually, having played e5 on move 1 versus c4, just to quickly show everybody, that's how you literally get this reverse Sicilian. And then we'll pop back to the live position. Fabi playing the English, by the way, consistently yesterday is too. I'm not sure we want to unpack that later, but I've played the dragon as black a lot, so the structure you see is something I've faced in the e4 c5 traditional sense. And then having played e5 a lot against the English, this is a position that I've become kind of familiar with. So this early exchange on d5 after h6 is slightly, well, I guess it's a road less traveled. I don't want to say it's unorthodox or unique, but we're definitely getting into original territory here with that queen interestingly placed in front of the e-pawn and this knight having relocated itself to the queen side. So what do you know about this this particular set of where the pieces are placed?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's slightly less traveled, these roads. At least it was until the last couple of years, but this has become very trendy at the top levels. And I've noticed it's pretty much only those super GMs who employ this, especially kind of from the black side. This bishop on c5 is always a bit loose. And yes, you're playing a kind of open Sicilian, but as you mentioned, the black queen on e6, slightly clumsy. There's a few things that aren't perfect, so you need to be really well kind of versed in the maneuvers here to know exactly where to put your pieces, how to unravel. For white, it's maybe a bit easier. That's why Fabiano is maybe attracted to this. I know Magnus has played this exact setup on a few occasions because a3, b4, rook c1, the moves flow, which really helps in rapid chess.
Such an easy position to play. And again, I think you feel like theoretically white should always be happy with these positions because this structure is playable for black against the classical Sicilian setup in a dragon. And now white is just, up some time maybe to do the same types of plans. Of course, that's a very, very basic way to say it, elementary description. But black's plan with the queen on e6, is it all about something in this, like how do you justify the queen being in the way of the bishop? What are you trying to do in these positions as black? Obviously the rook has come to the d file, maybe you sort of free some space for the bishop, but what is black's plan here?
Yeah, that's the key question. And I mean, Ivic himself is clearly trying to figure that out. He's burning a bit of time on the clock. I like your knight d4. I think the black knight should get out of there as soon as possible. White does actually have the option to capture that knight in some positions. The light squared bishop, I mean, it's double-edged, right? You lose a great defender for your king, you lose a great piece, but you do shatter the black pawn structure. But yeah, sooner or later, that black knight needs to move. You want to put a pawn on c6 just to blunt that white light squared bishop. But Fabi, he's keeping his options open. Queen e7, I wonder whether Ivic is just going to ignore that, just develop his light squared bishop, bishop g4, threaten knight d4, and kind of continue provoking Fabi.
Interesting. I guess he answered the question I had, which is how do you justify the queen being in front of the bishop? You move the queen out of the way of the bishop. That's how you do it as black. Putting the queen on e7 not only defends the bishop due to the rook's gaze, but opens up your idea. And I do, okay, we're going to move on to this game. We want to check in on all of them. Reminder, everybody, 5 awesome battles are ensuing here. But I like this plan of bishop g4, knight d4. I want to leave it at that before we come back, because that plan can be a little irritating for white to deal with. You never really want to push the e-pawn because the d-pawn becomes weak. If you trade the knight on d4, that often opens up more pressure. This is sort of called a Marco hop structure for those who speak their pawn structure language. Often you see it with colors reversed. So, all right, interesting stuff. Can't wait to see what happens. Let's back up. 5 games are going. This is the Division 1 placement round. Everyone who got here either through an epic Swiss from yesterday, or they were seeded from last event's performance, the Chessable Masters. And here we see every single game in action. Again, what a wonderful view. So many fun colors to look at. David, you can't choose a board just because you like the color. So what position do you like?
I mean, I do like red and I do like green. I'm going to choose Jan Nepomniachtchi against Sam Sevian because there's been a pawn sacrifice and things, I think, have progressed there far quicker than on the other boards, which are still relatively early on in the opening stage. So that's my bet, Danny, unless you have something else on your mind.
No, I'm good with that. So yeah, where are we going?
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Sam Sevian. And I believe actually that's a lot of theory. We actually see the bar changing. So it's the board in the middle of our screens there for everyone at home. And Jan has chosen to kind of play the Spanish. It's the open variation. So understandably, the center's very open. We've seen lots of exchanges, lots of trades. And yeah, I just want to show White's last move. Maybe we can just back up a bit, Danny, because
Let's do it.
Jan, just on the last turn, g4, given a question mark, but in practical terms, really, really scary for black to face. Opposite color bishops.
Yeah.
And he's trying to open up the king side.
It's really interesting. I mean, the computer says, like, what in the world are you doing with g4? You're sacrificing the pawn, which, by the way, Sevian took. He's like, I'll take it. But as you said, this is a very difficult position ahead for black to defend. From a practical perspective, opposite colored bishops, as we keep saying, are great attacking chances. If you get the other rook here and start pushing with both of these pawns, it's funny. Computers will probably defend these positions perfectly, and black is up a pawn and happy about it. I'm definitely scared, and I like Jan's idea here.
100% agreed. It's one of those weird opposite color bishops where actually most of black's pawns are on the opposite color complex. They're all on light squares, so they're all targets.
Yeah.
And likewise, most of white's pawns are on dark squares. And it's just about who can break through, kind of who can step forward. And like you said, if white gets f5 ever, then it's clearly going to be favorable for Jan. So it's very much a race. Just Sevian has maybe 2 moves to brace for impact and find a solution. I don't really see what to do yet.
What are you looking for here? Are you opening up the position at the risk of giving more access to the light squares, but you're trying to create counterplay? They often say the best defense, rather than sitting here and waiting for white to muster up something on the light squares or with the pawns, is to open the position. So the best defense is to try to create some counterplay in the center. But doing that comes with the risk, as we said. Maybe this bishop gets a new diagonal at some point at the end. Or are you trying to just focus on the queen side and maybe use this massive pawn majority over there?
Yeah, I mean, I like d4, and it was the first move that came to my mind, but maybe tactically there's an issue. After capture on d4, there might be some queen e4 double hit, double attack.
Okay, we'll analyze and show real quick. I'll just get to the end of that line to highlight that this, although according to the computer, black is actually still okay here. Just rook d8, giving up the pawn. What a dirty computer. Stupid computer.
No, you got to be careful. The white king might be hit on the diagonal if you don't block the light squares.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
what a crazy line, though, actually. So it shows that possibly you could go for that. You don't think that's going to happen?
No,
Sam Sevian's not going to go for that.
Exactly. I would be more inclined to play like g6. Just firstly block that diagonal, stop f5, something along those lines.
That makes sense.
Maybe safer.
Okay. All right. Well, Sam Sevian has an interesting task ahead, taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi. A new challenger enters the arena. Sevian had to make his way through the Swiss in the first round. Jan Nepomniachtchi has been patiently waiting for a chessboard to explode on, and now he has it. And all right, this is going to be a fun one. You want to back up and keep making our way around the horn?
I agree. This
Let's do
one
it.
is bubbling nicely, but lots of exciting games. I've got to say, not just because I like the color green.
Yeah.
I think it's the game Levon Aronian against Jan Krzysztof Duda, which looks the most explosive right now, Danny. It's just pure chaos there. One of my favorite openings, the Caro-Kann, but this is, anyone's game. Look at this. G4 for the score here. Aronian going forward.
G4 for the score. Shout out to James Caney. G4 for the score. Although once you open that door, rhyme time, you can't take it back. So the problem with the position is this becomes crazy and double-edged, and the white king will inevitably come under fire at some point as well. Yeah, this is going to be an awesome and fun Caro-Kann. Knowing what Duda just did to Dubov, though, he just won 2 games in a row by saying, "Come get me, big fella," and Dubov brought the house, and Duda won both games, right? So you tend to feel confident if you're Jan Krzysztof Duda when you come under fire.
That's true. Although it is Levon Aronian, and yes, Dubov is Dubov, but Aronian, I don't know. He's he's so scary in these types of positions. He just senses where the pieces belong, and he senses those tactics. It's level material actually for everyone at home. It took me a while to do some counting there, and we can't talk about factors like the bishop. Whoa, I was going to say we can't talk about long-term factors like the bishop pair, but Duda does want to get the queens off because he believes in Black's long-term potential. Fair enough. The Black
Or
King is
maybe
still in
he
the
was
center.
nervous, right? Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't so much thinking about loving the end game ahead. Maybe he just didn't like the idea of keeping the queens on. The tactics work, everybody, just to quickly show, because at the end of this line, takes f5, you take on d1, Black wins the piece back on h5, the pawn needed to defend the knight. So just a quick analysis to show why queen c2 isn't just losing on the spot. But your thoughts about the end game? If you're white, rather than taking there, we saw the computer started to kind of favor Black. Oh, well, no, apparently Aronian says, I'm okay with that. I think I got an edge, and he takes on g7. That's the whole point. Wins a
Whoa.
pawn. Whoa.
Really
Instant
nice.
chess. Here we go.
Yeah, knight takes g7. Just the knight was dropping anyway. Intermediate moves, Zwischen Zug, Zwischen Schach, whatever you want to call it, giving away the knight for the pawn. Really nice, but yeah, really quick though. Like you say, Danny. D5.
I like to call it Zwischen Mezzo. Intermezzo, Zwischen Zug. That's kind of what I'm into. Just combining words. No, seriously though, this is crazy. Aronian is, well, he's trying to get something going before the Black King finds safety and connects the rook. So you got to love the aggression here.
Yeah,
Note that.
Do you like the?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go on, Danny. Sorry.
I was just going to point out why e5 wasn't a pawn you could capture, because white would immediately pin the bishop, and just to make sure we're following that. Here he plays bishop h6, trying to get the pieces exchanged. Wow, what a move! Bishop g7.
Wow.
That's
So
a great
strong.
defensive move right there.
Oh, that is beautiful. I thought the Black King was in huge trouble. White was actually threatening checkmate in 2 pretty much, like rook d1, rook d8, game over. But White's bishop was the MVP, and I think only move to stay in the game. Blue arrow
I'm
proves
just going
it. You found it.
to show that real quick just to show how bad it would be. As David pointed out, this was a problem. But bishop g7, what a brilliant defensive move. The point is, it might even save the game for Duda, because the rook ending will be much easier to draw for Black, even with some of the weak pawns. And I wonder if Aronian missed that. Right now, he's taking his time to think. It would be an understandable thing to have missed. If you just keep repeating moves, Black will happily take the draw. And so, decent chance that Lev might have underestimated this defensive idea.
Yeah, I think 100% guarantee Lev missed that. I mean, he played d5 so quickly, but I think more impressively, Duda found this kind of reply, this defense so quickly. Bishop g7, that's far from instinctive, far from obvious. And relying on this g-file pin to trade the bishops. Rook e1's nice though, Lev, on just keeping the tension. Really impressive by both players.
Keeping the tension, baby. The opposite of Chubbs. Shout out to you, Carl Weathers. Love you. Loved you, Chubbs. Love Happy Gilmore. Instead of easing the tension, he's keeping the tension, bringing the rook to the file. If takes, the king goes to f8, you probably shake and bake on rook d1, and you've got all kinds of things coming down here. Or even rook e7, actually. Okay, so I think we can say taking f6 is off the table here for Duda.
Yeah, it's unattractive, to say the least. I wonder what you do in the meantime. Oh, wow, he goes for it.
Okay.
Wow, Danny.
So he thinks black is defending here. This looks so scary with rook e7 and the idea of rook d1. But is he just going to bring the rook to h6 and just go get the pawn? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he'll take on h4. At the very least, he can just drop back to h7 and defend everything. Yeah, feels like he's got things under control. Maybe all rook endgames are drawn after all, despite the weird f-file pawn structure here. Wow, what a high quality game, I've got to say.
I agree. And again, it goes back to Duda's style. We talked about how he took everything and the kitchen sink away from Danil Dubov and defended positions that were absolutely wild. And obviously Aronian and this game are a little different than the full gauntlet that was thrown by Dubov. But this really speaks to Duda's style and makes him so dangerous, right, for the future. He's willing to go into the fray against the world's best and just defend what look like really scary positions with just one accurate move after another. So kudos to Duda in terms of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it looks like this game should be a draw with best play. Maybe we can zoom out, Danny. I also see the bar on the right-hand side of the screen there. It looks like Fabiano in some big trouble against the underdog, Ivic. And
what is going on here?
Yeah, deep in the middle game, or even end game in some of them. But Fabi, let's jump there on the left of our screens.
Yeah,
I mean, he's exchanged down.
Did he sacrifice it or did he blunder? We're going to back up real quick to the analysis board to the move 27, bishop takes b4 from Fabiano. Apparently, things were still balanced here.
Ooh, it was a blunder. Definitely not a sacrifice.
You just missed bishop a5. Wow, what a trick.
X-ray.
The point, everybody, is knight takes a5, loses the queen. That's a problem. And so he just straight up missed this, which means he might have missed it even a move before, really, right? Here, playing b4 was the move that was unnecessary. Fabi doesn't see this tactic coming, walks right into the blunder, and he will now be fighting for a draw down the exchange.
Wow. Ivic, that's really kind of sharp. Impressive alertness there to spot that tactic. Maybe he set it up with putting the black queen on g4. Really sneaky there.
Yeah.
Fabi, I don't see it come back in this game, Danny. I think with white, he's crashing to defeat in game one.
Which is massive because now you got to win with black. Even harder to win with white, right? I sound like Yogi Berra here, pointing out, thanks, Captain Obvious. Winning with black is harder than winning with white, but it's true. And so Fabiano, you don't get chances like that very often after you make a huge blunder. Okay, there is no rook takes c4. Just had to double check because the white pawn takes first before the queen captures. But yeah, I agree with you. This is not looking good for Fabiano. And what do you do if you're in Ivic's shoes, right? You're often the underdog when you're playing against 2750s. That was my polite way of saying that you know what it's like to not be favored, right, against some of the top players. But you keep yourself in the right mindset. You're a very strong player who's managed some incredible results even in that spot. Everyone remembers the Grand Swiss where we were rooting for you. We thought you were going all the way there for a hot second. So, David, what do you do if you're Ivic? Are you just playing stress-free right now? Because you're kind of lucky to be here given what happened with MVL. What do you think is going through his mindset right now?
I mean, right now he's just calculating. I think he's going to take on c4 and win this game. But like you say, Danny, first of all, thanks for reminding me of the most heartbreaking memory of my career. But yeah, you just got to stay calm.
You had a great tournament. Remember the positive.
But yeah, you got to stay calm. I mean, it's a cliche, but you got to take it move by move. You got to not let nerves get to you. The moment you tense up, as I did in the final rounds of those events, as Ivic needs to avoid doing, that's when things turn. And in the meantime, Ivic, he takes it. Nice tactic.
Wow.
Pin and win on the d-file.
I feel like I need to stop applauding Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from yesterday and Fabiano Caruana and his form. I've done nothing but sing their praises, biased because it was awesome. The show they put on for us in the play-in was great. But here is Ivic taking down one giant after another, and Fabiano Caruana will be in a must-win situation with the black pieces. I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna jump us back over to one game we haven't even had a chance to look at yet. Oh, I was going to, but Lazovic and Esipenko already drew, so not going to go there. Okay, what about Wesley So and Alexei Serrano? We haven't had a chance to peek at them. But man, Ivic, sorry for bringing up your sad memory, David. I think of the Grand Swiss as a fond one, but that is just great chess right now from the underdog.
Yeah. And that's actually a superpower. I say it to kind of students. I say it to people who are new to chess. Being an underdog is a superpower. Players go for you. They kind of take risks. They underestimate you. They assume that the tactics will work in their favor naturally if they're higher rated. But if you're solid, if you calculate well, if you don't make any clear mistakes, you'll always have a chance. And Ivic, he took his chances against MVL. He took his chance there. He spotted the blunder by Caruana and he pounced. Impressive.
Impressive stuff. Reminder everybody, in this stage, we are now in a best of 4 territory. So it's not quite as win or go home. Fabiano will get the black pieces, and he does have his work cut out for him. You could say, from an overall match perspective, he's in a borderline must-win situation with every game here on out. But wanted to correct myself. It is not literally win or go home yet for Fabiano in the next game, even though he gets the black pieces. So when it comes to this one here, we have a knight endgame that I don't think we're going to spend too much time on because I almost fell asleep. I'd probably rather head back to Sevi and Jan Nepomniachtchi if I'm allowed to do what I want to do. Am I allowed to do what I want to do?
You are, Danny. I'll just say that this one, a draw is by far the most likely result. White has an isolated queen's pawn, but that is offset by the activity of White's pieces. So yeah, I think a draw very likely. Let's move. Let's go.
Let's do it. Okay. The opposite color bishop slugfest we anticipated is fully underway. Computers still liking Black's position, but Sevian under a minute facing the heat from Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, facing the heat. I think get those queens off. The blue arrow, sometimes it's a shocking move, a surprising move, but here it's probably the most obvious move, Danny. Get the queens off, get the danger out.
It's a blue arrow that even I could have drawn. That's what you're saying. Not just the computer. It's the obvious move. You got to get the queens off the board, especially given that you're Black. A draw is not an unsuccessful result for Sam Sevian, who knows he's the underdog against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So taking his time, but he finally does do it. I kind of wondered what was going to happen there. Now plays Rook F8.
Rook F8, I don't hate, but yeah, given a question mark.
I don't dislike it either. I think the computer always has more accurate moves in some of these mutual time scramble games, but I think Sevian has his eye on, hey, simplifying this position is a good idea for me. What do you think?
It looks that way at the end. Once the dust settles, the black rook on d2 on the second rank does look like it's got some juicy targets. So totally understandable. He wants to get the risk on. You mentioned the clock there, under 10 seconds. It's the natural human instinct to want to simplify, to kind of keep things under a bit more control. Maybe White has to trade rooks and go like rook f4, try and get some counterplay. The black king is the only real target. Ooh, bishop f7. Wow. He's going all in on the e-pawn, but that's easily blockable. c3 by Sevian. He sacrificed a piece, Danny. This is getting crazy.
He's already calculated it. He played it instantly with only 10 seconds. And the whole idea is that if e7, he's going to sacrifice the bishop and play c2. And suddenly White's pieces are overworked trying to defend the bishop and the promotion. So according to the computer, on that note, rook to c1 is the best thing to do here, not e7. Something tells me Jan Nepomniachtchi will find that move. Given that he's Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay, right as I say it, he did it. Right? He tends to do that.
He did. And a frown from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Sevian giving up the pride and joy of his position, the c-pawn. Suddenly, all three results back in play. I really think he rushed there, Sevian, a bit hasty due to the kind of pressure of the clock. He shouldn't have pushed his c-pawn. Bishop b7 first. Okay, threat of checkmate though, Danny. Trying to get in.
Threat of checkmate was on the board, so the rook comes back to defend. But here comes rook d2. We may end up having a draw anyway. Sevian with 2 seconds. Got to move. He does. Perpetual is on the agenda.
At least for Black, though. Maybe. If Black can add the bishop into the mix, I wonder whether White has to play rook h3 just to stop any checks.
Yeah. That's fair. Rook h3. The reason I kind of dismissed the bishop is because the bishop is kind of stuck right now, fulfilling the duty of stopping the e-pawn. But you're right. The bishop, would give up that square if it meant there was some sort of checkmate. So maybe rook h3 is indeed the move. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. Opposite color bishops. We talk about the drawish tendencies, but they're always so complicated when there are rooks or queens on the board. Always so tough to call.
Well, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking you're right. Maybe Black's chances are better than I thought, because if this king is just a couple squares away from freeing up the bishop, from a practical perspective, This feels tough, and that's probably why Jan is using his clock now, because he's probably feeling more nervous. Remember, they don't have the eval bar in front of them that says, "Yeah, best play, it should be a draw," right? That's not how this works. So, okay,
Ooh,
wow,
gambling. Black
he's
has a draw
gambling.
minimum. He moved
Sevian
the
giving
bishop.
checks. 2 seconds. Will he take perpetual or will he go for more?
What would you do, Danny? Would you take the draw
I
or
think
risk
I
it
think I
with
would
your
take
time?
perpetual. I think I would take perpetual at this point. I don't see anything better, and indeed Sevian settles. It's hard to justify playing on there.
Yeah, 4 seconds on the clock. Too much of a gamble. Ultimately, a draw with black is never too bad a result. Yes, maybe he was
Yeah.
better, but he was never winning. So,
But-
yeah, fair result, Danny.
Fair result. But speaking of a gamble, Wesley So must have taken one over here because he's somehow in big trouble. Alexei Sarana has greatly improved the position with a king over here and the threat of a passed H-pawn coming.
Whoa. I think this last move, kicking the black rook to a bad square, yeah, it sets up this tactic, knight takes e6. Really nice. D5 check would have been a fork. And white's winning any
Yep.
rook and pawn endgame because the white king is so active. Really nice from Sarana.
Yeah, but you got to be careful. You play d5, the knight comes to e5, and there's threats of knight takes f3, and the king is kind of in a precarious spot over here.
Yeah, he wisely avoids that. King takes f5 instead. And the king's running. The d pawn's going to win this game. Sarana's bobbing his head as well.
Sarana's bobbing his head, maybe feeling good. Wesley So in his well-known position, crouched with back problems in his future. No matter every time I see it, it hurts my back. But okay, we'll talk about that later. Here comes Sarana pushing the d pawn.
Yeah. Knight e4, I'm not sure. Just want to block any checks, prevent any counterplay.
Wow.
D6, so direct, Sarana. He's just one of the best players in the world when he has the white pieces, Danny. It's just another level.
Watching him for years online, we've been following him really since he was competing in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. Launched that event back in 2017. And I remember when he first started performing well, you were like, because you're always looking at this online generation, like, who the bleep is Alexei Sarana? And little did we know the world would get to know him very well over the coming years. He's an absolute monster, especially in time scrambles. And he might be about to show that, hey, this second round is different. These favorites like Caruana and Wesley So, now they've got their work cut out for him.
Rook g2. Yeah, there we go.
Amazing.
He plays it. Checkmate incoming.
Game over.
King has to run, but at the very least, white will win the black knight for the d pawn. This looks.
Yep. You give check first and then d7, but king c7, and it's actually, I guess there's rook c8 there, and then you can take c6. Okay, so that does the trick. So rook check. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He plays rook to g7 first. Also good.
He's just so good. His endgame technique. I mean, that's why he's such a strong blitz and rapid player. Sarana, I mean, classical player as well. Just he never seems to give his opponent a shot. Kills the counter.
Here comes knight d7, knight b6. Okay, trying to get a little bit of time on the clock there. Shout out to Wesley So, by the way, for making this tricky. Okay, this is not over. Wesley is defending.
The d pawn drops, but white's going for checkmate. White wants king c6 and some checkmating ideas.
Oh, wow. The king is going to walk around to a6, shielded by the black pawn, and it's going to be mate.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, here he comes. If he gets to a6, everybody, rook b7 is impossible to stop. Okay, besides knight d6, here goes Wesley trying to defend.
Black is stuck now. Black is pretty much zugzwanged, tied, bound, hand and foot. f5 is coming. The black knight is stuck. The black rook stuck.
Wow, trying to create some chances, but it's too late. A queen will enter the game. Okay,
maybe.
What's going on here? Okay, is it mate or what? Oh, rook. Wait, where's the win?
Rook d.
He didn't see it. Oh my gosh.
He had no time.
It was f8 queen and then rook d7, by the way. f8 queen and rook d7 was the mate.
Oh my gosh. Wow, you spotted it, Danny. You're right.
Jesus. I was just playing it through in my head. I'm like, where was the win? White had to sacrifice the queen and then rook d7, and mate was unstoppable, but he doesn't find it. And now we're headed to a draw. This is a draw because, by the way, rook and knight, even if Sarana wins the h-pawn, this is a drawn endgame. And Wesley So snatches stalemate from the jaws of defeat, man.
Wow. I mean, we were praising Serrano, and rightly so, but Wesley made it hard for him, so fair play, Wesley. I mean, still losing objectively, but that's what you have to do in rapid chess, blitz chess. Give your opponent hard questions to answer, and
Yep.
yeah, this is guaranteed a draw now. I think he won't even
Guaranteed
win
a
the
draw.
H1.
Wow. Man, that was wild there. Wesley So just defended that position. Again, took some help. Serrano had a win, but finding this idea of F8 Queen and Rook D7 with no time on the clock, hard to blame him. This is going to be a fun match. Don't be surprised if Alexei Serrano sends Wesley So to Division 2 in the next couple hours, everybody. So buckle up, because obviously Wesley So got away with one here. This is going to end in a draw, but I am excited for today, David. Just letting you know what I am. I'm excited.
Yeah, like it feels like we've had so much chess already, like a real feast.
Yeah.
But I mean, so many games ahead.
We got hours ahead here. Everyone just needs to look at that game mark below the board, by the way. Featured chat saying Wesley's so good. Exactly. Wesley is so good. But that game mark shows you exactly what this wild affair was. A dominating performance by Alexei Serrano, but a big blunder brings it back to a draw.
Yeah, Wesley's so solid. Just, yeah, he's lost his H pawn. Viewers at home might be wondering why he let that pawn drop off the board. Ultimately, it's still a draw. You just keep pinning the white knight, and there's no way for white to ever coordinate the 3 pieces to trap the black king. Yeah, it's rare to see, I think, a world-class elite player here, Danny, lose this type of endgame.
Unlike Rook and Bishop versus Rook, Danya and I touched on this a little bit yesterday, that Rook and Bishop versus Rook is, you know, again, I don't know the actual stats. It feels like it's won more often than it's drawn, despite the fact that it is a theoretical draw. It's like the opposite of this endgame, where almost impossible is not fair, but it's much more difficult for the knight and king to coordinate in a way that both corrals the enemy king and doesn't allow checks. Whereas when you have the bishop's ability to work with the king and corral the enemy king into a mating net makes the defensive task much harder. Yes, it's a theoretical draw, but very, very difficult to pull it off. So this is pretty much drawn. So wow. He's Alexei Serrano, but y'all don't even wanna know what So is cooking. The guy is just so tough to beat. And I cannot wait to see what happens here in this. This is gonna be my matchup for the rest of the day that I'm just excited about.
Oh, I'd love to see an Armageddon between these two.
I just busted out a rhyme in real time, in case you're wondering.
Serrano the Piranha, who's not from Tirana. Yeah,
there it is.
I can't match your speed.
Y'all don't even wanna know. Someone named Danny Ranch in chat. That sounds great. That's not trolling at all, you know. You probably could win this, Danny Ranch. You'd probably win with the black pieces, Danny Ranch, if I had to guess. All right. Well, David,
closing in on the move, on the 50 move.
Closing in on move 50.
We're waiting.
This is
it's inevitable now.
This is like a sports game where it's so lopsided, the commentators start thinking of things to commentate. I'm not trying to dismiss, you know, it is instructive to see. I guess let's do a little bit of, hey, what exactly is So doing? You keep the rook and king far enough away to avoid any fork shenanigans. There's no fork problems. The rook is consistently threatening to either check on the long lateral or the long longitudinal, whatever you want to call that. And that's sort of the key to drawing this.
Yeah, the vertical. Yeah, I mean, if this was a classical game, the players would long ago have agreed the draw, or would be just sitting there thinking about what they're having for dinner. But yeah, I guess in Blitz you play on just till the end, and the computer will automatically declare it a draw. Now, there we go.
There you go.
Finalized.
A pretty dejected, Serrano. We see him head in hand, probably immediately clicking that game review button, as so many people do. Right afterwards, you click it, and you go find out where you went wrong. We already know it. I mean, we could show it, but we don't need to, because it's time to own it and move on. The draw is in hand, like it or not. You got to own that result there, Alexei. He lets one get away. The only decisive results come from technically the two players who were underdogs, meaning Ivic and Jan Krzysztof Duda. Not necessarily an underdog, but he was chosen by Aronian. By the way, David, the last time we left that game, how did Duda win that game? Oh my God, we didn't even get a chance to look at that.
That's true. Duda's he's just in crazy form right now. We left it at a rook endgame that we thought was pretty much dead drawn, but yeah, Levon just took one risk too many and ultimately got a bit caught up. I'm not sure whether we can show those final stages, but Duda, just a man in form. We've got to praise him. Levon,
Yeah.
I think, too stubborn in his winning attempts.
I just pulled it up because I know the fans want to see it. We're going to quickly show you that we were not wrong as commentators to turn our back on this one. Sometimes I feel like I have to defend our decisions. We were right that this position was probably a draw. We sang Duda's praises, said, hey, he's a great defender. We moved on. And it probably should have been a draw. But here, Levon let the rook endgame slip. Why play rook e1? We kind of know you want the rook behind pawns in these positions. I guess it really was just time pressure, David. He just ran out of time with 3 seconds.
Yeah, rook e1 feels like the safe move. You stop any checks, you avoid any direct attack, but ultimately you got to defend actively in the endgame. Rook e8, go behind, check the black king. And yeah, I think it was this next move, though, that he'd missed, Danny, after rook to e1. Really nice clincher here.
Oh, wow. Rook a2. Yeah, that's the key.
Caught in the
And
crossfire.
the key, everybody, is when you trade on g3, now you can never get the rook off the first rank again because of checkmate problems. And again, if you put this rook on e8, this is a draw. If it was white to move with the rook on e8, this is a well-known drawn ending. You check from behind, and ultimately you keep your king on the short side of the pawn. The rook goes back to the long side of the pawn. And again, especially at a high level, this is an easy drawn ending. Remember that tip, king on the short side, rook on the long side. It's a very important defensive technique. But also now understandable, David. Yeah. So rook e8 would have drawn. Rook e1 falls to an amazing move. Rook a2. Wow.
Yeah, and Duda closed in. He went for the kill. Well played to him. But we have another set of games to go. And yeah, just the first of many for those who lost. Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. Still plenty of time to bounce back.
Yep. Crazy stuff for Fabiano Caruana to have lost with the white pieces to Ivic, but as you said, plenty of time to come back. He's got 3 games to at least level the score, right, so that he can head to Armageddon. But I'm sure Ivic is really enjoying that lead right now. A lot easier to play against a world-class player like Caruana when you're up a game.
And he was so impressive against MVL when he had white. Ivic, really well-prepared player. Here we go. We see a Sicilian, a Sveshnikov Sicilian. Fabi was doing this yesterday when I was watching you and Daniel commentate. Yeah. He had this opening, right, Danny?
Consistently. He had it at least twice, if not in 3 games. And it was interesting. Fabiano's positions became predictable. He stuck with c4 as white, consistently playing the English. And at least twice as black. Had a Sveshnikov, whatever the random ECO names are that they give it, some sort of Pelican, which is an old name that we use to describe this opening, but Sveshnikov is the modern one. And players know that Fabi has made this a part of his repertoire pretty consistently since the 2018 World Championship match with Magnus Carlsen, even though Magnus actually played this as black in their match more often than Fabi did. So interesting how that works out, right? This opening has come fully back in vogue.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting, Fabiano, I mean, he was the one who popularized this knight d5 jump that very early on that Ivic has gone for. Interesting mind games that Ivic is playing Fabiano's pet line against him. And yeah, Fabi's adopted Magnus's strategy. There's all these kind of subplots to what's going on right now. But it is white to pause first. So I think opening success for Caruana if Ivic hasn't done his homework.
Agreed. And at this point, you should kind of know that Fabi's going for this, although admittedly, the bishop f5 development is kind of funny because often you're thinking about advancing the pawns. So Fabi knows what he's doing, plays bishop f5. Here comes f4. This is going to be a fun one to keep our eye on. You've got this dynamic Danya and I talked about yesterday, that early knight d5 hop, as David said, and the trade means that white is kind of giving up the advantage of the outpost square to just get a big old majority. But in the meantime, black will try to expand here, and that's kind of why you see these counter shots by white. This move f4 is sort of a preemptive way to challenge that potential stronghold that black will have positionally on the king side. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying I like it. I like what's about to happen here. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, as a chess fan, we can sit back, relax, and enjoy. But it is a stressful type of position that can turn on a sixpence. It can turn just one mistake. So yeah, Fabiano, he's got to answer some questions now. He's going to maybe take that pawn and sit back and relax. And white king, maybe a bit open long term. But I agree. One to watch. in future.
Fun to watch. We'll come back to it. Let's head over to the bird's eye view. Remind everybody there are 5 games going, as there always is. You can head over to chess.com/events and choose your own adventure. Again, it's colorful. It's lovely. I don't even know what my favorite position will be. Wesley So over on the far right. Teeny opening edge. We see that E takes F4 has just been played by Fabi. Where do you want to go, David?
Ooh, tough call. We see an open Sicilian between Duda and Aronian, which is going to be a lot of fun later. Maybe some Sevian against Jan Nepomniachtchi because, that board in the middle of our screens right now, just because it is really imbalanced. And Jan actually repeating that, I believe, that opening from the infamous game against Caruana in the final round of the candidates, where it became really hairy, really scary quite early on for Black. A better version this time for Jan, though.
Yeah, much better version. In fact, we remember that game. We got to bring up the analysis board and just quickly gather where it changed. Okay, wait. Already, did the bishop take on c3 this early? I think f3 was actually played in that game with the bishop still on the board. Or no? Go ahead.
I believe he defended c3 first, and then f3 came next for white, if I remember, Fabio.
Yeah.
But a3 from Sam, I've never seen before. Just pawn sacrifice.
A pawn sacrifice that Black doesn't even take. Instead, we still get the same trade, but obviously one of the dynamics in that game was that Black still had the bishop. This is a different structure, and White aggressively playing for g4, where we know that both the f5 square may eventually be a target. White can also play for f4. Crazy stuff. But look at this game; it's still going. We got a rook takes h5 move here from Sevian, and Jan knows what he's doing. Look at the time. This is candidates on display. Jan Nepomniachtchi showing that he knows this position well, having used 10 seconds total for the entire game.
Yeah, that's the thing, Danny. We said it beforehand. I mean, these top players, not just do they prepare so intensely for these top tournaments, but they have so much saved up afterwards, up their sleeve for future.
Yep.
We often see actually players' best form after events like the candidates or after a world championship match, because that's when they can finally relax and still have these opening weapons. So interesting moment. Queen h4 check looks automatic, but maybe he's looking for something else. The white king will just land on d2, and maybe it's pretty safe there.
It's pretty funny, actually. The king is just surrounded by friends and family. The king is surrounded by friends and family, but the good kind, not that awkward Thanksgiving where you really didn't want to go. Too many in-laws. You know what I'm saying? You've been there, right?
Yeah.
But this is good friends and family. All right.
Exactly. This is one where you choose your family. And
that's right. The king hops in like a Friendsgiving where you get to surround yourself with who you choose to be with. All right, here we go. The queen takes h5. Black is I guess action materials equal. It's 5v5 in terms of pawns.
Yeah. So he's recaptured the pawn he sacrificed earlier, but now interesting moment, a big decision for Sam Sevian. The move that came to my mind was knight to f4. You defend the f3 pawn, you attack the black queen, but maybe Black will land a check on h2, and if you block with your own queen, we might be headed towards an endgame. So he's kind of weighing up whether to trade queens, and he says yes, he does want to get those queens off the board. Wants to activate the white rook, and there they go. First thoughts, Danny? First instincts, does white have any chance of an advantage here?
I mean, what's fun is that anytime you have discrepancy in the pawn structure, we know that there's something to play for, right? There's at least it's not a dead draw where we can close the book. The lack of symmetry means, does Black coordinate something against a weak A pawn? Does White coordinate something with this sort of mini 2-on-1 majority if you kind of split the board and think about how White might use space? So a politically correct way of saying this is not a boring game. We should come back to it. And I think there are chances that someone outplays the other. But most likely this is a peaceful result in our future. And it's interesting because this opening was played by Fabiano. Jan did not get as good of a position as he has here. Everyone knows he probably should have lost that game to Caruana last round of the candidates. But this one working out just fine. So, all right, let's move on. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Jan gives a stretch. I don't mind if I do myself. Let's do it. Let's stretch out, head back to the other games. David, oh yeah, there you go. Arch your back, buddy. No one's looking at you now. We're off camera. Get at it, girl. Get it, girl. Stretch that back. Flex it out. All right, go ahead. Where are we going?
No, I was going to say, I hope Wesley's stretching. We've all seen his posture by now, but we have to jump to the Duda against Aronian game, Danny, because that one is fire on the board. While Aronian, we saw that rook endgame, that kind of sudden kind of loss of control and crash to defeat. Duda took advantage, but look at this. Eval bar off the scales.
Computer. Oh, he found it. I was just about to highlight the square, but I couldn't. The computer suggested knight e6. Duda goes for it. It is a knight sacrifice. Obviously, given the brilliant symbol because it's a sacrifice of material, but this is actually kind of a thematic idea in these Najdorf kind of crazy Sicilians, right? You're putting a piece there, knowing that any capture just brings the house, and so you see Levon Aronian, not his first rodeo. He's not even thinking about taking that pony.
Yeah, and actually Black long-term is doing very well. Black is pawn up, I believe, and Black has the bishop pair and all that stuff. But of course, long-term is just not a factor in this position at all. It's all about the attack. He's got a bone in his throat forever, Danny. That white knight on e6 is just going to be staring down the Black king for the rest of the game. And okay, now he, Duda here, gobbles up the b4 pawn, hits the bishop on b7. Everything's coming with tempo. That's the Sicilian. It's like riding a bike. You just have to keep cycling, otherwise you might fall off. Keep pedaling.
Yep.
And the Black king, it's all about that piece right now.
I love it. I love the bone in the throat reference too. You're aggressive over there. I like to say a thorn in the shoe, like a little thorn you have in your sock. It pokes you with every step. Bone in your throat is like, man, you guys are beastly over there in the UK.
This is the English school of chess. We might act like gentlemen, but there's nothing gentle about
it's vicious on the board. There you go. But I love that analogy. I'm going to steal it. I usually say a thorn in the shoe, but the knight is 100% a bone in the throat, and I think it's more appropriate here. The dangers the king has to deal with, as long as that knight is there. I mean, literally, this is close to being blown off the board if you're Levon, and you could be facing a 2-0 hole. Like, let's be serious. This rook is coming in. At some point, you can start playing simple chess and just destroy Black's position, and that's assuming there's nothing more devastating, you know.
Yeah, this is going to be knight b6 ideas, bishop a4 lining up against the Black king. It looks really scary,
dirty,
really terrifying.
So how did we get here? We might as well do a little bit of analysis quickly because this is one of the more exciting ones. I want to back up a couple moves just to see that we were in a much more typical open variation of the Najdorf Sicilian. This is typical stuff. b4 is an aggressive move, and then bishop b7. White castles against the better judgment of the computer. So this clearly must have been some sort of prep, because forget what the computer is saying. Remember, we are here to provide entertainment. The stockfish is way better than humans. Don't get me wrong. I'm not undermining it. But with deep analysis at home, these players they've got jet engine preparation. You know what I mean? They've got supercomputer stuff. So sometimes when we get caught in a game like this, you're like, forget the computer, David. I think that Jan Shistov knew exactly what he was doing. And I think that's a cool thing to see, that some computers who've been running for hours at a super depth are better than a superficial computer. And this position is just completely terrible for Black. I don't know where Levon maybe went wrong in terms of his prep.
Yeah, maybe that b4 move that you mentioned there, it was just a bit hasty. Just Black wasn't quite fully developed. I mean, Black literally has nowhere to go with the king. The Black bishops aren't out yet. So maybe just bishop b7 or I don't know, bishop e7 or something was called for. But yeah, he accelerated the play, and you can never do that when you're behind, lagging in development. So b4 before he was ready and being punished now. I actually said Black was a pawn up in the current position, but he's now a pawn down, and he's facing the attack. Oh, Danny, all gone wrong for Levon.
He pushed the pawn before he was ready.
Wow,
that's what you said. That was adorable. Knight back to c3, also brilliant. Okay, this is when the algorithm gets a little bit out of control. Every move from here on out is going to be given a brilliant symbol, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because you are consistently sacrificing a piece. We're still working on that. That is something we are working on, because this knight move should not be considered brilliant when it's the same sacrifice over and over. So if someone wants to clip and ship this moment, sorry, I'm always doing product analysis. Share that with the team, because it is an awesome position for Duda, but knight c3 is really nothing special. It's just continuing to double down on the idea that you have sacrificed a knight and you're on a crushing attack. Here comes knight to d5, by the way.
Yeah, I think you've called it. Black temporarily has a threat on g2, but that's easily solved in multiple ways. Even a move like rook f2, but I love your knight d5. And I saw a featured chat a moment ago about the accuracy levels. Levon at 81% accuracy. That's just the nature of the Sicilian defense, especially these wild, imbalanced positions. And unfortunately, once you've made one slip, it's easy to spiral. So I think we'll ignore those numbers for now, but just an indicator. Of
but it is fair. For sure, the Sicilian, that's what you're doing. You're going in where many people get lost in the deep dark woods known as the Night Sicilian, right? So that's what you're doing, especially when you feel like you have a little more of your back against the wall than you would like, right? Because Levon did just lose that super tough endgame. All right, where do you want to go next? I guess let's back up to the bird's eye view, take a peek at what we have in store. We're headed to the candy store like little kids. I've got some Swedish fish on the left, some blue and purple candy. I don't know. I've got some some sort of cinnamon flavored something in the middle. I don't know if there's such a thing as a green candy. Go ahead.
There must be, Danny. I say we go to Wesley So against Alexei Serrano, just briefly at least. Until this last move. There was a checkmate in one threat on the board, and I'm a simple man. I like my checkmate threats.
You are a simple man. I love that. Okay, the bishop. Sorry, not the bishop. The queen was threatening a7. Twist ending. Black saw it. There you
go. B6 and that's what they say out there in the US, right?
Dang.
Queen a4 maybe. I mean,
does anyone really say dang anymore? Besides that kid that you grew up with, he always lived a few houses away down the street and kind of just randomly showed up at family gatherings to just collect some cake at a party. He wasn't really invited, but he's your neighbor. You can't tell him to go home. And he always used the word dang.
I mean, in all the comics I used to read, it would always appear as like the polite way of cursing, and I don't know. There's a checkmate threat on the board again, Danny. What more can we ask for?
Dang. Dang, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. All right, you've got queen takes a7. Again, Alexei Serrano, he's just too tricky, that guy. He doesn't fall for checkmates. Poor Wesley So. All right, but jokes aside, let's analyze this, because this is actually a super interesting, unbalanced position. Now Wesley's trying to get the queens off the board for reasons I was just about to highlight, which is, despite the fact that white has been the one threatening checkmate, black is the one maybe with attacking chances here if things stay the same, because that white king is super awkward. So I think knight to c3 makes a lot of sense. And if you can get the ladies off, now you get to focus on the H file, David. Better stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually really reminiscent. It's like a mirror image of their previous game where one side also has an isolated queen's pawn. It was also a rook and knight endgame. So it definitely seems to be the theme of this match so far. Both of them trying to grind each other down. Serrano nearly took it in the last game. I wonder whether Wesley will be able to take this one with a slight strategic advantage, but also instructive for everyone at home. Like you said, Danny, long term, white doing well, so black should keep the queens on and has kept the queens on. Really nice stuff.
Yep, great stuff there. And I think a lot of players at beginning stages tend to keep the queens on the board out of bias, because I think a lot of new players to the game prefer having the queens on the board. You should be willing to play end games when it really is the best thing for the position, but here your best chance as black is keep the queens on the board, try to find some way to keep pressure, maybe even like just give away that pawn. Like if black could take that pawn off the board, I'm going to hide it. Stupid. I can't get it off. I'm just proving the point that if the board opens up, it's actually super dangerous. And so I expect, again, Serrano to avoid the queen trade.
Yeah, and this one, it's going to rumble on for a while. And I just saw a blunder, I believe, from Jan Nepomniachtchi, so maybe we jump immediately over there.
Let's do it. I'm gonna shoot on over, Red Rover.
Yeah, and black closed the center just a couple of moves ago by putting a pawn on c4. Now white's position looks glorious, Danny. Just a5.
Okay.
Simple pawn push.
I'm gonna show it. It was right here. Things were going okay, but black needed to keep things open. Just take a4 or even take d4, but playing c4 was not the best. And now you've got big trouble with a5 coming, as you just said.
Yeah, I just don't really see what he had planned. I mean, it just looks so easy for white to play. Just a5, rook takes b7, game over. The white d and e pawns, you called them unicorns earlier today. Feels like a lifetime ago, but those unicorns will start parading, stampeding forward.
It can feel like that when you're commentating with me. It can feel like a very long day. So I get that. You know, a lifetime ago, we called the knights unicorns. But okay, at least king e6 opens up knight d5 check. That's fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
But
it's
knight
possible. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, no, go on. I was just getting
No,
excited. Knight f4 check.
I was going to highlight what you were about to say. I heard you say knight f, and I know you were about to say knight f4 check. Although it does invite. Okay, if knight f4, king f5, we get e6 check, and that's over. Okay, so knight f4 check seems to be just let's go.
Mm. Yeah, sorry for jumping the gun. It just looks so beautiful for white. 1 minute though. That's the only thing for Sam Sevian. The only potential kind of pitfall right now. You don't want to leave it too long. We saw that in the Serrana game. If you allow your opponent a chance when you've only got 5 seconds on the clock, then things might turn. But knight f4, so accurate, so smooth, and Jan crashing to defeat.
So accurate and so simple. Again, if king f5, e6 is a discovered check, not one you see every day. It actually isn't devastating from what I can see. King f5, e6, you can play king f6. And so maybe Jan actually goes for that, David. I actually don't know if that's what he wants. I'll be honest, that might seem better than just backing up the king and allowing a5, because that looks horrible. So,
Danny, I'm going to try and do my best Dania impression. e6 check. It's actually being played on the board a5, and if knight c8, can you play rook f5 check? I mean, among others. And
gosh, you are good at doing Danya impressions. That tells you how much respect we have for Danya's ability to calculate quickly. I got to show it. To the Batcave we go. Analysis. David's idea, because whenever you have a pawn this close to the edge of the board, you should be willing to consider anything. And that's the instructive takeaway that our Grandmaster analysis just gave us. You sacrifice the rook and then take f7, and there's no way for black to stop f8 queen. Absolutely awesome calculation, David. And
thank you.
And it is instructive, and that's why we try to provide that for the viewers. One of the reasons you can consider that sacrifice, you shouldn't always just consider sacrifices. Whenever you get one of those weird factors in the game that's an extreme changing of the guard, like checkmate, obviously is something you can sacrifice for, but getting a queen is one of those things that is so potentially, flipping of the scripting that you can consider sacrifices. So instructive to see how quickly David found that, and that this is a really nice idea. I actually think Jan is just busted. I think after a5, I think he'll now see rook f5 and he might just resign.
Looks likely. And that's what happens when you start to go astray, when white has all the trumps in the position, the central pawns, the active pieces. It's no surprise the tactics work in white's favor. So Jan, we see it on the camera now. He's reacting. He knows he's lost. In the meantime, Danny, some results. Fabiano has struck back the black pieces.
Okay.
And it also looks like Duda is about to convert, as we expected a bit earlier on, his advantage.
Yeah, Duda Sicilian is great. I have an early prediction that you might choose that for game review. I don't know, just predicting that you might want to break that one down a little more deeply. But okay, is rook takes b6? Okay, just knight takes. Pawn takes is good enough. I was going to say even rook takes, but there was a check, so no need. Rook f5 check, by the way, is now on the agenda, right? Without the black knight being able to defend, rook f5 is coming.
Yeah. At this point, I don't think you even need rook f5. Everything wins. I'm surprised Jan's still looking for chances here, still playing on, but it looks like another decisive result. We're being treated here to some real kind of, tactics even in the endgame, Danny.
Yeah. By the way, we haven't even looked at Lazovic versus Yesipenko, but I'm not going to feel bad about it. They've taken 2 very quick draws. One of those guys has a strategy of getting to Armageddon. I don't know, so I'm going to let it be, and we'll dial in on what's happening over there. But okay, as you said, Jan Shistof's going to win. Do you want to head to the final moments of that, or should we go to Wesley So and Alexei Serrana? Because I think Sevian is going to take this.
Yeah, maybe we just see the closing stages of Duda against Aronian. It feels like the Wesley So against Serrana game, just like last round, might be the one that keeps us going. Feels like that one.
Agreed.
We're in for the long grind.
Agreed. So, as you can see there on your mini board, Sevian is moments away. And Jan Shistov is also doing good stuff over here against Levon Aronian, and might be about to take a 2-0 lead in this 4-game match. Pretty tough stuff there for Aronian.
Yeah, he's still fighting, but the black king on the edge of the board, the mathematical equation, the points, not in black's favor either. This one, yeah, just going through the motions, and 1 second on the clock when he made that last move, or 2 seconds left, Aronian, it's everything collapsing. Duda just, for me, Danny, he's been the player of the day so far. I mean, I know we saw him earlier
Agreed.
there. We wraps up that win.
I couldn't agree more. Duda is doing work right now, crushing stuff. Of course, he did get away with one a little bit in the didn't get away with one. He got the dub in the drawn endgame, but it doesn't matter. Now he's up 2-0. We see Sam Sevian does get the job done. So as David predicted, we are left with one game only here in this second set, and that is Wesley So versus Alexei Serrano.
That's right. And let's strap in. We're here for the long haul. Again, isolated pawn. Again, rook and knight endgame. Who would you pick, Danny, in view of the clock, their position on the board?
Again, Serrano, if his bullet skills and his speed, didn't, wasn't in my mind, I would take Wesley So. But I think Alexei Serrano is so cool under pressure. I don't imagine him losing this game because of the clock. Plus, the time difference is now dwindling, getting much, much closer. I think Black's position is fine. I mean, obviously, White's a little better, but E3 is just as weak as D5. It's hard to see outside of a blunder where this one goes, and this one going anywhere but a draw.
Yeah, and blunders aren't too likely in this type of position. There was only one blunder there that I could see King C6 would have walked into some pins along the 6th rank, but yeah, he's got everything covered. And like you say, one weakness isn't enough for both sides actually here. Black has the D pawn. It's weak, but he's protecting it. White has the E pawn, weak but protected. And but either side needs a second front of attack or a second way in. I see a question mark suddenly appear, Danny. Whoa, that was a tactic.
Rook takes D5 was the move there.
Oh my gosh.
That is shocking. That is a computer move. The idea was to win the sack the exchange and win the E4 knight, and then G5 falls. What a crazy idea!
That
right?
Was
no, you just take twice on. Actually, it wasn't that tricky. Wesley could have seen that because if you just take everything on D5, the king won the knight at the end. So actually, it was just a win of a pawn, and he didn't see it.
Clear pawn. Just literally the moment I said blunders are unlikely, there was knight to E4 and overworked piece, that black rook on E5, but it was missed. And now, Danny, I think a draw is very, very likely. And we see
very
Wesley
likely
shake his head, so he knows.
Yeah.
King C6.
I wonder if Wesley realized afterwards that he might have missed that shot. But either way, I think we're going to settle on the... No, okay, no, Wesley's going to keep pushing, which makes sense. He is the one with a little bit of an edge on the clock, so might as well see if he can come up with any last tricks that might cause some problems for Serrano. Down to 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's playing with fire on the clock.
Yep.
Wow, Wesley's taking some risks, though. White's got to be slightly careful now. The queenside pawns are more vulnerable than they are strong. Is it time to bail out somehow? Rook B1. I would take Serrano's position here, Danny. I think he's outplaying Wesley here somewhat.
I agree. Here comes the other rook to the 4th rank, if you're into it. We have all kinds of stuff going on. Okay, now the other rook probably comes up, but yeah, we get a trade. That makes sense.
Rook D4, draw, surely.
Yeah, offer the draw with rook D4, and indeed he does. And we are going to have peace. You can take A5 or play B5. Depends on the flavor of ice cream you're into that day. That segment not brought to you by Baskin Robbins. Is there like a common UK chain that just has a ton of flavors of ice cream? Is that a thing? Baskin Robbins, is that a...
Ben and Jerry's? Is that a British
thing? Ben and Jerry's, okay. All right, draw agreed. Wesley So quickly turns off his camera, wants a break. Alexei Serrano is... hitting that game review button. You can just see it in his eyes. He's like quickly clicking. He wants to see what happened in that game. Maybe he'll see that he kind of got away with a small little blunder there toward the end of the scramble. But overall, very well played chess by him and Wesley So, which is why they are deadlocked. They are deadlocked at 1 game apiece. As are besides Jan Krzysztof Duda, who has a lead over Levon Aronian that is dominant, and Sam Sevian with that awesome win over Jan Nepomniachtchi, a lot of matches deadlocked, David.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the tournament right now. So much at stake, that place in Division 1. Nobody wants to take too many risks. at least in those in a couple of those deadlocked matches. But in the meantime, I'm going to show one player who has been taking risk and has been rewarded for that risk. It is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's now 2-0 up against Levon Aronian on the brink of a place in Division 1. We started with the Sicilian Najdorf. Levon had lost with white in the first game, hence maybe why he was willing to go out of his normal repertoire and take a risk. This is one of the most kind of combative openings for black. Bishop g5. White here not backing down. This is also known as a really fighting weapon, and we saw this Jan-Krzysztof Duda throwing everything forward. After an exchange here, the f-pawn came forward, and we were talking about it. Black is not ready. Before he's developed the pieces, he played b4 and was punished. This was actually maybe the only mistake by Levon Aronian, but a severe one. He attacks this white knight, but the white knight is happy to jump forward. Note how this pawn is easy to capture in a moment, but it was here. White has a choice of which way to castle. I think both are strong. In the style of Fischer, he actually castled kingside. Fischer loved putting his bishop on this diagonal and the rook on f1, and lo and behold, he crashed through f5. Given a miss, but I think we can let him off here. The idea is knight e6, double exclamation mark, well deserved, a bone in the throat we called it. Black's king is simply stranded in the center, and just the next few moves, he kind of clinched the advantage here. He dropped back with his knight and now into the beautiful outpost. The light square is dominated by the white pieces, and Levon Aronian removed the bone from his throat, capturing that knight on e6, but this only led to further disaster. The queen attacked, the knight attacked, everything falling. He actually gave up his queen by taking a pawn, and rook takes f8. I want to say the most brilliant move of this game, not even knight e6. This was predicated on the fact bishop takes would have walked into it, rook takes g2 check, and disaster for white due to the bishop suddenly eyeing up the g2 square, but rook takes f8, a deflection tactic, and more importantly, clearing a square on f1 for the white king. And here we go. The material advantage was established, and here Duda went on to convert very, very smoothly. The game went on, and if we fast forward just 10 more moves in this final position, the black king has been chased to the edge of the board. White still a queen for rook and a piece up, but not enough for black. Duda looking like the player of the day so far.
Amazing stuff, and I'm glad you went back to that moment of rook takes f8, because like you said, we had just had some fun talking about the brilliant sort of badge that the moves earn, but rook takes f8 was definitely one that truly deserved it, freeing that square for the king. That was super cool, and as you said, Duda, the guy is cool, calm, and collected. He's playing like it's his birthday, but you know what? It's not his birthday. It's our birthday. It's Chess.com's birthday this month. The entire month of May, we're celebrating our 17th anniversary from going live, which means you, the community, get 50% off any premium membership of your choice. You can use the code CCT24 at checkout to access it. Use the command special in the chat now. This isn't a joke. This isn't a trick. There's nothing to this besides celebrating our community. The Chess.com Classic is the second event here in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. We're having a lot of fun going down memory lane, talking about some stuff. We're going to be doing it all week, and you will have an opportunity to go premium for half off all week. But all right, we are halfway through. Speaking of half off, it's round 2 in the books. We had some surprising results, but at the break, get a little more, as we said, a little more from Chess.com's history, a little bit of a heartwarming love story for you to check out. Make sure that you do so, especially our subscribers. You don't have to see any ads. We appreciate that support as well. When we return, we head into the back half of these matches, the third game. Who will keep their D1 chances alive? Don't go anywhere. You're going to find out.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
In the chill of February 2022, Ralph Keller was procrastinating work in his hometown, Paderborn, Germany, and decided to play on Chess.com. Simultaneously in Como, Italy, Valeria Uman, while contemplating her life, also logged on the platform and clicked play. They were instantly paired up, and the course of their lives changed forever.
Hi, Chess.com, I'm Valeria.
And I'm Ralph.
And we met on Chess.com after a game in February 2022. I blundered with the bishop. What shook me was that he blundered as well on purpose to be then even. Then we started talking German again because he was interested on why I was with the Italian flag talking German. I just had last week's the desire to get better in German since it's a long time I don't study it. We then started a series of games in the following days, and we chatted after each game on the game chat.
But then after some time, but definitely months, we exchanged the numbers.
He came to Como. He said he had the possibility to take a holiday, and I said I can lead you around the city. I wasn't really sure about what I was doing. I'm not very used to meet people I met online on Chess.com, so doesn't happen every day. I was very nicely surprised because we spent many hours together.
She brought me a pack of sweets to have on my travel bag, and that was something that really stuck in my mind. It was very nice sweets, but especially the gesture was very sweet.
And when we first met, he gave me a book of chess techniques.
Yeah, obviously.
Didn't work yet. I really felt I wanted to meet him again when I could have had the possibility. 2 months later, I went in Germany.
Yeah.
And I would say when the things started, it was there.
I'm very happy that this fortunate series of events, coincidences happened like this. I mean, I feel like it's a very unlikely thing to happen, but
yes, everyone is always very happy to hear how we met.
I would like to give a shout out to Gotham Chess. He got me into chess, so it's kind of his fault as well.
Obviously, don't go and do that, please.
Hey, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
The Chess.com Classic rolls on, and that man rolls on after getting through the first round of placement battles, sending Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to Division 2 in Armageddon style. Mr. Ivic is now deadlocked with Fabiano Caruana What can you say so far about the man's performance, David?
Just he keeps impressing again and again. Yes, he might have been pegged back after taking the lead against Caruana, but he's one of the players of the day so far. We see there he's one of the top-ranked Serbian players. He's been a regular in Champions Chess Tour events, and 2021 World Cup, that's when he burst onto the scene, when players first started to get to know him, taking down so many higher-rated players, so many higher-rated seeds. And that's what he's doing here again, Danny. He's a really dangerous attacking player. That's what we love to see on this tour.
We love to see it, and we love to see the stories when people who maybe weren't as big a household names before get people talking about them. Not only through a performance yesterday in the play-in, but now sending Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to D2. And will he put Fabiano Caruana up against the wall here? Of course, both sides in this match. One interesting fact I think to point out is that they both won with black. So that's interesting, right? And that doesn't happen as often when you see players sort of trading decisive games there. But all right, Fabi will get the white pieces for the second time. Maybe he won't blunder the exchange this time, which is one of the things that happened in the first game. So we'll see what happens here. Diving in,
yeah,
let's do it. Round 3.
Do it. The players are good to go. Will Fabiano start with the English opening again, as he has been doing consistently throughout the Chess.com Classic so far? That's the big question. Last time didn't pan out too well. Like you said, he lost with white, but no advantage from the opening and kind of struggling to maintain equality. I think that led to the blunder ultimately. But Fabi did right the ship in the last game. So I'm wondering, there we go, Danny. He's moved away from the English opening. I'm gutted as an English player, but I think a wise choice. Switch things up.
I was gonna say the first straying away from the. I wonder what has been going on there. Maybe he just had some candidates prep. He wanted to get all of his English out of the way. But I haven't seen Fabi play 1c4 that consistently in a very long time, like maybe ever. So it has been interesting. But now we see back to e4.
Back to e4, and it's not the English opening. It's the English opening reversed, pretty much. It's the Sicilian defense. And we see the Rossalimo, where white actually trades bishop for knight very, very early on. But Fabiano, I know he's played this with both colors, so interesting to see what he's got up his sleeve. If black's able to get pieces out, then black is doing great. Black has control over the center. Black has the bishop pair. But right now, black's pieces are having a siesta. They're having a nap, still fast asleep, stuck on their starting squares. So Ivic needs to get them out ASAP, as quickly as possible.
And these structures are always interesting. A lot of flexibility. Often black will sit flexible for a while, but at some point there's all kinds of ways to kind of strike at the center. You have to be worried about, or you have to be cautious about extending too far and leaving these pawns weak. So interesting things about this line are that both sides have a lot of different plans, a lot of different ways they can kind of set up their configuration. And I think that's why you tend to see the Rossalimo busted out at the high level. There's ways to maybe outmaneuver or outprep your opponent a little bit with some of the small idiosyncrasies of the position. And speaking of which, this is interesting. Interesting maneuver here.
Yeah, to say the least, Danny. Like knight h4, queen h5. You normally see this in the schoolyard. You don't see this at top level, but here it's quite effective. White is ahead of development, so aiming to accelerate the game. F4 in the kind of in the air now. Knight and f5 will thrive, as they say. I like Fabi's position from the opening, even if Ivic is solid for now.
Agreed. And it is, again, a Fabiano Caruana game where he's playing very quickly. So whether he's just continuing to pull things out of the bag in terms of prep or enjoying this rapid time control and flexing a little bit on the haters who say that he's not as good at fast time controls. So Fabi overall has managed his time very well over the last 2 days of chess. And now Ivic is the first one on the clock, really taking his think.
Yeah, I can't believe that's still a thing, that people doubt Fabi at fast time controls. I mean, the last 2 years, the last 24 months, he's really put those those doubts to bed, I feel. He mixes it with the best. He's consistent now at Rapid Chess, Danny, and it would be a bit of a shock if he went on to lose this match. I think having 4 games here really suits the favorite on paper.
I totally agree, right? The more games, they always say, like, in a playoff series, the better team always wins a 7-game series. I think the top player, the better player, it doesn't always mean the higher rated player, but whoever plays better will surely win because you can kind of make up for one bad game, right? So as long as your form overall is there, whoever's playing the best chess should have enough games to get the job done. Now, this is interesting because after d6, you have the option to take, given that the h pawn is pinned, if you like the idea of making black take with the f pawn, kind of opening up the structure a little bit. I don't really think that's what you want to do. I think your rhyme time of the knight on f5 will thrive is more likely, but it is something to consider there, right?
Yeah, definitely. It reminds me of a famous Spassky Fischer game where black was actually forced to take with the f pawn, but it actually worked out quite well for black. Black got lots of activity, and actually having a double g pawns like that helps the black king find kind of perfect safe haven on the king side later. So understandable that Fabi doesn't want to release the tension. Maybe he's lining up for f4, that idea we mentioned, especially since white is miles ahead in development here. Opening the position would make some sense. They also say against the bishop pair, you should really speed things up before the bishops can kind of clamp down, or kind of the longer the game goes on, the bishops gain in influence. But yeah, I like what Fabi's doing still, but Eval Bar, of course, unimpressed and still early days. I don't think Ivic has done anything wrong, at least not to the extent he should be punished.
Our artificially intelligent overlords are rarely impressed. You know, it's like those guys, you know, they've they've made it seem like chess is hard and easy at the same time. You know, it's so difficult. All right, knight on f5 will thrive. He does indeed complete the journey. I like your point that f4 is coming, and it's also subtly really high level instructor point you just gave, that there's a reason that that tip of knights before bishops exists. Often earlier in the game, the knights can have an impact and get going quickly, similar to what David was saying, that if you've given up the bishop pair early, taking advantage of your opponent's maybe lack of momentum, maybe slightly underdeveloped position is actually really key. So, so I like that. Anyway, just wanted to. I love when you give quick tips because you're such a good grandmaster. You know, I just wanted to call that out. You know,
Danny, not so bad yourself.
Oh,
yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
You can say more. You can say more if you want. No, I'm kidding. Let's go to the bird's eye view. 5 boards. 5 boards are in action, and we get our 5-board view. Breathe it in, and the rainbow smorgasbord option. You know, we have given 0 love to Denis Lazovic versus Yesipenko. I don't blame us. I blame them. They've had 2 very quick draws. Denis Lazovic is a very solid and very consistent player who likes his opening repertoire, which tends to get to some positions which can be a little drawish. It's one of the reasons he is able to maintain, I think, such an accurate level of play. He really does stick to his guns, a creature of habit. And this is no exception. This is a position I feel like we've seen many times with Lazovic on the board.
Yeah, and he plays the most solid, the most classical openings. With white, it's kind of without fail, it's going to be the Catalan. With black, it's the Berlin. His Queen's Gambit declines. You know, he knows his stuff inside out. So Denis, he prefers not to take too much risk, and it suits him. Danny, you've got to say he really impresses, just especially at rapid chess. But he's so hard to beat. I remember the tour finals last year in Toronto. I think, did he even lose a game with white? I don't think he did, against the very best, the creme de la creme of the chess world. So here he's going for it. E4. I like his position.
And now b5. And so what can often happen is 2 things happen when someone plays positions consistently. One, they tend to be better because they're seeing the tactical patterns and the pawn structures. They're faced with decisions they've seen before. And then their opponents tend to be worse because they're not making the same decisions as consistently, right? Because their repertoires are a little more varied. And so you see a really interesting example of that. Lazovic is not only in a better position as white, but he's playing very quickly on the clock. And even with b5 being a shot that to some of us who don't play these positions might be like, oh my God, David, there's a ton to consider. Do I take? Do I do this? You know what he does? He spends about 6 seconds and plays c5. And he's played these positions before. It's just, again, it's one of those things we've kind of observed about this kid in terms of how he's able to continue to compete with the world's best in positions that he tends to know better than them.
Yeah, and talking of talented youngsters, Yesipenko, not too bad either. He's a really experienced player for his age. He's also accustomed to all sorts of different types of positions. And also, I mean, that's why the first 2 games of this match have surprised me slightly. He's normally very, very ambitious. Danny, I mean, this game actually is full of promise, full of life. But if it did kind of fizzle out, if it became 2-all Armageddon, who do you think that would favor, this strategy of the match so far?
Again, I would still think that Yesipenko is stronger than Lazovic just by a little bit at this point in their career. I don't know that I can still say that for very long. I think Lazovic hasn't had as many opportunities, and we know that that's kind of how the chess world works. He was in Toronto, and I think held his own very well with the world's best. So I feel like Yesipenko is still just a little bit of an edge over Lazovic, so I'm going to go with the stronger player. But a lot of it comes down to the bid. That's the fun thing, right? Like, they're going to bid. They might be within a few seconds. It might come down to who gets the color they want and what happens in that dynamic. So I would give Yesipenko the slight nod, but I reserve the right to say that is a true coin flip, 51%, 49,
Okay, and in terms of the position, I mean, it looks very blocked in the center, but now the queen side's opened up, and we talked about the bishop pair. You either have to accelerate the play or you have to block things up to really, keep them out of the game. And I really like Dennis's position, actually. Talking of Armageddon, talking of those two kind of board draws in the first two games, I think this one is maybe where it really comes to life. And Black A-pawn's going to be hard to keep.
I was just going to say, like, I really like Dennis's position. He finally seems to have gotten that edge we talk about in his consistent repertoire. If he puts the rook on e3, this bishop can come to this diagonal if you want to help. But, okay, maybe you double the rooks this way, but the point is, the plan is very clear. Bring the heat to the a-pawn, bring more pieces to the queen side. I think the a4 pawn is objectively a little bit easier to target than the b2 pawn. So Yesipenko has to be very, very accurate here in terms of how he's going to play this position.
Struggling here with black potentially. Yesipenko says yes to the mess, but right now only looks like Dennis, a bit of a frown from him. He's normally quite stoic, but he's surely the happier player. Danny, can we maybe zoom out of this and jump to another game which has really caught my eye? It's Serrano against Wesley. So here we see that rainbow again, but White sacrificed the exchange over on the far right of our screens there. Serrano, I don't know if this is opening preparation or just over the board inspiration, but either way, wow, just crazy position on that one.
I don't know either, but I love that accidentally rhymed, over the board inspiration or deep preparation. Either way, I'm into it. Let's see what's going on. You've got the two bishops versus the rook and knight dynamic, but this passed f7 pawn is irritating AF, as they say. And the fact that Serrano is up almost double Wesley's time and just played bishop g5 instantly makes me think it's even more likely this is prep, or at least something like this was close to cooked up at home.
Yeah, it feels that way. It's actually a really it's an old line of the Nimzo Indian, this game, but it's known to kind of fizzle out lots of exchanges. White is often a pawn up, but has a bad pawn structure. Here, he's gone for a spicier version of that same thing where, like you say, exchange down. But that bishop pair that we keep kind of circling back to in rook e1 instantly. Yeah, this is surely preparation. He might have spent a couple of minutes, but yeah.
Look at that. I mean, it's actually amazingly accurate. If you take with this rook, we've got checkmate. If you take with this rook, you lose the knight. If you move, okay, I was going to say, if you move the knight, you reinforce the protection here, which means that there's all kinds of problems. So h6 just makes the most sense, right? You're hitting the bishop, you're freeing the king. For the first time, Serrano's about to use more than 5 seconds. We'll see. He's thinking now.
But what to do? Is it rook e8? Is it bishop takes d5, maybe? Yeah, he takes that knight off the board. Now,
are we
dilemma,
just gonna,
which bishop?
Are we going to head to a rook ending? If you take this bishop, black can or white can play c4, but there's still this idea of just giving back the exchange and heading to a rook ending. I'm not saying that it's a draw. All rook endings tend to be, but that's got to be something that Wesley is considering here. Just getting rid of the smoke and just taking f7.
Yeah, surely. I mean, this match has been so close. It makes sense as well. Now it's pretty much a 2-game shootout, kind of leaving Armageddon to one side. And often the top players, Danny, I've noticed they take this strategy. They have this deep preparation where they test the opponent. If the opponent passes the test, kind of meets all the questions and finds all the best moves, then it's just a draw. Fair enough. Well played to them. But no real risk for white. Rook e8 about to land. And black's giving back the exchange in a different way.
Yep. Going to take g5 with check and then put the rook on f5. And so ultimately what happens is the rook on f8 is stuck. So, okay, king h7 first is sort of the same thing. White takes, Black regains material and then puts the rook on f5, as Wesley is doing, faster than I can highlight. And the eval bar agrees this probably should be a draw, as you said. You test your opponent, they figure it out and say, all right, let's go have a cold one, huh? Good job, buddy.
Exactly. White's 2 pawns up, but
do they have a cold one in the UK, or do they just go for a pint? What do they do? Like, what do they do? Come on.
Yeah, a pint at the very minimum, I think.
A pint
at the
many
cold ones.
Maybe a few. Okay, so this is going to be a let's go for a pint and enjoy. Let's back this thing back up. Back this thing back up to the bird's eye view. Take a look at what other games we have in store. I want to go to Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. He's deadlocked with Sam Sevian, but we really shouldn't underestimate that Sam Sevian is well, okay, he's a win away from sending Jan Nepomniachtchi to D2. We should clarify that. It is a best of 4 match. Sam Sevian is a 1.5 half, so a win is it. That's all she wrote. We shouldn't underestimate what an interesting surprise that would be. We said that we thought Jan Nepomniachtchi would show up, David, with all the fire and fury from the candidates, because we kind of saw that performance from Fabi. But right now, not going Nepo's way.
And I don't think it's because Nepo necessarily played badly that previous game that he lost, but Sam just played extremely well. And at this point, Danny, I'm no longer surprised. Last season on the tour, Sam Sevian, I think he got to, 5 finals across Division 2 and Division 3. He was just always there, super consistent, so hard to beat, and Rapid really brings his strengths to the fore. So it's nice to see him mingling with the very, very best players and holding his own, Sam Sevian. That being said, this position, Black's under a bit of pressure. Black's really, really passive. So I think if he escapes this one, he's going to be a big favorite to progress. But this is where the danger lies. And Jan, he's really good at applying pressure. So
we haven't even mentioned the pressure that's off the board, right? On the clock. He's about to get under 2 minutes. Okay, he did move, but computer doesn't like it. I think you nailed it. These are the types of positions where Jan is so good, and he's going to bring pressure. He's probably going to keep playing fast to make sure that the pressure on the clock remains as well. So, but as you said, if Sevian just draws this, now he gets white in the 4th and final game, up a game. Really, really tough stuff for Nepo. So kind of now or never.
Exactly. And Black's last move, I guess it just opens up a square for the Black Knight to land on c6, but it is a sacrifice. I guess this is why the computer doesn't like it. Maybe White can even leave the rook on a7 after knight to c6. I wonder whether you just retreat your bishop and smile, but okay, he does play the safer move. Rook a3, really nice, defending the white d pawn. But a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn. Computer says that queen to b5 is the best way to keep that pawn, defending the d3 Peshka. And I think this is an interesting one, because I will give Sevian some practical kudos there, right? Despite what the computer thinks, David, if you compare this position to the last one and we had just come here, we might say, all right, White's up a pawn, but what are you doing with it? It's a very backward pawn, right? Black has all the pressure you desire on the d file. b6 is a target. So I'm just kind of replaying the storyline here. I kind of like what Sam did, given how tough it is to play a position low on the clock where Jan Nepomniachtchi is bringing the heat. And I think he just gave himself pretty good drawing chances.
100% agree. Let's ignore the fact that the computer didn't quite approve of this pawn sacrifice. He's no longer passive. It's kind of easy to follow a plan. And that's just a trend. I mean, it's all the top players, Danny. I don't think it's a coincidence. They would far rather give up a pawn and actually have some fun than suffer for no reason.
Can I just say what a bonding experience it is when we come together about disagreeing with the computer? Like, it feels good. Like, if I could high five you right now. And again, we're obviously, jokes aside, it is true. It's nice to see where that human understanding can still kind of show, because what happened when c5 was first played, everybody? What was first happened was the computer really liked White, but then as it thought, it kind of comes around to saying, all right, yeah, White has an edge, but it really didn't get any bigger. And if anything, it's gotten smaller. And that really shows that human intuitive understanding of, regardless of the material, this position, I don't have to calculate 1,000 moves as fast as the computer. I know that objectively White is going to have a difficult time proving that advantage. And so, jokes aside about humans for the win, I think it's kind of cool when you can see the depth of chess and how difficult it is to quickly evaluate, despite the computer maybe not liking the pawn sacrificed at first.
Yeah, it's that word you mentioned, the P word, practical. You've got to get a position you can handle I mean, even at the cost of a pawn, as long as you know you can control it, that's why the likes of Hikaru are so good and so consistent at rapid and blitz chess, because they sense what positions they can kind of stabilize and turn in their favor later, long term.
Oh, by the way, I didn't realize we weren't on the live position. I'm sorry to catch up. All of our singing of praises maybe aside, Sam played this move, and then queen to b1 was played.
Ooh.
Jan Nepomniachtchi missed the idea of queen to a3, which hits the knight and threatens rook c7. And now we're back in the live position. Sorry, just catching up, because all the praises of Sevian aside, the position is getting spicy, and he is now under a minute.
Yep, and he's still the one with something to play for. Maybe just highlighting one tactic. Rook takes d3 was not possible on the last move because of rook takes c6, which would have been a real kind of turnaround. A really nice
I'm just going
tactical
to show
trick
that.
there.
Rook takes d3 would have been a blunder, because after rook takes c6 and then b7, the queen is unable to defend the b8 square and the rook at the same time. Hey, ring, ring, ring. Danya called. Wants his lightning fast calculation back. David Howell just hung up on you, Danya. Boom. David Howell's in the house. Take that. Someone called Danya. He wants his fast calculation back. You know,
Danny, after watching,
and your accent is sexier. You've got a better accent than Danya. You're always dressed in business casual. Look at that. All right, here we go. Rookie 6.
I was watching Danny Squared yesterday, and I mean the two of you, and I was doing my puzzle rush. I was like, okay, I can't be shown up by these these two.
Gotta
compete.
All right,
so,
well,
looks good for white though.
I agree, and that was a really important tactic you pointed out, because that kind of took care of the problem we were highlighting. D3 was weak. That was part of the sacrifice that Sevian made. But that, okay, maybe a mistake by Jan, but that tactic was really key, allowed him to get this move rook d5. But the computer just doesn't like d4. And actually, it's kind of simple. It just says, well, actually, just take this pawn. So that's interesting from Jan.
Wow. Just bite the bullet. Just say, okay, you can have a discovered check, the white queen on b1 on a nice diagonal, but it's just a check after e5. And ooh.
Wow, okay,
D7.
we're getting wild human chess here. I love it. b7, d5 is coming.
Still, I would pick white here, Danny. I don't know about you. Just looks easier, and,
I agree.
and the clock. And the clock.
I agree. And the computer, notwithstanding, okay, maybe Sevian defends this thing accurately with no time, and we're all eating our words, and Jan did indeed blow it, and the computer was right. But I'm going to say before that, I think the practical approach Jan is taking, he needs to win. He's putting pressure on Sevian where he doesn't have a lot of time to think about it. You know, that's what Jan's doing. He's going for the win here.
He's going for the win. He's going to move the white rook, surely, and try to push the b pawn forward. Pardon me. But, yeah, what do you think? I mean, there's action happening elsewhere, Danny. I don't know if we zoom out of this one while, at the moment, it looks like Sevian should be able to hold. It looks like Velimir Ivic is winning against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi.
Oh, my gosh.
Big trouble.
Fabi doesn't like the white pieces today.
Wow.
Fabi's just getting killed. He's getting mated. He doesn't have time to take the rook. Wow. Wait, is Ivic going to accept the draw? Ivic doesn't see that he can get out with rook to b8.
Yeah, and the black.
Okay, he finds it. Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, but look at the time. Yeah, not over yet. Look at the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was really classy.
Too many problems. Look at this. You can't even take f7. Well, there's also rook b1 as well.
Oof.
Yeah,
even better.
So it's nothing but a bunch of shenanigans. Silly Fabiano, tricks are for kids. He's about to go down 2-1 to Velimir Ivic. I don't even know what to make of this match right now. Ivic sends MVL home in Armageddon. Fabiano Caruana has forgotten how to win with white. I don't even know what to say. Like, he's about to lose his second game of the match with the white pieces.
Yeah, not even forgotten how to win, just forgotten how to hold, which is a kind of a badge of honor for top chess players. You with the white pieces, you put pressure, you don't risk anything, but now the queens are coming off, it's just game over pretty much. Barring a miracle, Fabi is going to fall to defeat and need to strike back with black again, Danny. This is just incredible. I mean, we were praising Ivic, we were saying how dangerous he was, underdog power, but yeah, this is another level. Nobody could have expected this, I think, least of all him.
Yeah. But you can see Fabi is struggling with just some again, not taking credit away from Ivic. We know Fabiano's form, and we're seeing a lot of mistakes from Fabi, and that's what's kind of most surprising, I think, right? Is you could definitely chalk up. There's a little bit of Fabiano kind of beating himself here right now with some blunders, and I mean, he's playing this one out to get the bad juju out, right? Sometimes you keep making moves when you're losing because of the therapeutic aspects, but this is over. Velimir Ivic is about to have a 2-1 lead, and Fabiano Caruana is in a must-win situation with Black heading into Game 4.
Yep, it looks that way. Fabiano just getting things out of his system. It's understandable. I was just looking back. It's actually an optical illusion that he thought he had a draw, but he miscalculated. That's how.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how things fall sometimes. But he's still fighting. I've got to say, Danny, I'm surprised this game's still going. And Ivic, maybe nerves have prevented him from wrapping this up even more smoothly. Oh, but there we go.
Well,
now
if you want to quickly show the move where Fabi blundered the draw, we can go there if you want, and then we'll quickly hop over to their games. But you said you looked back and you figured out where it went wrong for Fabi.
Yeah, maybe a bit later. I think there's action happening elsewhere as well. This game now is pretty much over. It looks like Levin Aronian is about to strike back against Duda, keeping that match alive.
But he's down on the time. Down on. Oh wait, I'm trying to go there. There we go.
Commentator's curse. He was winning when I looked a moment ago.
Okay. And he's still the only one who can win. He's going to be up a couple pawns in an obscure bishop ending, but is that enough?
Danny, I jinxed him. I am the worst jinx ever, as anyone who knows some of my commentary.
Hey, I got you rivaled there, buddy. Just ask Joshua Chamberlain. Long story. Anyway, yeah, the commentator's curse is very real. I saw the eval bar too. It wasn't just your fault. Aronian was much better. In fact, if you see the path of this game, that's why it's rapid chess, boys and girls. It's tough stuff. A very up and down affair there in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not over. I mean, he is pushing a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Still, I think, yeah, he would have taken this if you gave it to him at the beginning of the game. Still, white has great winning chances. But yeah, opposite color bishops. The black f-pawn is starting to run. Okay,
but by the way, we missed the finish. Jan Nepomniachtchi did win against Sam Sevian to level that match, which absolutely huge. So amazing stuff there from Jan Nepomniachtchi, winning when it mattered most. Now he is all tied with Sam Sevian headed to the fourth game.
Wow, so many games with blood being spilled. Really impressive. The players keeping up the intensity. In the meantime, it does look like Duda's saving this one. He's the dude. The Big Lebowski.
He's the dude.
Duda right now.
Shout out to the dude, Big Lebowski. What a phenomenal film. Okay, sorry, random.
Agreed. But he's the dude of the moment, Duda right now.
He's the dude. Dude is the dude. That pawn on a7 is not going to do it against Duda. He's still holding that bishop on e4. By the way, absolutely perfect. Holding the queening square kind of brings a sigh of relief. There isn't really anything white can do. You can even put the rook on b8 and kind of pretend like you got something, but there's nothing going on here. And by the way, I feel like we haven't really appreciated the moment. Jan Krzysztof Duda is about to send Aronian to Division 2. He's up 2-0 in this match. You see the score. A draw is not just a, oh, shucks. Levon Aronian's chances to stay in the D1 hunt are gone after this game.
Huge. And right now, there's some cross checks, counter checks. What's happening
here?
What
in the world was that? Shout out to Lev. Shout out to Lev with the coffee house tricks there. That was wild, but not enough. Jan Krzysztof Duda, all smiles, working on a goatee. The young man is maybe a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that's just a shadow. Either way, he's looking good. Duda is doing his thing. He is the first player to officially punch his ticket to continue to compete in D1 on Friday. Of course, we know the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Firouzja, Keymer all join tomorrow, and Duda will be dancing with him. All right, let's bring up the scoreboard. I'm a little tongue-tied. David, Jan Nepomniachtchi ties things up with Sam Sevian, while Jan Krzysztof says Levon home.
That's right. Big result. Duda, not just in this match against Aronian, but also earlier against Dubov. So impressive. He's going to be one to watch throughout Division 1 in the coming week. Sam Sevian, pegged back after an impressive win. Jan striking with the white pieces. And meanwhile, another kind of highlight there. Velimir Ivic, Danny.
Yeah.
Just underdog supreme.
You're right. I feel like I buried the lead. The 2 games we followed toward the end were super exciting. Nepomniachtchi tied things up, and Jan Shistov sent Levon home. But there you go. Velimir Ivic putting Caruana up against the wall. Sam Sevian needs to rebound after losing control of his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Those are a couple of those final moments we had there. Jan sporting that tattoo. It's a sexy looking tattoo. Maybe if we get Jan in an interview, we'll ask him the inspiration for that. Lazovic, David, what can you say about that guy? Just drawing his way to an Armageddon affair, apparently. But that guy, Ivic, that's the one we're really talking about right now.
Yep, Ivic, he just needs to stabilize with white. It's the curse of the white pieces in that clash. We joked about it beforehand, Danny, but it's become all too real for Fabiano. 2 losses with white, and it's just about Ivic. Does he play solid? Does he play for the draw? Does he play his normal stuff and hope that's enough? It's tricky, this type of situation when
well, what do you do?
So close.
Talk us through it. You're in Ivic's chair, right? You've been there. You're up in a match against a higher rated player. You know who Fabiano Caruana is, right? There's a reason the guy is there. So what do you do in that position if you're Ivic and you have the white pieces?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, I've always struggled to find the balance between playing safe, taking risk out, while also kind of being objective and not going too passive. The moment you get close to that finishing line, you normally do tense up, and the top players are so good at taking advantage. So it's easy to say, just play your normal chess, but that should be the wisdom right now. Yeah, so hard for Ivic. If he plays his best, if he goes on the front foot, maybe there'll be a chance to bail out later. But the one thing not to do is play too kind of hard and fast for the draw. That can rebound.
Okay. There you heard it. Advice from Grandmaster David Howell, speaking to Velimir Ivic, who may or may not be listening. Most likely he's not. He's under pretty close observation. Shout out to the Fair Play team. We love you, working hard, keeping everybody in line despite what the people say. We love you, Fair Play team at Chess.com. And here we go. This is going to be epic. Velimir Ivic with the white pieces and a chance to shock the world, sending Fabiano Caruana to Division 2. That's going to be the matchup where we are very focused. But of course, every one of the other matches, besides Jan Shistov, who sent Levon Aronian home, could also go either way. So, welcome to the drama. Welcome to the jungle, David Howell. I mean, this is so good.
This is it, Danny. This is the beauty of the Champions Chess Tour. We have these marathon days, 3-4 hours in, and I mean, the critical moments are still ahead of us. Still this next set of games, potentially some really juicy, spicy Armageddons there. This is why we love it.
That's
and the
true.
players still bringing their best. Still so much on the line.
That's true. Spicy Armageddon would be a great. First of all, it'd be a great name of a dish at a restaurant, maybe Italian restaurant. Could be anything. Spicy Armageddon. That could be a Greek. I don't know. There's so many things. I mean, I get excited. I'm hungry. Clearly, I am hungry, David Howell. I have food on the brain. I go for some nice Indian after the nice Indian curry. I don't know. What are you going to go? What are you going to go for after this?
Oh, stop it. I mean, I love my fish and chips, but
I'll
probably end up doing a bowl of cereal just before bed. It's pretty late here in Europe, which it is as well for Velimir Ivic with the big clock behind him there a moment ago. But another big clash ahead. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Sevian. Danny's dishes, though. I would love it. A disher named after every single player in this tournament.
Indeed. All right. Well, apparently Fabiano Caruana wandered away from the chair. Team tracking him down, clearing his head before that last game starts. So we're going to focus on a game that is sure to give us some moves right away, and that is Sam Sevian versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. We're back in the Nimzo.
Okay. Back in the Nimzo Indian maze, where nowadays there's so many different ways for both sides to play. Again, you mentioned it earlier with these Rossolimo Sicilians. The Nimzo's come back into fashion recently. For years, players with the white pieces were trying to avoid it. They were playing all sorts of Queen's Gambit declines, anti-Nimzo ideas. But now, they've gone back in. They know they're so flexible. And okay, bishop to d3. Will we see a trade of pawns in the center?
Not
Black
d5.
nearly, there we go. Counters and almost symmetry, Danny. What are your thoughts on this one?
Playing these positions for black, or at least the Nimzo, part of my repertoire, don't always get it because, as you said, players avoid it. You get Queen's Indian, Catalan, you get Queen's Gambit stuff. But I personally don't like the D5 lines. I think I've always played some of the more traditional ones, playing knight c6 or castles. But after D5, you can get all kinds of transitions. You can even get transpositions back into like Caro-Kann structures, Panov-Botvinnik stuff where you've got isolated queen pawns. So that might be exactly what we're headed for. At some point, if black does capture on D4, as we see, you get a full IQP. Yes, that rhymed. And this is a position you can actually reach. In fact, you just saw the ECO change. This position can be reached from the Caro-Kann, exactly as I said. So it's funny. I know this position and transition well because it's one of those rare openings that you can reach from both E4 and D4, and they're both in my repertoire because I play the Panov against the Caro, and the Nimzo is black. So everyone has those openings for them, and this structure is one that I've played for both sides many times.
I know you play the Panov against the Caro-Kann, Danny. I remember on the seafront by the harbour here in Oslo, you beat me in the.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but you did. Everybody, take note. I beat David Howell in a Panov-Botvinnik attack. I should not have won. It honestly feels dirty because he's so good.
He flagged me.
But there you go.
He dirty flagged me.
There's a video of that somewhere on the internet. Someone can find the video. All right, but here we go. We're in a Panov structure. The queen e2 move sets up rook to d1. You're also at some point figuring out what you want to do with that bishop. Sometimes the bishop will come back here. Sometimes you can try for this. Sometimes you try to punch d5 through. There's a lot of options in these IQP positions. Black has to be a little more careful early on because you are underdeveloped. So you just have to make sure you don't mess up some of the move orders and fall for some sort of quick opening or tactical sequence. But otherwise, these positions are fun. That's why I play them for both sides, because I think these are very fun positions and full of stuff.
I agree. They're fun. They're flexible. He drops his bishop back to d6. So unless Sam is confident in breaking open the center right now with d5, then black normally goes for a setup with putting a knight on e7, blockading white's isolated queen's pawn in the middle there. And black is very solid. White normally tries to keep pieces on, tries to go for the attack. Yeah, this is one to watch, Danny, especially for you with your repertoire.
Yeah, and I love you highlighted knight e7, knight to d5. That's a super important part of the structure. It's funny, because black played h6, other ideas that sometimes are on the agenda, like the bishop coming all the way back to f8, and you try to fully relocate your pieces to have focus on the IQP. That's a kind of a long-term maneuver that sometimes happens. That's off the table here. Black gave up on that idea in exchange for preventing bishop g5, which stops some of the more dangerous lines from happening. So anyway, both players kind of being a little thoughtful, a little deliberate in the moves they're choosing here, taking a little bit of time as well. Don't want to mess up and fall for any tricks. Look for knight e5 to come here, though, pretty soon for white.
Yeah, it's in the I think, long story short, this position is just rich, full of possibilities, and maybe we want to check on it later, Danny.
Let's do it.
Because action elsewhere, and maybe we zoom out to our bird's eye view, because
I love it.
Firstly, Wesley So against Sarana already in the endgame after barely a couple of minutes played. Yeah, I forgot that one set of matches has disappeared now, but I mean, it's that game on the far left, Danny, on the rainbow, on the blue board.
I was going to do it. You got to do it. And I like how Ivic is playing, despite the fact that he's the one in a position where all he needs is a draw, not stopping him from just playing aggressive chess. Anytime you push that pawn to f4 without asking permission, he's a man after my heart. I love it. Let's go. f4, f5, bring the house against Caruana. How often you have a chance to send a player like Fabiano out of Division 1? I like how Ivic is playing this.
Yeah, I love it as well. And this is actually a really topical variation of the Sicilian Taimanov. And I do remember Fabiano having the white side of this position, or this pawn sacrifice line, I think against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, recently. This is stuff, as you said, Fabiano known for playing these English attack kind of queenside castles positions. He's had many battles with people like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So Fabi is normally, as you said, on the white side of some of these attacking Sicilians. And I wonder if that's actually not a good thing for him, because he may be a little more comfortable playing the first move in these structures here. But all right, we'll see. He plays knight f6. Ivic has more than a few options to consider. Also bishop f3, a simple move. Yeah. And I like these positions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say we should mention white is a pawn down, so you normally need to kind of just play fast, like we said with Sicilians earlier. Keep pedaling, keep kind of throwing fuel on that fire, just keep going. But yeah, spoil for choice, and at least Fabiano has something to cling on to, right, Danny? Here, he's a pawn up. If he defends, he might win.
It tells you how dangerous the position is for black because the computers favor white despite white being down a pawn, right? It just tells you like accurate play for white here by a human or a computer keeps the initiative going. As David said, keep cycling. And these positions are very dangerous for black. And again, you can play bishop f3 just to overprotect the pawn and make sure that all of these options remain, or you pause, as Ivic is doing, and maybe calculate something a little more concrete. And again, that's why he's the one calculating, and we're the ones trying to provide entertaining education because he's going to calculate if there's something concrete. I wonder if you can get away with things like this, or if you play knight d4 and try to punch in g5 and g6. That's a key idea sometimes to undermine the protection of the e6 pawn. There's all kinds of ways that this position might be about to get crazy.
Yeah, you mentioned that it's him out there. I'm glad it's him, not us, Danny.
I was just going to say, like, yeah. So you know what we get to do instead of calculating? Instead of calculating, we get to say, take it to the bird's eye view. Let's go. We're going to let these guys calculate. And we're going to look for maybe this knight d4, g5, g6 idea I called for. We'll come back and see. But all right. Okay, no, he plays f5. Okay, going to get spicy. But I do want to go quickly around the horn because I also want to go touch on Jan Nepomniachtchi's game with Sam Sevian. So let's back up and take a look at all 4 games in progress. As we swing it over, you can just be reminded, go to chess.com, watch directly on the events platform. You can also still watch our commentary over there. It's embedded in the upper right corner. So do it. Go over there. And here we go. What do we got?
Here we go. And you wanted to guide us over to Sam Sevian against Jan Nepomniachtchi. This one has evolved, Danny. Your beloved IQP positions. It's no longer an isolated pawn, but threat of checkmate. That makes me happy. Yep. Queen h7. Watch out for that one. Especially if you're
I called for knight e5. It was played pretty much right thereafter, along with your knight e7, and that's how the structure changed, and we left the IQP behind. So who do you think this transition favors? On the clock, you have to like that Jan Nepomniachtchi's edge continues to get larger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if black gets one more move, Jan Nepomniachtchi will be out of danger. He'll be happy. He'll be loving life. Bishop c6, if he can land that bishop. I think black is safe, but some questions to answer. First of all, do you capture on b7? That looks like it spices things up. If not, then how do you make use of the one move before black's bishop improves and lands on a perfect square?
That's a fair question. You can always look for pushing the h-pawn. It doesn't work here because this is one of those cases where Harry will not be a wizard. Harry will quickly exit the building if you play h4. But you want to watch out for those things. This knight is nice as long as it's blocking checkmate. But this is something that white will look for, and the bishop pair is also useful long term. So. Should I feel bad that I have zero interest in looking at Lazovic-Yesipenko, that match is just foregone conclusion going to Armageddon? Has that eval bar gone past 50% in any game like they played? Maybe last game, but all right.
I hope our viewers let us off with the promise that if they go to Armageddon, we'll cover a lot of that.
Yeah, everyone's going to have to forgive us that Lazovic-Yesipenko is not going to get any attention. So the other game that also pretty close to deadlock. I'm just going to jump over there because you said it went to an endgame early, and I guess what I'm doing is I'm inadvertently explaining myself why we're going to focus on Jan Nepomniachtchi and Caruana Ivic, because I think these other two matches are more than likely going to end in peace, which means we have double Armageddon, double the fun, brought to you by Doublemint Gum. Just kidding, although we'd be into it if they wanted to sponsor it. Go ahead, Doublemint. I'm here. DM's open.
Shout out to them. Yeah, this one, not much to say here, Danny. I agree. The other game's more exciting. Here, everything's just dropping off the board. The white A-pawn. Sometimes you get excited outside past pawns. They can run quite quickly, but the black rook will always slide behind that. Yes, it's a good knight for white. Yes, it's a bad bishop for black, but ultimately, I don't think the black bishop's going to stay bad for too long, and black's d-pawn will cause some counterplay. Draw, I think, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the d-pawn compensates for the a-pawn to a degree, right? I mean...
yeah, even d4 here, or yeah, rook c3, and
Yeah.
white is stuck.
Okay.
Black is stuck. Draw.
All right, we're gonna let this be. If a blunder happens, we will come back. But I think we have just paid our dues and have justified heading back over to the, I guess, the most exciting matchup, especially because it is truly must-win chess for Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. Simplification is on the board now. What do we got?
Yeah, and there was a noticeable wince from Caruana after this last move. I think he expected something else, but he just maybe had missed that knight takes e3 now walks into rook takes e5, or although the line goes on, there's some bishop c5 naughtiness. White is a pawn up. So Ivic, he should be a big favorite to hold this game, Danny.
Yeah, white is a pawn up, and if anything, it's it's black's initiative that is just dwindling. I mean, you had a cute little skewer there, but you get out of it with Tempe. If you're Ivic, put the rook on a safe square, and sometimes there are positions where someone has a big edge, but you can see all the different ways it might go wrong. This is a pretty safe position for white. I mean, okay, I guess these pawns are a little overextended. Maybe there's some world where black tricks white into making some defensive error over there. I don't know, but I'm having a hard time creating the plan that allows Fabiano to come back and win this game. He has to win. Remember, everybody, a draw, he goes.
Yeah, and I think in a classical game here, it would only be black playing for a draw here. I don't think black could really imagine winning this one pawn down. White should have a way to return the pawn and guide the game towards safety at the very minimum. But in rapid chess, he is up 3.5 minutes on the clock, Fabi. If he can move his bishop now and get that rook h5 move that you mentioned, Danny, or get rook e8 and get active, then some chance. But okay, king b6. How does white guide this to safety? Is it pawn to g6? Just try and trade off as much as possible. Pawn to c3 if you want to be super safe. I mean, it feels like there must be a way. There must be a way for white now.
The only thing Fabi really has going for him is the clock, right? Up 3.5 minutes on time. Again, he has to win this game. A draw is not good enough. But if he can somehow keep the position murky enough and get Ivic under time pressure, that might be his only real chance. And don't pretend that this doesn't really matter to Fabi. I mean, a golden ticket directly punching your travel card to the live finals in December is massive for these guys. And if he doesn't at least get himself into the Division One battles, he's got to enter the play-in stage again, right? And the play-in stage is that bleep is brutal. Oh my god! And this is not good.
Yeah, it's a shark pool. It's full of full of sharks. Yeah. Those play-ins. Yeah, Fabi. I mean, yesterday after the first round of play-ins, right? He said he was using his candidates prep. That's how much it means to him. There's no way he would be using his best openings unless he really really wanted this. And that arrow you just highlighted, Danny, knight f4 into d5. Who could resist? It looks huge for white
good,
right now.
Yeah. I mean, Bobby might have known he was taking on a big risk with f6, and so maybe he thinks he has some sort of tricks in store. Again, he's fully aware of his situation, that he has to win, and a draw is not good enough. So perhaps he looks at this and thinks there's some sort of trickery, but yeah. Oh, excuse me. If it takes a minute to find the move I highlighted right away, just saying, despite being tired and all, but he does eventually play knight f4, and here it comes. This is a problem for Fabi.
Yeah, they should call you Yawn Nepomniachtchi.
Hey there. When I yawn, the moves are like Nepo, I don't know what happened there. Besides the fact that both of these days, yesterday and today, have kind of thrown off my normal schedule, so I didn't really get my traditional cup of coffee. And I think around this time yesterday, I slammed an energy drink that I kept hidden from chat. So who knows? Maybe I'll do that before Armageddon. Okay, we have a move. Rook d5. What's going on?
Rook d5.
Knight d5.
Yeah, maybe not best, but I think he's just playing for safety here, Danny. He just wants the minor pieces off, position he can control.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's fair. That's one of those things where forget the eval. The human being is like, all I need is a draw, and this is delicious. Delicious drawing chances for me.
Bishop doesn't have many good squares. The white knight can drop back to d3 now. If the bishop stays on the board, keeps itself alive. Fabi, this might be the last few moments of his chances for Division 1. We might have to see him drop down and try to work his way through that field, which is not going to be easy either. So rook d5, Ivic. Surprise package, but continuing to impress.
Indeed, indeed. And I think that's a fair call out too. I forgot that going to Division 2 means that Fabi still has chances to avoid the play-in stage in the third leg of the tour if he does win Division 2. He will avoid the gauntlet, the absolute bleeping nightmare that can be the play-in stage. As fun as it is as a commentator, the stress of yesterday's event is just crazy. By the way, I think White can just take a draw here if you want. He does it. Rook e7 before I can highlight it. He's just going to check his way into victory, sending Fabiano Caruana to D2, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a heartbreaking day for Fabiano Caruana and Velimir Ivic. Let the name be known, boys and girls. There he is. He sends MVL home in Armageddon, and he doesn't even need Armageddon to flex a victory, a 2.5 to 1.5 score, ultimately beating Fabiano Caruana. Velimir Ivic getting the job done. Amazing stuff.
Incredible. And now he's earned the right to mix it with the likes of Magnus Carlsen in Division 1. Great result for him. Meanwhile, there are a couple of games still going, Danny. And I mean, the game we've been talking about a lot between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Sam Sevian, Sam with the white pieces, there's been a queen sack. Wow.
Yeah. Not only a queen sack, but a bad one. I mean, it looks like Sam is holding on, especially because as I look at that dark square bishop, that dude is doing work and holding everything together on c3. So it makes it hard for me to get excited about Black's queen sack when I don't see the play, right? You sacked a queen, you want to see the initiative that is in your control. To me, it looks like he's hoping Sam Sevian, makes a mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't think Black can really hope to build a fortress either because there's still so many pieces on the board. White can actually play on both flanks. White can definitely try to get at the black king a bit later. Moves like rook to d6, rook a6. I guess he just wants to play rook a7, trade off one set of pieces. And I can't imagine Black holding this one, Danny. Just looks like the black bishop's actually more offside than anything. It can't contribute to any kingside defense. And we could see another underdog pull it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, have fear of the underdog, or you will not survive, as they say. The underdogs are here. Ivic sends MVL and Caruana home. Sam Sevian, despite this sort of bold predictions we were making about expect great form from Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana coming off Toronto, that's why Rapid Chess is different. And obviously, these guys are ready to play. Crazy stuff. Gotta love it.
Yeah. I can't even say these darned youngsters anymore because the likes of Sevian, Ivic, they're in their early 20s. They're really experienced grandmasters in their own right. But that is incredible. Queen C7.
I call them young because everybody's young to me. I'm so old. But yeah, no, Sam Sevian is not a darn youngster. He's very good at rapid chess. Competed in the Chess.com Global Championship final 2 years ago before the Worlds became one in Toronto. He's a monster. In fact, he was close to being a potential fill-in, depending on whether everyone could figure out their visas, etc. last year. I mean, I don't remember exactly where he finished, but I know Sam was a top performer in terms of the tour standings last year as well. So this guy, this is not that big of a surprise, really. He is playing good chess right now.
Fantastic chess. And look how he's switching up the angles. He's now planted his bishop in the king side and the white queen, she wasn't getting in anywhere on the other flank, so she drops back, supporting this f4 push. g4 will surely follow soon, and the white pieces flood forward. The black knight will be destabilized. Black's rook is solely passive right now. Looks like he's doing the business, but 15 seconds, Danny.
Yeah.
You think he's going to get there? Ooh,
it's true.
A4.
We haven't been talking about the time. We should. In fact, G2 is weak. That was the one risk of playing F4 is you went from stunting or blocking that bishop into opening the diagonal, and that's the kind of thing that can go wrong. Knight F1 check and then Rook C2.
Rook C2 immediately.
C2. Oh my god!
One move blunder.
Rook C2.
just trapped.
Is Jan gonna find it? Oh my god! What in the
Turnaround.
world? What a turnaround this would be.
And it's, I mean, it's not the type of position you can play on 3 seconds. Suddenly the
No.
white king getting chased up the board.
By the way, kudos to even just getting here. I thought he was done. He's only got 3 seconds, and he's finding the best moves, although maybe now running out is rook f2 check.
Rook f2 leads to mate.
Rook
Bishop
f2 and
f3.
bishop f3.
Bishop e2, just get the queen. Oh my god,
Oh my
turn around.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a heartbreaking game for Sam Sevian, who takes off his glasses and just, oh my god, he's got to be just gutted. And you know, we were kind of singing Sam's praises when he was potentially converting. There, Jan shaking his head, kind of knows he got incredibly lucky. And we do have another game to go to, but I want to quickly show the final position here, if we can. I want to go back here to this game because we were focused on Sam's praises, but I just want to say, David, the moment he played f4, I didn't have time to call it out, but there was a part of me that went, wait, that is the last thing you want to do when you are in time pressure and your opponent has no counterplay. So f4 was an aggressive move, but the moment that happened, there was a part of me that just got super nervous. I just have to say that, and in the end, that was exactly what backfired. Just crazy. Yeah. Heartbreaking. All right. Well, we've got Alexei Sarana. Oh my god, Alexei Sarana.
Sarana the Piranha. Looks like... Whoa, just as we jump in, a mistake from Wesley. So he's going after the black G pawn, but surely it's all about the other one, the runner.
Almost no time for these guys to calculate super complicated rook endings. Alexei Sarana with the black pieces might be avoiding Armageddon here. Wesley, I think, knows he messed up, David, with rook g6. He's pausing before taking the pawn. He's like, uh-oh, what did I just do? He might go back to c6 check and try to hold there.
The black rook can block. I think the white king needed to be just one square closer on f2. That was the mistake. He didn't bring the white king. Black's blocking and black's pushing d2 guaranteed.
That was it. You're right. And the point, everybody, is if check, rook c4, they get traded, you can't get your king in front. The black king shoulders the king. And so now you play king f2, but it's too little too late. Rook a2 check and king e3 is mate on e2. Computer calls it.
That's brutal. Rook a2 check. You can't even go back to the first rank. There would have been another check and d2 would have made a queen. So now what is the finishing blow? Is it just pushing the pawn for glory? I mean, it looks like d2 should just win.
Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, and when you go back to d6, the king just comes in. This is a good old-fashioned family fun. Block with the rook. This is the bridge technique. It's over. Wait, what's going on?
Ooh.
F4? Oh my god, if Wesley So holds a draw again from a lost endgame, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, look at his hand there, the gesture there from Sarana. He's panicking. He forgot that now after G takes f4, there's a check on c6. He's no longer winning.
What in the actual... Okay, we're going to have to break this one down real quick, too. Unbelievable what just happened there.
And now the race, and if it was just one white pawn, black is winning, but there's two white pawns, and the white king's going to shoulder off its enemy. Miracle draw from Wesley So.
Oh my god. So wait, but what was the move instead of king c1?
Did you need to go the other way with the black king, maybe towards the white king, just so you're nearer in this race? And look at him bang his hand there.
Yeah.
Banging the mouse.
Sarana is pissed, as he should be. God, what a heartbreaking day. If you missed earlier, Alexei Sarana already blew a game that had mate in 1, mate in 2, I guess. And you see a frustrated Sarana. Absolutely crazy. Wow. 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 We are going to have 2 Armageddon battles after that incredible draw snatched from the jaws of defeat for the second time by Wesley So.
Wow, Danny. I mean, I thought Sam Sevian was home and dry. I thought Alexei Sarana had done the business, but that is the nature of rapid chess. Shocks, turnarounds, blunders, you name it. The clock, the pressure, the stakes, they play havoc with us all.
Yeah, I am ready for you to choose which game you want to analyze, but I admit I definitely want to see the end of that rook end game because I want to understand just quickly what it was that Alexei Sarana should have done. But you got to give Wesley So credit for somehow staying in these battles to send it to Armageddon. And you got to feel for Alexei Sarana. Again, remember, we will also have Denis Lazovic versus Yesepenko. But until then, David Howell, take it away with some game review.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go through the early stages of this game. I'm just going to mention the fact that it was very dry, very level for the whole encounter pretty much until Wesley So, if I backtrack, played the move rook to g6. This was a mistake. He's greedily going after the black pawn. He needed to instead just drop the white king back. The king needs to be in the vicinity of this black pawn just to step across if the black king ever moves. But he played rook g6, was punished, at least at first, by king to c3. Note how the black rook will guard, block, and he checks from behind. And yeah, if we fast forward to the moment after a few checks that it was blown by Sarana, he understandably, Danny, I think we were all expecting king to c1 in this position, but this blew the win after f4, creating counterplay. He needed to actually backtrack and actually go from a different angle. He needed to go around to the king side and eventually evade the checks, I believe, in this manner. Although even here, I'm struggling to find the exact win. I think maybe he just needed to go in front of his pawn and slowly do it. Rook c2, king to c1, do it the old-fashioned way, as they say, no haste, no rush. But I mean, what a miracle. Wesley hadn't planned this, I've got to say. Sorry, if I go back to that king c1 moment, Wesley hadn't planned f4. He just got lucky. Pawn to f4. His only try. Black would otherwise block with the rook, and he checks and make a new queen, f4, and yeah, this race for everyone at home, it does aesthetically, it looks like black is totally winning, even at this moment. But white, the king shoulders the black king not quite in time, and pawn enough to secure the draw. Miracles do happen, they do exist. Wesley So. Rook end games, they're so difficult, even for the best in the world.
I'm sitting here just mind blown right now. The fact that black has to put the king on d1 first and then go slowly. That is just absolutely crazy stuff. That's why chess is hard. And as they say, that is why they play the game. David Howell, great breakdown, great game review. And guess what? We still have 2 games ahead today for those of you who've been with us throughout. Thank you so much. And guess what? We got Armageddon ahead. And in fact, now we have 2 Armageddon battles. Denis Lazovic versus Andrei Yesepenko. Wesley So versus Alexei Sarana. Gonna be amazing. Speaking of Wesley So, a little bit of a blindfold chess performance by Wesley at the break for our Twitch subscribers. Go ahead and do that. We appreciate your support. When we return, the Armageddon bids are in. It's the final games of the day for the Chess.com Classic early stages. Don't go anywhere. The Champion Chess Tour rolls on in just a few.
We're gonna play blindfold blitz. So I'm actually gonna get up right now and I'm gonna blindfold him. All right. This is, nothing weird's gonna happen here. Trust me. There you go, close your eyes, right? I'm gonna move the pieces for you. So all you gotta do is just say the move and I'm gonna move the pieces for him. I'm gonna start your clock. You just say your move and hit your clock.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Play 1b3.
Okay. Okay, so he plays b3. I'm going to play knight f6.
Bishop b2.
g6.
Knight f3.
Bishop g7.
c4. c4.
Yep.
You got a good position.
All right, knight takes d4.
Queen takes d4, check.
Knight to f6.
Queen e3.
I think you're doing great, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
If you're worried.
Yeah, that looks like a very boring position.
Why am I struggling so much with the right thing to play here?
My plan now is just to try to flag you.
Queen to b6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Maybe I should have given you 10 minutes.
All right, I know. I'm old and slow.
You're not 40 yet.
All right, I'm gonna play rook to d8.
I'll play rook fd1.
You play a lot of good chess moves. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
How am I gonna hold a freaking draw here? Come on, Dan. All right, rook takes d1.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I gotta do what I need to do to win.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. I respect it. Knight to f6.
Ah, what are you doing? You training something? I'll play king to e3.
Why did you have to see it? It was just one. rook to d1.
D?
D1.
Yeah, I see you, Daddy.
Okay.
I'll play rook to c4.
Okay, bishop to d5.
I'll play rook to c3.
Wesley, this is your chance to blunder. You can do it. Rook to g1.
Push a5. No more mate.
Rook to g1.
Pawn to e4.
Oh man, was an accurate move. Bishop to b7.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I like going a8. I can't do it. I can't take advantage of a blind man. I'm getting mated. King to g7.
Why are you running?
That was a good move by me. It's not over yet.
Knight e8 check. I'm gonna play the most boring.
King to f7.
Rook takes bishop a6.
Run it, Wesley.
Yeah.
King takes e8.
King e6.
King to f8.
King to f6.
Oh wow, that hurts actually. That's a big time. Oh, I lost on time. Oh, that was a big time. I lost track of time. Wow.
Good game.
I almost feel okay about myself. Almost.
Yes. Yeah, you're doing good for your first game after a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
The Chess.com classic early days move to Armageddon once again. You see the bids there, David. Wesley So outbidding Alexei Sarana, but both players getting more aggressive than we saw MVL and Ivic earlier, going into that 7-minute territory. Your quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, how low can you go? And Wesley So has gone low, 7 minutes. I mean, we saw Vachier-Lagrave, a speed demon, suffer with 8. It feels like Wesley's playing with fire. I'm not so sure that he'll look back on that bid fondly.
Yeah, 7 minutes and 11 seconds. That's going to be interesting. That is not that much time. My brain is thinking about that bid, although Sarana was right there with him. 7 minutes and 45 seconds, also lower than MVL's earlier bid of 8 minutes and 12 seconds, I think. All right, we have a second Armageddon battle to talk about. We also had a bid in that one that also went to 7 minutes. 7 minutes and 30 seconds from Lazovic, 7 minutes and 22 seconds. So on average, even lower for these two guys. These players really want black.
Wow, the two younger players here. Yeah, nothing to separate them so far, but 8 seconds separates them here. That's how close it's been today, Danny. I think really symptomatic of the match so far. But yeah, Dennis, first time must-win situation.
I feel like in this one, I'm a little more supportive of Yesipenko's really low bid. How did this match get here? Let's review 4 draws where really neither player had anything, right? And I think that from a strategy perspective, Lazovic's repertoire, while really solid, David, kind of makes it hard for him to get wins in these must-win moments. So I actually, thinking about it, really love the meta there from Yesipenko. He's forcing Lazovic to play for a win with the white pieces, and I have a feeling it's going to pay off. I think that's going to be pretty tough for Dennis, knowing his style.
Yeah, that's the one thing potentially holding Dennis back. He's really young, of course, but he's yet to crack that formula of how to defeat the world's best on demand. And yeah, big moment, big test for him. I'd be inclined to agree, but I do believe in Dennis, and he's so quick. Blitz, bullet. If it comes to flagging, I think he's got the upper hand, so we'll have to see.
Dennis can be a menace. I don't disagree with you on that. And, well, we're finally going to focus on these guys. If you've been watching all day, first of all, we appreciate your support. Thank you. And you also know that we have covered these two guys very, very little. I think we've done officially 3 minutes of analysis on what was their 4-game match, because to be honest, they had a lot of quick draws. And the one game we followed, we got pulled away to something more exciting. And so this will be interesting. Can Dennis win on command with white? He's going to have to. Yesipenko withdraw odds, but only 7 minutes and 22 seconds. This should be fun. As we get set here for the players to make their first move, should be any moment.
And opening prediction, Danny, I'm going to say Catalan.
Okay, apparently we have a disconnect from the players. So technical difficulties. Dennis's internet went down. It means we might be starting with the other matchup. We'll see, everybody. Make sure you continue to stay buckled in. Let's keep analyzing. Let's go back to the first one. Wesley So and
Alexei
Sarana. This is going to be interesting here. Wesley So will get black and draw odds. I guess this 4-game match also had 4 draws, but it was much more exciting. And frankly, Wesley should have lost 2 of the games. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say it. Wesley's lucky to be in Armageddon right now. Alexei Sarana has played the better chess in today's match, and we'll see if Wesley can turn it around.
Yeah, Sarana will be kicking himself game 1 and game 4 of the match, totally winning, decisive advantage in the endgame, both rook endgames. And he let Wesley wriggle out. So, okay, Sarana, we do talk about him. We mentioned earlier, Danny, one of the best players in the world with white. So well prepared. Yep. The Queen's Gambit declined at these early stages. Can he use his extra 2.5 minutes? That's the big question. Main line so far. Bishop comes out to f5. Will the Queen land on f3 with an endgame?
It's funny. There's the endgame, but do you want that? Do you want that in this line, even if it's popular theory these days? You said Alexei Serrano is one of the best prepared players in the world as white, but even with that, Wesley So is one of the most solid players of his generation, right? I think taking draw odds, even if you know how dangerous your opponent is when you're maybe not feeling on form, probably still makes sense. So regardless of the fact that I think Serrano has played the better chess, I think you would agree. Wesley So is kind of lucky to be here. He had 2 games where he was a move away from losing. I still think that if you're off form, probably it makes sense strategically to try to get draw odds. What do you think?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
And Wesley seems to agree as well, smiling on the camera. Yeah, I've seen Wesley so many times, crucial moment, kind of up his game, step up a gear or two, and just when he wants to shut things down, he normally succeeds. Here we do see the endgame line you mentioned. It's a possibility. Serrano took a minute or so to decide upon this. Queens are off, but Black does have a slightly inferior pawn structure here.
Well, you saw everybody, they were still following theory according to that opening book explorer. The bar shifts from the percentages played to an actual eval right there after knight h4. But it just tells you this is still well-known theory for these guys. And I think what Serrano was probably calculating, David, is like, hey, I know white has a small edge in these endgames, but is it the kind of edge I feel like I can play for a win or not, right? He had to kind of be sure, and ultimately he decided, I think I can play for a win in this endgame.
Yeah, in Armageddon, there tends to be 2 kind of viable strategies. You go really direct, straight for the throat. You kind of force your opponent to think early, especially if you're the one starting with more time, or you just try and prolong the game as long as possible. And I think he's going for the latter strategy, Danny. It's an endgame, but it's not the type that will fizzle out yet or anytime soon.
Yeah.
And white is really flexible. Okay, big threat on the board to try and trap this black bishop. Looks like a big pawn.
Yep. Well, and that's why the computer said you got to play f5, and Wesley indeed finds it. F5 was the only move there, but Wesley knows this stuff, even though I would say the Chess.com opening book technically kind of ended in terms of popular games that have been well-traveled here. This position, though, I think is still very well known. In terms of high-level theory, it's not too far away from something that I'm sure these guys know at home with their computers. So,
yeah, we've well versed in these types of positions, the top players. That being said, I don't really like Serrano's idea of putting the pawn on f4 because now he's blocked off all of his pawn breaks, and it's going to be harder for him to make progress. Now Black's knight, this last knight move, is coming into d6, the ideal square in these Carlsbad type structures, and Wesley so solid again.
Wesley so solid. How many times have you seen Wesley play like this?
I mean, if I had $1 for every time I've seen Wesley play.
You were supposed to say so many times. So many times. That you missed it. That's okay. Hey, we'll work on the chemistry here. I'm feeling the vibes. I'm just letting you know. The correct answer was so many times. All right, knight a4 is played by Wesley. We have seen Wesley so many times hold these positions as black. He pops a pony right where it belongs on e4. Although I like that you highlighted the 2 strategies. There's the go all in, you have to win as white, attacking positions, openings with crazy chances. And then there's the, hey, just make the game go a long time because objectively your opponent gets worse every time there's a second that goes off the clock. They don't have increment. And so if you can just make this a long game, that should pay off. Though as quickly as Wesley's playing, what was a 2.5 minute lead on the clock is now down to a minute. So you gotta keep an edge on the clock for that strategy to work if you're Serrano.
Yeah, I'm still gutted about that moment, missing the punchline. We've got to do this more often, Danny, so that I can start finishing your.
Hey. Sandwiches, yes.
Whoa.
We're gonna go for a sandwich after this one. We're gonna go. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I'm excited. I am a hungry kid. Okay, man. Well, it's funny. This is a game, and his time edge is dwindling, but I do think it's one that you could easily imagine them having something kind of similar to what's on the board now and just take another like 4 or 5 minutes off the clock for each player. I think from that perspective, as long as Serrano trusts his blitz skills, which we know he's a very, very good bullet player as well, it's a gamble that I'm going to give to him. Although, okay, the more I talk and the more his time advantage disappears, the less confident I am.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think the critical moments will actually occur when both players are down to around the 2-minute mark, and depends how tense things are. Depends. I mean, talking of sandwiches, those knights being sandwiched in the center of the board, it depends whether they stay intact. There's a lot of kind of tension and still plenty to play for both sides. So I don't think we should write it off too quickly. Yes, Wesley, I believe, is a favorite right now, but Serrana, so dangerous.
I'm gonna go head over to the other game because it did get started. So I'm just gonna quickly switch. We don't really need a bird's eye view. We can just flip it on over. Denis Lazovic, remember, also in a must-win situation with White, similar to Alexei Serrano versus So. This is a different opening. I feel like for this one, we have to take a bit of an instant replay. I don't know what I'm trying to say. To the Batcave we go. Let's do some analysis because Denis Lazovic, very well known for his G3 repertoire, we have to point out he didn't play that this time. He played a London, David, in a must-win scenario. Then he transposed after bishop f5 to a traditional Queen's Gambit. Stop me if you see anything you want to talk about, but this is not Denis Lazovic's main repertoire. That's the main point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, no real dramatic moments, but I guess it's just the psychology you mentioned, Danny, that he, in this must-win situation, he kind of felt the onus on himself to do something different. He does have the pawn center here, but it does feel like Black is extremely solid. There's two sets of minor pieces off the board, so despite the fact that Black looks a bit cramped, you're not really struggling for air here. So I'm expecting a knight to just post up on f6 and still very much burden on Denis here to do something, to break through, to take those risks.
This is sort of a Karo-Slav structure, as they call it, although now c5 aggressively played. Apparently not the favorite, according to the computer, because of something that was missed. I pulled up the engine. We might as well while we have the analysis board. Apparently the move was d takes c5. It just gave up a pawn.
Wow, Black can't take back. Oh my
Can't take back because of d8. You just win a piece.
That's the thing.
That's kind of hilarious. C5 was played, and Denis playing so fast just didn't win a free pawn.
This is Armageddon chess, Danny. I mean, it's actually, you never normally want to take a pawn once it lands on c5, so I totally understand the players. It's so counterintuitive to take pawns, open pieces, trade everything off, but that was a gift, a free pawn, and okay, at least he's got an imbalance now. The white pawn on d5 could march through potentially. Danny, the d pawn.
Yep. Don't take h6. Sorry, just had to say it. Queen. Full board awareness. I learned from earlier from your tactics. Don't take h6.
Thank you. Yeah, the Black Queen doing a great job. The problem is if you don't land anything now, then Black will just park a queen on d6 or something on d6, and long term White's actually struggling against the might of the Black queenside pawn. So Esipenko, after dodging that bullet of actually blundering a pawn, swiftly turning things in his favor, Danny.
It paid off. Took a gamble. I mean, I think he just blundered it and got lucky, but it is because you know what's great about the Armageddon dynamic as well, David, is it puts players in uncomfortable psychological situations. What happened probably before c5 was played was Denis was like, hey, I have to play fast. No matter what, I have to maintain my edge. His opponent makes a move and he commits to that plan and plays bishop e3 because what did he do? He played it in 2 seconds. And then what you look at is, okay, that was actually your opportunity. That was a misblunder. And it's only Armageddon that adds those extra kind of psychological dynamics that maybe creates those positions for players to make psychological mistakes. So anyway, it's just kind of fun to point out, right? And I don't think I'm jumping to conclusions on that. I think you would agree that Denis's premeditated bishop e3 meant that he wasn't even really thinking. He was already committed to this psychological goal of playing fast, and he missed his chance.
100%. And that's the difference, like you mentioned, Armageddon versus the rapid games we saw earlier. It's a 2-second increment, but it makes a world of difference. There, he would have felt much more comfortable taking a pause, unexpected move, lots to calculate. Then you pause, you think, you know you have 2 seconds increment later. But here, there's no safety net. So pawns flying off the board, meanwhile. White, definitely for choice, Danny, but is it enough? That's the big question. D pawn versus C pawn here. What do you think?
Well, I think objectively Black should be okay. If this was a normal game, but it is Armageddon. White does enjoy a 2-minute lead. I think there's enough here for Denis to push on. So despite the criticisms that he missed a chance to win a pawn, you called the other strategy. You either go all out for an aggressive attacking game to try to win, or you just milk the clock, because if a scramble happens, you should have some extra time. That's part of the bidding process. You take 4 minutes off the clock for both players here, David, and it's very clear that Denis is going to win. So that makes me worried for Yesipenko.
Yeah, maybe even if you add 4 minutes to Esipenko's clock, suddenly you start to dislike black's position, black's chances. The black bishop's actually caught on the wrong side. If you could switch the position of the black queen and the black bishop, if the bishop were the blockader, then I think black is totally safe. But the black bishop is stranded, and white's just playing bishop f4 next move, d6, d7, and Danny will become a queen. Danny, the deep one there.
Hey, we like to call the deep on Daryl around here.
Sorry, Daryl.
I don't know. So it's okay. You know, I don't know. I mean, Chess24 and Chess.com have become one. We're learning each other's, Danny, Daryl, it's all the same. All right. Here comes Danny. All right, D6 is pushed. You made a great point, because I think I was focused on the Armageddon dynamics of the 3-minute time edge, which is important for Dennis. But I don't know if I appreciated that this is actually right up Dennis's alley in terms of it being a small edge that he can kind of milk technically and accurately where he's really at his best. Denis Lazovic might win this game even if we added, as you said, 4 minutes for each player.
Yeah, and in the meantime, this one's going on a long time. Black does have a blockade for now, Esipenko, but Wesley So's lost control over his position in the other game. Alexei Sarana.
Wow. Alexei Sarana remains a bit of kryptonite for Wesley So today.
Is rook takes g6 a thing, Danny? Tactics?
Rook takes g6 and then f5. Looks pretty good. In fact, he finds it, and I like it.
Wow.
This doesn't look great for Wesley.
Just blundered a pawn.
It's actually big trouble, because after you take it, you can't even blockade it. Knight h5 is coming to follow. This is like everything is falling. It was more than just a fork. It's a forking problem. We got a big forking problem here, man. That's what's going on for Wesley.
Wesley really, really does. And there's actually tactics in the air. I was going to say, for example, after king f6, after f takes g6, black could play rook takes h2. But due to the fact that black recently put a pawn on c5, any king and pawn endgame, I think, is actually going quite well for white. There's actually tricks in the air there as well. But maybe he's going for this tactic. Oh, wait, after rook takes h2, is there knight h5 check anyway?
And then g7.
Oh my god.
I wonder if Wesley is just now seeing that. I think we're about to see the final moments of Wesley competing in Division 1 at the Chess.com Classic. I think Alexei Sarana, as we said, poetic justice. Alexei played better chess today between the two players. Wesley would be the first to admit that, and Sarana finds the tactic. Amazing, brilliant chess.
Yeah, well deserving of its double exclamation point there. Knight h5, sack the knight, push the pawn, go for glory. Yeah, it's over.
Great
Literally
chess.
no way to defend, Danny.
I think, that's it. Here comes g7. Now you can, now you take h2 and then take c5, and okay, there's some conversion left to be done, but knight h5 check, worthy, as you said, of the brilliant badge. And I guess we shouldn't count it out. We've seen Alexei Sarana a move away from sending Wesley So home, right? It hasn't happened yet, so I'm actually not going to count the chickens that might not ever hatch. Wesley So has already held lost endgames in this match today.
That's true, but this is a different kettle of fish. This is no rook endgame where the drawish tendencies are extremely high. It does feel like two pawns this far separated. They will keep the black pieces honest. The G pawn might tie down the black king. The C pawn will tie down the black bishop, for example. And then it's just the white king, whether it can march forward, which looks likely, I've got to say. Maybe round the other way. Wow.
I changed my highlights as you were saying that, because I realized b3 was such a nice idea. He just wants to get the pawns on like squares to kind of, take away any of the potency of the bishop, and then he'll slowly get the king around this way, I think.
We'll see it take the long way around. I love your a4 move. I think that's most likely going to happen next, just in case.
Lock it up.
Lock it up. The black bishop will have to be tied down to the c pawn. Black is zugzwanged, and the white king will do the work. Do the dirty work.
I've seen that face on Wesley before. I think he might be about to hit the resign button and then kill the camera momentarily afterwards. He knows it's toast. This is not like the other games, as you said. This is a great day from Alexei Sarana. Okay, a4 is played, but it's a bit of a bluff, because the bishop, as much as it gets excited about the idea of pawns being stuck on dark squares, the bishop has a problem. It's stuck to c7.
Yeah, and there's actually a threat of knight f6 here, followed by c7, knight e8 check. It's over.
Yep, I was just about to highlight it. Knight f6, c7, you take it, you fork it, everything falls. Wesley So will be headed to Division 2, and Alexei Sarana gets the job done in Armageddon. Amazing stuff there. Breathe a sigh of relief, big fella. You sent Wesley So to D2. What a day for this guy. And what a well-deserved opportunity to compete in Division 1.
Great play. Meanwhile, Denis Lazovic looks like he might well be on the way to join Alexei Sarana in Division 1. He's a huge favorite now against Esipenko. Look at the clock, Danny. 4 against 1. And White's position overwhelming. Daryl about to touchdown here.
Daryl going for the touchdown. And or Dennis. I guess at this point we should just call the D-pawn what it deserves to be called, which is, forget Danny and Daryl. Dennis has got a D-pawn, and it is a menace. It's it shows what I know. I said I thought that both the players who got black were the favorites in the Armageddon, Wesley So and Yesipenko. Turns out there's a reason I'm here and they're there, because it looks like both players with white are going to win.
It's pretty much guaranteed now. Esipenko's defenses have collapsed. You can't really hold the black bishop as a blockader much longer. f7 is falling. I mean, the dominoes are falling right now. This is over, Danny.
f7 is going to fall. As you said, you can't. You have to defend the pieces that are currently attacked, and also stop the d-pawn from becoming, Donna, Debbie, whatever queen name we're into. Has there ever been a Queen Donna? There's been a dancing queen. Shout out to you, Abba. But I don't know. I know that right now we've got Denis Lazovic doing work. He joins everyone else in Division 1 who already punched their ticket, gets the job done in Armageddon fashion. Yeah, smile. You can smile. It's okay. You're on camera, Dennis. And everyone else just got punked by your chess today. Wow. Denis Lazovic sends Andrei Yesipenko to Division 2. Congratulations for that guy who changes his openings. Maybe he should think about that in terms of his repertoire, but does get the job done in the must-win situation. So as you see it, there you have it. Those highlighted in gold are moving on to Division 1. Big names like Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So dropped to D2. Jan Nepomniachtchi counting his lucky stars. He got lucky to be going to D1. Denis Lazovic and Jan Duda round out the field, as we called them. And you are going to round out the day with a quick game review, David Howell, because that's what you do best. You analyze chess, and you're really good at it. Take it away.
Thank you, Danny. And man of the moment, Denis Lazovic. I'm going to focus on the latter stages of his win in the Armageddon against Andrei Esipenko. Winner takes all, of course, in this one. Denis Lazovic going away from his normal opening strategy by playing the London system. The white bishop landing on f4 very early in the game. A really nice square for it, as all London system players know. There was actually a quirky moment of neutral chess blindness here after pawn to c5. This is actually a blunder. White can simply take this pawn for free due to some pressure along the d-file. Black is unable to recapture on c5 without losing material. Denis missed this opportunity, but the way he turned things in his favor a bit later was truly impressive. If we fast forward, we see White establishing the passed d-pawn, a potential future queen, as we shortly see. And despite the fact that pieces were coming off the board, despite the fact we saw many trades, including the knights, Denis was able to push that pawn forward for glory. One of the key moves in my eyes was this one, queen to e2, a sidestep, actually just giving away the important b2 pawn in order to infiltrate Black's position. Queen takes b5 is coming. Maybe the best bet here was to play c4 and just bite the bullet and hope that there are no tactics against the black bishop, which is loose in the center. That would have kept the balance, but Esipenko played very naturally here. He tried to simplify a draw. Would have been enough for Black in the Armageddon, but the next key moment here, rook to d6, given a question mark by the all-seeing engine here. A trade of rooks looks counterintuitive for White in terms of the must-win situation, but after queen to c4, dawned on Black now that queens are the worst blockaders in chess. Queens are the most valuable piece, and therefore any time they get attacked, they will have to fall back, and this black queen is about to be destabilized on this d6 square. We saw the black bishop try to desperately scramble back, but just in time, bishop f4 landed for Denis Lazovic, kicking the black queen back, and he now very shortly broke the blockade. I thought this would go on for a very long time, but he now started switching his attention. d7, tactics working in White's favor. queen a2. Really impressive stuff. The queen will simply move either to d2 or possibly even to a8, depending on what black does. Rook to a6, the queen did shift, and we saw rook to a7, the final mistake, allowing white to step forward. And yeah, maybe not perfect play, but enough for Denis Lazovic. Really classy blitz move, sidelining his king. Safe haven here for the white king on h2. And here we saw eventually, when the moment was right, the queen did find her way in behind enemy lines, and resistance didn't last much longer. Queen to e8, and here we saw Denis move in for the kill. Bishop g3. Note how he keeps everything safe, the white king especially. Rook to f4, and a final move, rook takes f7. Black resigned here. Esipenko goes down to Division 2. Esipenko will fight against the very best in Division 1, simply breaking through with the strength of his d-pawn.
Denis the D-pawn, Denis the menace, Denis Lazovic continues to get the job done, and that brings our bracket focus. There you have it. Division 1 is going to be fun. Hey, that rhymed. Alexei Serrano will get Vincent Keymer going bottom to top. Jan Krzysztof Duda is rewarded with Ali Reza Firouzja. It'll be a battle there between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Denis Lazovic, and Velimir Ivic is rewarded with, some guy named Magnus Carlsen. No big deal. We'll see if he can continue to be a giant killer going up against the ultimate Goliath known as Magnus, David. Oh man, what a day this has been. I could probably unpack it with you for hours, but I've got a therapist for that, so I won't make you do that job. Instead, I'm just going to let everyone know that we're not done yet. We have an interview. You saw the bracket. You know what's in store for Friday. TGIF mañana. But before our day is done, we're going to have an interview with that man right there who finally breathed a sigh of relief with Wesley So. We'll talk to him about his psychological approach to Armageddon. Talk to him about all the things that almost got away from him in that match. It's the final moments from the Chess.com Classic here in the second event of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Interviews when we return.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens, but you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
The play-in stage of the Chess.com Classic is officially behind us. We move on to match play tomorrow, and no man may be more excited, more relieved for having punched his ticket to Division 1 than Alexei Sarana. Alexei, congratulations on the victory over Wesley So, and I have to ask, how did you keep your composure about you knowing that so many games in this match just got away from you that you could have won maybe at least 2 games earlier? How were you feeling? What were your nerves like heading into that Armageddon battle?
Yeah, thank you very much for congratulations. Yeah, this match was tough, but surprisingly for me, I didn't really have very bad position. I felt like after the first game, I realized that I can fight, and even in very boring, very equal position, I felt like he is like few levels up than me in some endgames and some kind of easy positions. But I realized that I can fight, and yeah, and in the Armageddon, I was quite optimistic, and it goes first not very well, but then turned out very good.
Well, I want to go back to the Armageddon, but I'm going to go back to their games because I don't want to let you off the hook. There was game 2 where there was this F8 queen and then rook D7 for mate, right? And then there was that 4th game where you're winning in the rook ending, and somehow there's this crazy trick with F4. Did that not emotionally get to you? How did you handle that? It felt like you just barely let the match slip away. So how did you keep your composure?
Yeah, it pissed off me a bit, but it's okay. I didn't lose this match at those points, so I can play next. And I felt like I can fight, and then in some easy positions, he didn't really feel the dangerous. He play on win, and then suddenly he played on win too much, and suddenly in these games I got winning positions from a draw, and then he's fight very well.
Yeah. It's great. I mean, you did keep your composure. He did fight well, but I guess you fought a little harder or a little better. But I'm gonna move on from that topic to our first question from chat. Paraphrasing a little bit, a question about Armageddon. Psychologically, going into Armageddon, you had missed the win, but it was a swindle, as you said. You felt good because you didn't lose. At least it was a draw. But I'm going to kind of build on this question and say, you bid low enough to get black, but then you were stuck with white. Take us into a little bit of the Armageddon psychology to build on our question from chat, and just talk about your thought process as you were heading in there and ultimately ended up playing the white pieces with your bid.
Well, I usually calculate like 2 minutes, like 5 to 4, then it's okay for black. And it depends on the opponent. Usually I feel much better with white, but against Wesley I felt like I can't get a big advantage from the opening, and I did a bit lower than usual. So I usually put like 8 minutes, maybe even more there. I put less, and he beat 7-10. And I felt okay. We always go to some endgames and we make like 100 moves, and I felt that it's a really good chance for me.
Yeah.
So I think like it depends on opponent. If opponent's very solid, it's better to beat more, to beat less. I mean, that's 730, 720. And so I saw some matches like Magnus against Nakamura, and when they had like 15 minutes and they beat like 8 minutes. I don't know how it's possible to play, but they feel that they can do draw with such a low time. But yeah, I can't, and I think for me 730 it's okay.
Yeah.
Not less.
Well, with the bids getting riskier and lower, white tends to win more games in Armageddon. So I mean, I'm sure we could talk about this for a long time, right? There's a lot of interesting theory here. But all right, I'm going to give our next chatter a chance to get a question from Gregor Holes. Wants to know, which world chess champion, dead or alive, would you like to play and why? Fun question from chat. Lighten the mood.
Yeah, I wouldn't be very surprising. I would say like everyone with Fischer. With Fischer would be very interesting to see his level of play.
Okay,
Because he
great
played
answer.
not for so long time, yeah, on very top level.
There you have it, chat. Bobby Fischer. Good news, I guess, is that you don't have to play one world champion who's still alive, Magnus Carlsen, tomorrow. You're playing Vincent Keymer tomorrow. So your thoughts on that? You're not playing Magnus, you're playing Vincent Keymer. Your thoughts on that match?
Actually, I'm happy a bit against Vincent. I'm still underdog, but against Vincent, I have some chances. Against Magnus is always very hard. And I remember that last year I played against Magnus and it was almost without chances. And 4 games, it's hard, but it's possible as well, yeah.
Yep. Well, you got it done today against someone who's, made a lot of people feel that way, Wesley. So maybe not quite as often as Magnus Carlsen does, but Wesley tends to be pretty good at these rapid time controls, and you sent him to Division 2. So you should be feeling pretty confident. Congratulations, and best of luck tomorrow versus Vincent Keymer.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night, Alexei.
Bye.
There you have it, everybody. Alexei Sarana, as we said, sent Wesley So to Division 2, and he will face Vincent Keymer in our bracket as Division 1 match play kicks off. It's interesting, David. He said he still considers himself a little bit of an underdog against Vincent Keymer. Not much, but a little bit. I don't know that I agree with that. I actually don't know that Alexei Sarana is the underdog against Vincent Keymer. He just sent Wesley So home, and he's damn good in these fast time controls, so should be a fun one.
Yeah, definitely a fun one. If he played like he did today, I make him a favorite. There's also the added twist of Vincent playing another tournament earlier in the day, so tiredness might kick in. He's playing in the Grand Chess Tour, of course, and yeah, Alexei just fantastic at this time format. But Danny, there's so many other matches as well that are exciting on paper. Magnus joins the fray. What more could we hope for?
Magnus Carlsen jumps in, Ali Reza Firouzja jumps in, Vincent Keymer jumps in, as we said. Of course, all the players you just watched today, fans. Wow, going to be an exciting event. The Chess.com Classic is just getting underway. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to fans who were with us over the last couple days. I am tagging out for the remainder of the event. David Howell and Tanya Sachdev will have the call, along with Danya Naroditsky's guest appearance. Thank you to our crew, our production, our technical directors, the full engineering staff, everyone crushing it at the Chess.com broadcast team. Everybody, I can't wait for this week. Remember, consider going premium. Get that half off, 50% celebration of Chess.com's birthday. Either way, the 2024 Champions Chess Tour rolls on, and we will see you tomorrow, everybody.